Updating the point standings. At the start of day number 2, this is what we're looking like. So good morning to everyone, and welcome again to day number 2 of the GAPSS Intercol Games 2025. We want to give you a rundown of the point standing as we're about to start this morning. And the point standing are as follows. In the female division, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary on 1 point. The St. George's Institute, 1 point. Grenada Christian Secondary, 2 points. St. John's Christian Secondary on 2 points. Wesley College, 2 points. Westerhall Secondary School, 2 points. St. Mark's Secondary, 2 points. Westmoreland Senior School, 2 points. Grenada Christian Academy, 4 points. Happy Hills Secondary School, 4 points. Grenville Secondary, 8. Bishop's College, 10. St. Joseph Convent St. George, 14. Hillsborough Secondary School, 15. St. Joseph Convent Grenville, 20 points. And your top 5, ladies and gentlemen, in order. Position 5, Boca Secondary School, 26.67 points. In position 4, MacDonald College, 31 points. In position number 3, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, 39 points. In second position in the girls category, Anglican High School, 39.67 points. And on top of the table in the girls division, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 62.67 points. And of course, St. David's Catholic Secondary, they are the defending champions. So that's the update in the girls division.
at the conclusion of day number 1, start of day number 2. Still 2 more days of action, 2 more days of competition on the track and in the field before we decide the champion in the girls division. What do the boys look like? Points update in the boys division.
The boys division, points update. Position 15. St. Mark Secondary and Westmoreland Senior School, 1 point. 14th position on 2 points, Happy Hill Secondary. In 12th position on 4 points, we have Westerhall Secondary, St. John's Christian Secondary. In 10th position, on 5 points, we have Hillsborough Secondary School and the Grenada Secondary School. 9th position, on 8 points, Grenada Christian Academy. 7th, on 10th position, Bishop's College, St. Rose Modern Secondary. 6th position, Boca Secondary, 15 points. Your top 5. McDonald College, $18 points. 4th position, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 44. Your top 3. On 46.5 points, Presentation Brothers College. In the 2nd position, at the end of day 1, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, 77 points. And your leader, at the end of day 1, on 80.5 points, the Grenada Boys Secondary.
So that's the current point standing at the start of day number 2. I feel like the points are going to be moving again today. Reminder, the points only awarded for finals. The events in the field are straight finals, and so they decide the points and the medals. On the track, though, we have the preliminaries in the morning session, where the athletes compete and they vie to earn the right to compete in the final. Those finals are in the evening session. That's where the points and the medals are decided. Intercol 2025 is day number 2.
Indeed, Roland. It's going to be a very exciting day right here inside the walls of the Karani James Athletic Stadium. The 53rd GAPSS Intercol Championships, the year 2025. Our title sponsor is the Government of Grenada in conjunction with the Ministry of Youth and Sports.
the NLA, IMA Grenada, Flow, Glenelg, Bermudez, Star Malt, Powerade, Fruta, Lucozade, Blue Bubbles, ACB Grenada Bank, Rams Supermarket, Cash and Carry, Waggy T Rental and Sound Company, Mitchell's Health and Wellness Clinic, and more. We would like to thank you for your sponsorship, making dreams possible, and sowing the seed that could lead to much fruit. We'd like to say a special morning to the athletes. Once again, the show is yours today. The stage is yours today. You've worked hard, and you're here to shine. These are the tracks that Kirani ran on. This is the field that Anderson threw in. It is also the platform where we saw Lyndon jump, run, and throw. The stage is now yours. We're looking at you. We're behind you all the way. One Grenada. Indeed, it's going to be some keen competition. We have lots in store for you, and of course, there are giveaways. So stay tuned. And of course, if you missed yesterday, you missed a treat. Thank you for coming today. And while you're here, just send a message. Tell someone to come on down. There's going to be a lot of live action. On the inside, we have DJ Dynamite. And he's going to be taking away with some tunes.
Today is the start of day 2 of these 2025 Intercol Championships. If day 1 was what we saw, and normally day 1 sets the stage, we can only imagine what days 2 and 3 will turn out to be. Blossom Alexis is to my left. Sherry-Ann Noel is to my right. I am flanked by 2 ladies that has been on the ground working assiduously to bring us all the results, particularly in the field events. Ladies, good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning to you, Jason.
I am great. We started off yesterday with the rain and we lost just about an hour or so, and then it was made up. The games ran almost flawless, and we still had maybe just a little bit after 8 last night. We wrapped it up, and that wasn't too bad. Today they're going to speed up things a lot, and we're going to get a lot of events out of the gate very quickly. We've got a 9:45 start, so that should be any moment from now. But let's look back quickly at some of the results that we had from yesterday. Sherian, you were down on the field yesterday. Talk to us, because you covered the high jump and basically the discus throw and that kind of stuff. What were some of the standouts yesterday, particularly in those areas?
Well, for me, the standout yesterday was exceptional from all the athletes. But I must mention Joshua Telesford of the Presentation Brothers College, that junior athlete in the high jump. He was going after the record of 1.95 meters, and he literally cleared 1.93 meters. And to me, that was exceptional. That was great effort. He had the support of his colleagues. And what really stood out as well is all the other competing athletes was there cheering him along, encouraging him, you know, to go after the record. So he was really, really good yesterday. I also want to make mention of another athlete from the Presentation Brothers College, in that of Stefan Strawn in the junior discus. He had a remarkable throw of 44.47 meters. And I thought it was really good because he was so relaxed and composed while throwing. So he stood out well. And apart from that, I think I came across another athlete. I think it was Deshaun, a sub-junior, who threw the javelin, and he broke the record. And
Deshaun Smart.
Deshaun Smart of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. And to break a record at sub-junior age tells you that that child has his eyes set on something. I even asked him how much he looks up to Anderson Peters, if he would like to follow in his footsteps, and his reply was yes. And I also had the opportunity to witness a couple of the track events. And I just want to, not to take away everything, because I know Blossom was there too, and both of us was on the field, but I just want to make mention of Adriel Patrick in the 1500. It's his final year at the Presentation Brothers College. We know him for the 800 meters. That is his pet race. He loves it. He has made the character team 3 times to represent Adriel Mitchell from the PBC. So he was good, and also Kyle Ned.
Right.
Kyle Ned seemed to have mastered the hurdles. And well, Jason, I listened to your commentary and I saw how excited you got while he was running. So I think Kyle Ned breaking a record, Adriel Mitchell and Eton Salmon. So it was really, really good yesterday. So I know Blossom is there and she's very excited because we had a really good time in the field.
Hold that right there, because I want to go to Blossom. Sherian took a little bit from you, but I want to go to Blossom about these young athletes, particularly Kyle Ned and Cameron Mathlin. That was a marquee matchup in the boys 400-meter senior. And Cameron Mathlin seemed to have it all in control going into the finals, but the determination of Kyle Ned coming down the straightaway with about 20, 30 meters to go, stomping his authority. And the beauty of it was when he pulled out the sign that said,
No pressure.
No pressure.
I call him the no pressure boss. Because Kyle is one of, and Sherry mentioned it, Kyle to me is one of the athletes who have found his niche in track and field. And I use the phrase track and field because he is excellent on the track and in the field. And he was one of these standout athletes for me yesterday, competing, and not just competing, but winning medals in all the events he competed in, which included the 400-meter hurdles, the 400-meter flat, as well as the 110 hurdles. And last night, and I say last night because this was after 8, he was one of the athletes in the long jump senior boys. And the long jump had to be put on pause because Kyle had to go and help his team SAS in the 4x100 meter relay. And running that third leg, he helped his team to a silver medal in the 4x100 meter senior relay. And then he returned to the long jump and picked up a silver medal there as well. So Kyle, to me, has really dug deep. And last night when I saw him, I said, well, you'll get some rest tomorrow. He said, nah, miss, I'm coming back tomorrow, please the Lord again. And the smile on his face told me that he loves track and field. He loves what he does. And he's in action for the next 2 days. And I'm looking forward to see what else he can do, because Kyle Ned really is it for me for the first day at least of Intercol.
Thank you very much. Here's what, we still have a whole lot of athletes, a lot of standout athletes that we're going to talk to you about. But the good thing about it is that Bernard and Twine and Basil Calise Bernstein, they're upstairs, so they're going to do that in just a little bit. But just before we go back up to them to speak about some of these standout athletes, what are we in store for today? Take a look at this. This is pristine. These tracks were laid last year. And when you look at the results coming out of these tracks, a lot of records were broken on these tracks. at the primary school games, the Intercol games, and one of the things that we noticed about this track is the bunks coming off of this track. I had the opportunity to even go through and take a little walk around this track very early this morning, and it has held up. I know we had this same discussion last year, but what baffled me is that it has held up, and the quality that comes out of this track, it can only mean something really good. If we go down low, let's go down low and take a look at this. There's something I want to show you. Let's let our cameraman come down low with us. Now, when you dig your fingers deep into this track, what you get is a bounce. Take a look at this. Look at how my fingers go down into this track. The reason why my fingers are sinking into this track is because it's what is laid beneath the track. The original track from this facility still remains below, but this one was laid on top. What that has done is that it has brought something to us called potential energy. The potential energy in this track allows you to bounce, allows you to leap, allows you to go back, to go forward, especially when you run chest up, moving forward. And let me tell you something, that is one of the main reasons why we're seeing a lot of these records broken, because these athletes, they have the assistance of a really properly laid track. So good work by the folks who would have done that. Ladies, the crowd is going to build up today. We look, these bleachers that were empty yesterday, they're starting to fill up, and I have no doubt that they're going to fill today. Are we anticipating a full house today? One word answer, yes or no. I'm going to start with Sherry Ann first. Are we anticipating a full house today?
Yes.
Blossom, are we anticipating a full house today?
Yes.
All right. Well, if they say yes, then I can't say anything else. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take you back upstairs because we are getting ready for the start of day 2, where champions are made, legends are made. And I tell you something, if they keep this up, we're going to rename a couple of streets coming up very soon. Let's go.
And a wonderful and a good morning to you, and good morning. And we have an absolutely a good morning and a good morning. We have an absolutely beautiful sunny day, quite unlike what we had yesterday. Bernstein, there is only blue skies. It's patches of clouds, but it's mainly blue skies today.
Good morning and greetings to all. Good morning. Welcome. Wherever you are, welcome to all our viewers. This morning is a lot brighter than we had it yesterday at this time. And I can tell you that what we ended up with yesterday as a spectacle, athletics, field events, track events, living up to the bidding. It was such a wonderful day yesterday that we are expecting even more today. Today is going to be action-packed, and we are looking forward to a great day of athletics, a beautiful day compared to yesterday, and we know that this place is going to be packed, jam-packed today, and the action will be flowing from any time now, because already we can see some of the athletes making their way to their starting points for a number of events that will be coming up shortly.
The forecast is that we would not have rain. There are some cloudiness that's expected, but overall it should be a rain-free day. My name is Bernard Antoine, and you would have heard Bernstein just now, and then Jason, who would have started the broadcast. We are going to be with you from the start right to the end of this second day of the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary School, Intercol 2025. It's 3 days of actions, 3 days of competition. We conclude tomorrow, the third and last day. But if we take a peek back, Bernstein, and look at some of the outstanding athletes from yesterday, before we get into today's action.
I want to start out with Philip Mitchell of SAS, the 100 meters for sub-junior boys. It was a race that people were looking for. We were looking forward to that race because we had Kashi Stevens from GBSS being one of the athletes that was so outstanding in previous meets that we had here at the Kirani James Stadium. And it was going to be a battle between those two athletes. And lightning struck probably in a bottle yesterday because Philip Mitchell was able to win that 100-meter race for sub-junior boys. And I think that was one of the standout races in the early part of yesterday's final. And today, there'll be more clashes between those two athletes, and the place will be lit.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Philip Mitchell would have won that. He's from St. Andrew's Secondary School, SAS, in 11.51. And Cassius Stephen, 11.63. He came in second. The third place podium winner was from the Grenada Boys Secondary School again, in Kendon Worm. And then in fourth position from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 11.87 seconds, was Giovanni Daniel. So these four athletes, we expect to see them continue today in the 200 meters for sub-junior boys. Another outstanding athlete that we can look back at is in the 800 meters sub-junior girls. And we had the winner, there was Michaela Abraham from St. Joseph's Convent, and Emma Frederick from McDonald College. That was a really competitive race, and Gavaya Walker. So these three young ladies, they would have done extremely well yesterday, with Michaela Abraham winning in 2 minutes, 30.32 seconds.
Can we look at the 200 meters for junior boys? It was another fantastic event. We had the athlete from GBSS. Could we get his name and recognize him? Because that was a wonderful event. We were looking for a showdown between Caliste of SAS and the winner, the winner of the eventual winner of the 200 meters for junior boys.
The 200 meters for junior boys, it was Kamal Joseph, and you are absolutely correct. That was a magnificent run. 21.79 seconds. This is what he did. Didn't come close to the record in this event that's held by Karani James, 20.60. But 21.79. That was a remarkable run, especially so with the second place finisher, Christophe Caliste, who came in with a lot of pedigree really into this finals. Christophe Caliste came in second to 22.32 seconds. That really was one of the standard races also.
And we must not forget the exploits of Kyle Ned in yesterday's total body of work that he did. In terms of the 100-meter hurdle, I think the hurdles, we had a record established in that event.
And it was a remarkable run.
110 hurdles?
Absolutely, because we had a record that would have been there since 2017 by Darren Mudu, 15.14. And what we saw yesterday with Kyle Ned from SAS, he would have taken this event rather easily because his technique was right on point. 14.71 seconds. Kyle Ned, that's another name to look for over these next 2 days.
And we can't forget his exploits in the 400 meters with Matt Lynn of the GBSS, another thriller that we had in yesterday's sports meet.
It really was. We should also recognize in terms of performance, Adriel Mitchell. Adriel Mitchell in the 1,500 meters run for senior boys. That was a classic. That was a classic. Well-measured run by Adrian Mitchell there from the Presentation College. We also had some rather outstanding performances in the field. In fact, the last field event that grabbed everyone's attention was the high jump junior boys. And that was some performance.
We must also give some recognition to Randy Jones of Bishop's College. He won the senior boys long jump late into the night last night when most of the spectators would have already left the stadium. Randy Jones of Bishop's College, he won the long jump.
Yes, and then the performance of Randy Jones, 6.87 meters, quite commendable. And one of the standout athletes for these games thus far. Kyle Ned, Randy Jones would have topped him in this particular event, 6.87 meters, with Kyle Jones in second position at 6.63, and Timothy Greenwich of the GBSS 6.50.
So what's about some of the female performances? Who are the outstanding females in yesterday's day one of the GAPSS Intercol 2025?
Well, Sydney Douglas from St. David's Catholic Secondary School in the javelin throw, she was one of the outstanding athletes there. We had Annalisa Brown in the 1500 meters junior girls. She had a good battle right to the end with one Annie Logie. And that's a continuing battle I think we are going to see over these next few days. And Kylie Williams is a name that just jumped out at us during the Grenada National Championship. She has a distinctive running style. She has a distinctive apparel, dress. She runs with a skirt. That's Kylie Williams. She won the 100 meters for sub-junior girls in 12.85 seconds. Some distance to spare over her compatriot or schoolmate in Kaya Swan. Both Kylie Williams and Kaya Swan, they are from the Anglican High School. 12.85 and 12.95 seconds with the athlete from SAS, Denise Mitchell, in 13.31 seconds. So that's a name we are going to hear some more of before these Intercol games are completed, I would imagine.
Oh yes, so as we continue with today's events, we are going to see some of these athletes repeating peak performances. We are going to see some new athletes emerge. And just to give you some insight as to some of the events you can expect for today, we'll have the 800-meter run for senior girls, also the 800 meters for senior boys. There'll be high jump for girls senior. The heptathlon will be continuing with the other events. Yesterday, we had the 100-meter hurdles, the high jump, the shot put, and the 200 meters. And today, we're going to have the long jump, javelin, and the 800 meters as some of the events that will have. That was, yes, in the that was the heptathlon. So in the heptathlon, we had the 100-meter hurdles, the high jump, the shot put, and the 200 meters. And today we'll have the long jump, javelin, and the 800 meters. That's for the female. And the male will be doing the octathlon. And yesterday, they did the 100-meter, the long jump, the shot put, and the 400 meters. Today, they're going to be doing the 110 hurdles, the high jump, the javelin, and they're going to end with the 1500 meters.
Incidentally, Bernstein, the octathlon, we had some record-breaking performances in the 100 meters dash. Lennon Williams from SAS, Karani Rawlins from Hillsborough Secondary School, and from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Jaron Phillip. They all would have broken the long-standing, well, not long-standing, it's a record that was established in 2023 by Kellon Phillip. And then in the second flight, we had 4 athletes that would have eclipsed this record also. Quenel Pierre from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, and from Boca Secondary School, Aviel Williams. So we are having some remarkable performances in this octathlon. On the track, ladies and gentlemen, as we start day number 2, on the track is the 800 meters senior girls. We have 2 flights, 2 heats. In heat 1, we have 13 athletes registered in this one. And in heat 2, we have 12 athletes registered in this one. So a total of 25 athletes over these 2 heats. On time, the standout athlete here should be one Rika Linton from St. Mark's Secondary School. And it's nice to see these smaller schools represented here.
Most certainly. We are seeing that all of the schools would have some points on the board, and today they'll be trying to amass a few more points in order to stake the claim for a position in the final three, in the top three at Intercol 2025.
So it is the girls 800 meters seniors. The record in this event is 2 minutes 16.38 seconds. This was established in 2001 by one Jackie and Maureen. Let's see how close anyone in these two flights would come to this record here.
So, as part of this flight, we have Alian Gidari of St. David, Tiana Joseph of Grenada Christian Academy. Here they go. It's the start of day 2 on the track. It's the 800-meter run for senior girls. It's pretty early. It's going to be 2 laps as they try to establish themselves. It's a tight bunch. In the lead, we have St. David's Catholic, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, Anglican High School is also there. We can see Bishop College, Grenada Christian Academy, G.W. Fletcher in the lead pack. 800 meters for girls, senior girls. It's day 2 at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It's the GAPSS Intercol Games 2025. Wednesday, 8th of April. And we're getting ready for the final lap. It's the 800 meters girls, senior girls in progress. We still have a tight pack in the lead. We can see St. David's Catholic also making a move. That's Alian Gidari. Alian Gidari of St. David's, followed by, from the Grenada Christian Academy, Joseph, Tiana Joseph. Also, we have a move from Wesley College. Wesley College coming into contention. Wesley College, that's Taktita Alexander. So it's Alexander and Gidari. Gidari with Alexander on her shoulders. Just applying a bit of pressure going down the back straight there. So it's Gidari and Alexander. St. David's Catholic and Wesley College coming down the back straight. It's still St. David's Catholic and Wesley College. Bishop's College is also in the picture. As we get ready to take the top turn, this is the first of 2 hits, the 800 meters for girls senior. As she comes down the home straight, it's Gidari. Gidari is Gidari of St. David's Catholic, but here comes Wesley College. Wesley College, but St. David seems to be holding on. Gidari is going to hold on and take it here, a fast finishing Bishop College. But we are with the official result for the first heat of 2 in the girls' 800-meter run senior.
The athlete that formed St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Alian Gedhari, in first place in this heat, in second position in this heat, is an athlete here from Wesley College. And it's good to see Wesley College on the board. Tatita Alexander from the Wesley College, she would have finished second, and a fast finishing athlete there from Bishop's College, Williams McQueen.
So we are with the official result of heat 1.
And that's the top 3, and it's the first 4. The first 4, so Tiana Joseph makes her way automatic qualifier, as is Kashona Williams McQueen, Tatisa Alexander, and Alion Gedhari. These are the automatic qualifiers in this first heat. The girls 800 meters, the senior.
So what an interesting way to start today's activity on the track. The 800 meters run for senior girls. Heat 1 just been completed.
In heat 2, we should see the likes of Adelia Phillip from St. Mark's Secondary School. From the Anglican High School, we should see Renisha Williams, St. Joseph's Convent St. George, Elisha or Alicia McDonald, Grenville Secondary School, Dabria St. Louis. Nicola Lewis, she'll be representing J.W. Fletcher. Nakaya Perryman will be representing St. Joseph Convent St. George. From Wester Hall, Shania Peters. And they are on the status orders. And Lambert, St. Joseph Convent St. Andrew. Peaches Panchu from McDonald College. Christelle David, another Wesley College student. Francisca Henry, the other McDonald College student in this. And it's good to see another one of the smaller secondary schools, Kyria Cowick from Westmoreland Secondary School.
Well, the field, which was originally 12, has dwindled down to 8 competitors. So we're getting ready for heat number 2 of 2. The 800-meter run for senior girls. The first 4 finishers punch their way into the final and the next best 4 times.
So the finals will have 8 competitors. The first 4 in each heat, as Bernstein would have outlined, the first 4 in each heat automatic will go into the finals.
So it's going to be 12. The first 4 and the 4 best time, next best 4 times. So the field will be 12 going into the final.
So they have been asked to come off the starting block, and whilst the officials make some adjustments, not quite sure what it is, but we will know momentarily.
So just to continue to let you know of some of the events that we'll be having today, we'll have the boys 110-meter hurdles for junior, the girls 100-meter dash for senior, the 100-meter dash for senior boys. We'll also have the boys javelin throw for junior, the girls discus throw for junior. We'll also have the 200-meter dash for sub-junior, both boys and girls, the 400-meter dash for junior, both boys and girls. We're also going to have the boys 400-meter hurdles for sub-junior, and the girls in that same discipline. Then we'll also have the 400-meter hurdles for senior. That's girls and boys, and the 4x100-meter relays for junior. That's some of the events that we'll be having today.
And if you have just joined us, you're watching the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary Schools Intercol Games 2025. The event that we are about to witness is the start of the 800 meters heat number 2 for senior girls. And they are off.
So here we go. It's the 800 meter for senior girls. It's the second of 2 batches. And in the lead, St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew. St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew, followed by McDonald College in Peaches Panchu. St. Joseph Convent, St. George is also in the mix. But it's St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew. St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew, and the McDonald College. Elisha McDonald it is, from St. Joseph Convent, Grenville. Followed by Peaches Panchu of McDonald College. You're getting ready for the bell lap. So it's St. Joseph Convent, Grenville, Williams and Panchu. Here we go. St. Joseph Convent, Grenville. St. Joseph Convent, Grenville, and the McDonald College. These two have opened a wide gap on the rest of the field. So as we go down the back street, it is still McDonald College has moved into first position. That looks like Panchu. Pitches Panchu. Opening a gap from the second place runner. That's St. Joseph Convent St. Andrew. Or St. Joseph Convent Grenville. With just about 200 meters to go, it still pitches Panchu, opening up a lead of some 20 meters from the rest of the field. As we get ready to hit that top turn and strike for home, it's Panchu. It's Panchu of the McDonald College. She is winning this heat quite comfortably. As she comes down the home straight, it's Panchu of McDonald College. St. Joseph Convent in second position currently. As she comes home, she can shut it off, shut it down. As she steps over the line, pitches Panchu, winning there. And the other athlete from McDonald College just slipping past that St. Joseph Convent Grenville athlete, moving her into third position. So McDonald College 1, McDonald College 2, and the St. Joseph Convent Grenville in third position.
And in fact, Bernstein, this is a name that we should have mentioned as one of the standout athletes yesterday. That's Peaches Panchu. She was moving from one event to the next. So she winning this second heat, a measured run, doing the business just to get into the finals. 2 minutes 39.62 seconds. Her compatriot is 2 minutes 48.53. Also an automatic qualifier. Harris Panchu here, nice relaxed run. She knew she had it in the bag. Some 35 meters clear of the second place athlete at the time from.
St. Joseph Convent was in second position at that time.
St. Joseph Convent Grenville, you are absolutely correct. At that time she was.
But by the time we got to the finish line, it was Francesca Henry of McDonald College who slipped into second position. We must also give some recognition to Adelia Phillip of St. Mark's Secondary, who is in the top 4 and an automatic qualifier.
So St. Mark's will be in the finals. Up next is the boys, 800 meters, and that's senior boys. We should see the likes of Jeremy Nicholas from McDonald College in this first heat. There are 2 heats in this one. Jalon St. Louis, he's from the Grenada Boys Secondary School. From J.W. Fletcher, it's Shaquem Cox. And here is a name that is we haven't seen all day. That is Sylvester. Joshua Sylvester from SAS. We haven't seen him all of yesterday, but here he is at the 200 meters and the 800 meter run today.
I think that Sylvester has been replaced. Instead of Sylvester, we have, let's wait for the name to come up. So Sylvester is not there. It's Douglas, Daniel Douglas of SAS. So the 800 meter run for senior will be starting shortly.
And in this event, it's like the first 800 meters for senior girls is the top 4 plus the next 4 best losing times. The record in this event was set by one Kendall Simon in 2001. 1 minute 53.30 seconds as we are on the starters orders now.
So we're going to have a restart. We're going to try it one more time.
And this continues, and this has been a sort of a common thread yesterday. Fall started in middle and long distance events. Unusual.
So let's do it again. And they're off. It's the 800 meter run for senior boys. 800 meter run for senior boys. This is heat 1 of 2. GBSS on the inside. On the outside, we see McDonald College. Also J.W. Fletcher and the SAS. It's GBSS and the SAS. GBSS and SAS. SAS now taking control of the race in the early going. It's SAS followed by J.W. Fletcher and GBSS McDonald College on the outside. Setting up himself nicely, getting into position. It's the 800-meter dash for senior boys. So it's SAS from SAS. We have Douglas of SAS from McDonald College. It's John, Nickel John, and Jamel Nicholas of McDonald College from G.W. Fletcher. So let's get going. It's McDonald College. It's GBSS. McDonald College, GBSS, SAS. Grenada Christian Academy now coming into contention as they go down the back straight for the final time. It's Nickel John. John, it is. John of McDonald College. And Grenville Secondary is right there. GBSS is there. From the Grenville Secondary, look like Joshua Cadet of the Grenville Secondary. It's not Grenville Secondary, it's Grenada Christian Academy. It's Murray, Kimal Murray of the Grenada Christian Academy. Here comes GBSS on the outside. On the outside, it could be St. Louis of GBSS. But holding on for his dear life. Holding on for his dear life is the Grenada Christian Academy. Grenada Christian Academy. He is going to hold on. Kimal Murray, McDonald College in second, GBSS in third, and Grenville Secondary in Joshua Cadet in fourth position.
So with 2 minutes and 0.66 seconds is Kimmel Murray from one of the smaller secondary schools, Grenada Christian Academy. Here we see Murray trying to establish himself as the lead runner, and in fact he did, followed closely at that time by the athlete from McDonald College. That's John, Nickel John, and in the end, Murray held on, in fact opened up the lead somewhat, and finishing with a winning time of 2 minutes, 0.66 seconds. The second place, Nickel John from McDonald College, 2 minutes, 1:01.67 seconds, and Jalen St. Louis from the GBSS in third position. All automatic qualifiers there, with 2 minutes, 02.03 seconds, and in fourth position, Joshua Cadet from the Grenville Secondary School.
So Grenville Secondary School has gotten an athlete into the final of the 800-meter run for senior. Congratulations to another of the what we might call smaller schools, if we want to say so.
They were not mentioned they were not mentioned repeatedly yesterday. So maybe today is the turning point in the very first event. They would have gotten into the finals.
So
heat number 2 is up next.
So we're getting ready for the boys' 800-meter run, heat 2.
So we should see John Tia Noel from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. He's there. Junior Alexander from SAS. Caden McQueen from Presentation College. Kevin Fleming from St. Mark's Secondary School. It's good to see another one of the small schools here. Raquel Blair from Hillsborough Secondary School. Hello, Carriacou. Westmoreland Chad McNeil, another small school, secondary school, is on the board. St. Rose Modern Secondary School, Romel Charles, and Dennis Jr. John from Hillsborough Secondary School. From St. Rose Modern Secondary School, Shamu Andrew. St. John's Christian Secondary School, Christian Charles. From Presentation College, Adriel Mitchell. Adriel would have won the 1,500 meters yesterday. And from Grenville Secondary, Jaron Henry. From J.W. Fletcher, Shem Smith. And from Happy Hill Secondary School, another name we have not called much yesterday, Delani Patrice.
So that's the start of the Heat 2, 800-meter dash, 800-meter run for senior boys. And Adriel Mitchell has set the pace. Adriel Mitchell of PBC in the lead. And then we have an athlete from Hillsborough Secondary. So Hillsborough Secondary trying to position himself nicely there. Hillsborough Secondary on the inside. Mitchell just slightly in the lead at this point in time. So it's Dennis John Jr. So John Jr. is there and trying to hold his own in the first of 2 laps. So it's Mitchell and the Jr. of Carrieku. That's Hillsborough Secondary. St. Rose is there. Happy Hill in the mix. Shamor Andrew. As we continue, it's the bell lap, it's the second lap, second of 2, the final lap. We're getting ready to hit that turn and head down the back straight for a final time. Mitchell coming under some pressure from the athlete from St. Rose. St. Rose on the outside and on his inside from St. David's Catholic Secondary. From St. David, John Tia Noel. John Tia on the inside of Mitchell. Mitchell trying to hold his own there, being challenged. As we take the top turn and get ready for that final strike for home, it's still Mitchell. It's Mitchell. It's Mitchell. But John Tia isn't giving up. St. David's. Here comes St. Mark from St. Rose. It's St. Rose. St. Rose. St. Rose. It might seem like an upset here. It is an upset here. From St. Rose, Modern Secondary, that's Shamor Andrew of St. Rose. Doing the unexpected here, but congrats to you, young man. You've done yourself proud, you've done your parish proud. And we see the lesser known schools in athletics in recent times coming to the fore. Look at his form as he finishes there. He looks like a man possessed, ready to take the gold later on in the final of the 800-meter dash for senior boys.
So that's a good run from Romel Charles there. At about 80 meters, he would have taken the lead, established himself, overtake John T. and Noel, and at this time it seems as though Adrian Mitchell, his objective was just to be in one of the automatic qualifying positions, so he came in third. But a remarkable, beautiful, lovely run there by the winner from St. Rose Modern Secondary School in 2 minutes 16.2 seconds. Oh, not 2 minutes 16.2 seconds. I should take it again. The winner there from in 2 minutes 0.21 seconds from St. Rose Modern Secondary School.
So congratulations to Romel Charles. Romel Charles, St. Rose Modern Secondary. That's one we've got to look forward to in the final this evening. So it's Romel Charles, St. Rose Modern Secondary, John T. and Noel of St. David's Catholic, Adriel Mitchell of Presentation Brothers College, and Kevin Fleming. They've all booked their spots into the final for this afternoon, and the next best 4 times will accompany them, and the first 4 places from the hit number 1 into the final later on this afternoon.
So it's quite likely you will see the athlete here from that's Deloney Patrice from the Happy Hill Secondary School should get into the finals as one of the leading times of the non-automatic qualifiers, and so should Junior Alexander from SAS, so 2 minutes 09.10 seconds. Okay, top 4 in each heat, plus the next 4 best losing times. On the track next should be the 100 meters hurdles for junior girls. 100 meters hurdles for junior girls. That's the next event on the track. And in this event, there are 2 heats. There are 2 heats in this event, and it will be the top 3 positions, top 3 finishers, plus the next 2 best losing times. So event number 35, the girls 100 meters hurdles junior division.
So we're getting ready for the first event on the short track for the morning, the 100 meter hurdles for For girls, we await the information for the start list, but what have we seen so far on the track?
Good competitive running in the 800 meters. And the smaller schools seems to be, smaller schools are represented quite well in both the male and female sections in 800 meters this morning. And that's a good sign.
It's a good sign. I'm sure that there are some of our listeners who may not like their school to be termed as smaller schools. Maybe they're the schools with a smaller impact so far in the Intercol. So now that they have realized that they haven't been heard much, they are coming out today and establishing themselves. St. Rose Modern Secondary has already made a dent. Also, Bishop's College is coming into the fore. So the lesser mentioned schools wants a name to be mentioned, and so they are stepping up today.
And what you are witnessing is one of the field events, the high jump. And this is the high jump for senior girls. That's event number 33. We will get some reports from our field reporters shortly, but just to let you know, in this event, the game's record is 1.72 meters. This was established in 2002 by one Patricia Cornwall. We have 12 athletes that are listed in competition here. From the Anglican High School is Jemmy Neptune. From SAS, we have Kemaya Alexander. Kenya Phillip, she represents St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew. From St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Akira Moraine. Kamaya Telesford, it's another athlete from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. From St. John's, Shadel Antoine, Michaelia Batiste from St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, Kayla McIntyre, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, Janelle Colimo, St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew. SAS is Jadsa Mark from SAS, and Anglican High School, Caniel Francis, she's also there, as is Westerholt Secondary School, Joanne Moraine. So these are the 12 participants, 12 jumpers, 12 ladies will take part in the girls' high jump for senior girls.
The current height is 1.40 meters, and we have witnessed a string of unsuccessful attempts. So let's focus on the high jump for senior girls. It's SAS on the runway. And she seemed to be having some difficulty with this height, made a number of attempts, seemed to have fouled, or she has been timed out.
That's one of the athletes from SAS there. We only have one seated time coming in here, and that's from Shadel Antoine from St. John's Christian Secondary School. Season's best of 1.35 meters.
Well, the bar is going to be raised to 1.45 meters. And we're going to see how many competitors still remain in the field.
You're not missing anything on the track as they are readying themselves for the 100 meters hurdles for junior girls. We have two heats. And we are going to get a comprehensive report on the high jump for senior girls, so you would not be left out or miss anything. Certainly in terms of the results, you would get those.
So on track are the athletes making the final preparations for the girls' 100-meter hurdles for junior. In lane 2, Denaya Modest of the Anglican High School. Lane 3, Stanica Mark of St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. In lane 4, Kashanti Mitchell of Boca Secondary. Lane 5, Kayla Christopher of St. David's Catholic Secondary. And in lane 6, Kiriona Gelino of the Anglican High School. Your competitors for heat number 1, the girls 100-meter hurdles for junior.
Let's see how this unfolds. There are no seeded athletes here. So can be regarded as an open field. So it's Anglican High School with 2 athletes in this one. St. Joseph's Convent, Boca Secondary School, and St. David's.
So there is 5. There are 5 athletes in this field.
Lane 2, lane assignment, lane 2. Denaya Modest, Anglican High School. Lane 3, Sanika Mark, St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Lane 4, Kashanti Mitchell, Boca Secondary. Lane 5, Kayla Christopher, St. David's Catholic Secondary. And lane 6,
While in lane 6 is Corona Gelino, and she's from the Anglican High School.
So we're getting ready for the start of the 100-meter hurdles for junior girls.
Games record is 16.9.
And they're off. Remember, the first 3 will book their spot into the final. And here we go. It's Boca Secondary. It's Boca and St. David's Catholic. St. David's Catholic now in the ascendancy. St. David's Catholic pulling away from the rest of the field, winning smartly. Boca second, Anglican High School third. And we wait for the 4th and 5th finisher. Remember, the top 3 in each hit is going to punch their way into the final and the next best 2 times.
And I tell you something, Bernstein, it is a good sight to see more and more athletes taking part in the hurdles. And here we see here, they at the first hurdle, they're good hurdling there by the athletes from Boca and St. David's Catholic Secondary School. And the better technique athletes finishing 1 and 2.
As we can see, the rhythm wasn't actually there throughout the race. As a matter of fact, we had a couple of hurdles been knocked over. Some of them were even displaced, but at the end of the day, the race was completed and the girls did pretty well.
So it's Kayla Christopher from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 17.16 second. Kashanti Mitchell from Boca Secondary School, 18.49. Corona Gelino from an Anglican High School, 19.17. These are the automatic qualifiers. And it's a wait and see for Denaya Modest from the Anglican High School and St. Joseph's Convent in St. George. Stanika Mac. They would have to wait and see what happens in the next heat coming up shortly.
So we're getting ready for hit 2, the second of the 2 heats for the girls 100 meter hurdles junior. So as we say, the girls will just have to keep working on their craft. They'll get better and better, and in some time to come we'll see them hurdling professionally, I hope.
It's a good start.
lane assignments for heat 2. Janaya Hazard, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Lane number 1. Lane 2, Sashin McCullum, St. Joseph Convent, Grenville. That is St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. Alan Pursew, lane 3, St. Joseph Convent, Grenville. Lane 4, Kilani Squashy, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane 5, Syria Phillip, Boca Secondary. And lane 6, Christiana Charles, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. Lead assignment.
So we see that name, Christina Charles, one of the outstanding athletes for SAS. Winner of the 200 meters yesterday for junior girls.
So 6 athletes here facing the starters. Automatic qualifiers will be the first 3.
So they're ready. That's the girls' 100-meter hurdles for junior. And here they go. And they're off. And it's Charles. Charles, it's SAS there. Charles of SAS, Buka Secondary. Here comes Hillsborough Secondary, but it's Christina Charles pulling away from the rest of the field. Christina Charles winning smartly. Hillsborough Secondary and St. David's Catholic making the top 3 automatic qualifiers into the final later this afternoon.
A relatively easy win there for Christina Charles in 16.35 seconds. Here's a replay. And right at the start, we had some difficulties. One of the athletes barely crossing the first hurdle, but Christina Charles have this under control at the halfway stage and just running right through as an easy winner in this first heat of 100 meters girls hurdles.
As we can see, they're using a lot of their jumping skills in that event. Christina Charles is a high jumper. She won the girls high jump yesterday also, the junior girls high jump. So being a sprinter and a high jumper would have done something or helped her into acquiring the skills for the hurdles.
So it's Charles from SAS, Kwashi from Hillsborough Secondary School, Janaya Hazard from St. David's Catholic Secondary School in 3rd position. These are the automatic qualifiers. In 4th position, Sashane McCollum from SAS. Wait and see if, in fact, she gets into the final with a time of 19.48 as one of the faster losers.
So as we can see, the crowd is building up a lot better than yesterday at this stage. So what this is saying is that we're going to have a bigger crowd today. I think that by the end of midday, we should have quite a build-up of spectators. We are even seeing a spillover into the bleachers. So it's telling us that the numbers are growing, and possibly by the afternoon time, after work, we can have a bumper crowd here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. The invitation is now extended to you, our viewers. You can get yourselves ready and come on down, come on over. Athletics of the highest order is on show here today.
The event up next should be the Heptathlon for boys, the 110 meters hurdles. They need to complete their 4 events today, and they're starting with the 110 meters hurdles.
Okay, so the Heptathlon for boys open is now will now be the next event in progress, or the next event on track. Remember, today they'll be doing the 110 meter hurdles, the high jump, the javelin, and ending with the 1500 meters.
The Ironman of track and field.
8 disciplines, 1 event. So let's get ready for this event. In the meantime, the high jump is taking place.
And we remember in times past, the likes of one Daley Thompson would have popularized or make this event more acceptable, because it was so competitive then. And it continues to be, really.
Yes, we continue with the flow of events here. We're getting ready for the Heptathlon 110 meter hurdles for, well, it's open for the young men. Remember, they are doing 8 disciplines. They have already completed 4 events, well, 4 disciplines yesterday. And today they have another 4 disciplines to complete that masterful event, the Heptathlon.
So what we can do is to give you the overnight scores for the Heptathlon. The game's record, of course, was set only last year for one Brian Isaac with 4,692 points. So at the halfway stage on day one, we will come back to this. Let's go to the house announcer.
In lane 3, Trevon Joseph, Booker Secondary. In lane 4, Deshaun Jones, St. David's Catholic Secondary. In lane 5, Golden Joseph Jr., St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. In lane 6, Rishon Daniel, Grenada Boys Secondary. And in lane 7, Ethan August from the Presentation Brothers College. Ogis.
So there you have the status there. Lanes 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Ogis from the Presentation Brothers College. Daniel from GBSS. And SAS, you have Joseph Golden Jr. Joseph from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. You have Deshaun Jones. And from the Boca Secondary School, you have Trevon. Readying themselves, as they're readying themselves for this event. So quickly, let's go through where they were overnight in terms of points. Lennon Williams from SAS, he had 2,235 points. He was leading. Cornel Pierre from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, 2,222 points. Aviel Williams from Boca Secondary School, 2,167 points. Karani Rollins from the Hillsborough Secondary School, 2,030 points. Lyndon Archibald from SAS, 1,873 points. From St. David's Catholic Secondary School with 1,840 points is Jerron Phillip. Delroy Adams from the West Hall Secondary School, he had 1,639 points. Kajia Smith Walters from St. George's Institute, 1,600 points. Alishon Adonis from the Grenville Secondary School, 1,490 points. 1,464 points is the athletes from St. John's Christian Secondary School. Alistair McPhee. Kwani Morrell from St. John's Christian Secondary School. He was tied with his compatriot of 1,464 points. And Jonathan Newton from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, 1,421 points. So leading the pack there is Lennon Williams with 2,235 points. After this event, they would have 3 additional events to complete.
So the winner or the leader, Lennon Williams, is in lane 7. Lennon Williams of SAS. And is it Newton of GBSS that's in second position?
No, it's Quanel Pierre.
Okay, Quanel Pierre. So Pierre is not in this heat. So it's Newton, Morrell, Adams Jr., Rawlings, Williams Jr., and Jack.
And in fact, Newton needs to get some points in this one because the halfway stage, he stood at 1,421 points, really in a stellar position, but maybe his stronger events are not yet on show. Because that's how it goes with these multi-discipline events. Where your strength lies, you want to maximize your strength and do well in those weaker areas.
Most definitely. So we're getting ready for the 110-meter hurdles for boys if they participating in the Heptathlon. It's an open event.
So we head back up to the control room for the start of the Heptathlon boys 110-meter hurdles open.
Slightly late. No doubt it will make the young man nervous. Okay, here we go.
Okay, we're getting ready for the Heptathlon boys 110-meter hurdles open. And here they go. It's the 110-meter hurdles for boys. The Heptathlon. It's Boca Secondary on the outside. It's Boca Secondary. Boca Secondary. Aviel Williams Jr. demolishing the rest of the field. Here comes Hillsborough Secondary in second position and SAS in third. What a run from Boca Secondary's Aviel Williams Jr. 15.38 seconds. Take us through.
This is a good run by the athlete from Boca Secondary School. That's Williams. He is hurdling. The technique is good. Nice movement of the arms, landing on the ball of his feet, and a good, nice, tight finish at the end. He did quite well.
Yes, he did well. He executed perfectly, flawlessly.
And this must be one of his stronger events. 15.38 seconds is what he covered the distance there with. And this will certainly add some points. He stood in third position overnight with 2,167 points. No doubt he will get a good boost from his winning here and a good time too.
So congratulations to him. Congratulations to Aviel Williams Jr. Boca Secondary, 15.38. Kirani Rollins of Hillsborough Secondary in second position, 17.73. And Lennon Williams of SAS in third position. We're getting ready for the second heat of the Heptathlon boys 110-meter hurdles open.
And we should see Archibald, that's Lyndon Archibald, Alishon Adonis, Alistair McPhee, Keisha Smith-Walters, Quennell Pierre, and Jaron Phillip.
Well, Quennell Pierre of GBSS is currently, was overnight in second position.
He was in second position with a score of 2,222 points.
So Pierre will want to do himself some justice here, snatch up some points as we charge for the final three events, which will be following this 110-meter hurdles to complete the 8 disciplines in the Heptathlon boys 110-meter hurdles.
Once again, it's really good to see the representation here in this Heptathlon event that is becoming more popular. Let's take the house announcer, will give us the lanes.
Lyndon Archibald. In lane 3, from Grenville Secondary School, Alishon Adonis. In lane number 4, from St. John's Christian Secondary, Alistair McPhee. Lane 5, from the St. George's Institute, Kejon Smith-Walters. In lane 6, from Grenada Boys Secondary, Quennell Pierre. And in lane number 7, from St. David's Catholic, Jaron Phillip.
So there you have it, the athletes that are lined up in this second of 2 heats, second and final of 2 heats in the boys Heptathlon Open.
So it's a field of 6. First 3 automatically into the finals. And they're off. This is the 110-meter hurdles for the Heptathlon boys. It's St. David's Catholic Center. That's Jaron Phillip. Alishon of the Grenville Secondary is making a move there. So it's St. David's, Grenville Secondary, SAS, and St. John's Christian. That's the top 4. Top 3 advance. So let's look at the finish here. St. David's Catholic, Grenville Secondary, SAS.
There we have the official results, ladies and gentlemen. Your top three.
Well, this one was punctuated with spills and falls. This heat is punctuated with spills and falls. But what's interesting to note, the athletes who would have fallen, they would have gotten up just to complete to put some points on the board. Because to miss an event with no points, it's really the kiss of death.
17 and 1/7 seconds. That's the official results for the 2. Discipline 5 of event number 32. The 110 meter.
So what we are witnessing is like a series of finals making up one event. So every event is a final. It's a timed final, and the points will be allocated based on the times that these young men are going to run in this event.
So we are on to event number 36 here, the next event on the track. And that's the 110 meters hurdles for junior boys. We have 2 heats in this one. And the top 3 will advance to the finals and the next 2 best times. So the automatic qualifiers are the top 3, 2 heats. And heat number 1, we should see an athlete from Hillsborough Secondary School, Calic Pope. Boca Secondary School will be represented by Trevon Joseph. St. David's Catholic Secondary School by Deshaun Jones. Golden Junior Joseph from SAS should be representing here. Rishon Daniel from the Grenada Boys Secondary School and Ethan Auguste from the Presentations College will be in lane number 6.
Wagiti St. David's Catholic Secondary, Deshaun Jones. Lane number 5, representing the Nawas SAS, Golden Joseph Jr. Lane number 6, representing Najiko, GBSS, Rishon Daniel. Lane number 7, representing the Nexa PBC, Ethan Auguste. And lane number 8 is empty. That's your start list for event number 36. Heat number 1, 110 hurdles, junior boys.
So there's no Pope. But we have athletes represented in lanes 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
So the boys 110 meter hurdles for junior. And they're off. In the middle of your screen, St. David's Catholic and SAS. It's Golden Joseph of SAS, It's Golden Joseph of SAS PBC on the outside, so it's Auguste of PBC in second position, but it's all about Golden Joseph Jr. of SAS. 15.52 seconds. Ethan Auguste, PBC 16.08 seconds, and Deshaun Jones of the St. David's Catholic Secondary booked their places into the final.
So here we see Golden Joseph Jr. here winning rather easily in 15.52 seconds. A geese from PBC in second position, some distance back, is 16.08 seconds in second position. The first 3 of each heat. Heat number 2 is up next.
So update from the field, the northern end of the Granny James Athletic Stadium. The junior girls javelin has just...
So in this heat, we should see Caleb Alexander, Tyler Davis, Jamal Nichols, Antonel Daniel, Christoph Kalist, and Kamal Joseph.
Kamaya Charles. Position number 2. From the Grenville Secondary, Shemaya Batiste, 29.57 meters. And winning this event, 31.60 meters from Classic Lighting, McDonald College, Chelsea, Providence. Your junior girls javelin.
We are going to get a complete report of the junior girls javelin that you would have heard just now. That event is just completed. We'll give you all the highlights and the podium athletes shortly.
Outside of that, you've got to hope your time is good enough. Lane assignments.
So let's take the lane assignments from the house announcer.
Running out of lane number 1, representing the next of PBC, Caleb Alexander. Lane number 2, representing Paddy's Enterprise Hillsborough Secondary, Tyler Davis. Lane number 3, representing the Classic Lighting Boca Secondary, Jamal Nichols. Lane number 4, representing the Wagiti St. Davis Catholic, Antonil Daniel. Lane number 5, representing the Nawasa SAS, Christophe Caliste. Lane number 6, representing the Nagico GBSS, Kamal Joseph. Heat number 2, junior boys, 110-meter hurdles.
There you have it. The 6 starters for heat number 2, 110 meters hurdles for junior boys. Just to remind you that the record in this event, that's the games record, is 15.10 seconds. This was established in 2017 by Corey Joseph.
So we're getting ready for the boys 110-meter hurdles junior. And interestingly enough, the first and second place runners are boys in the 200 meters. That's Kamal Joseph and Christophe Calista back at it.
That's what you describe as all-round athletes right there.
Oh, yes.
So there's a showdown here. Competition within a competition. Christophe Caliste and Kamal Joseph. So they're on the status orders now.
And they're off. 110-meter hurdles for junior boys. Already it's Joseph of GBSS, but on the outside and the far end from Hillsborough Secondary, Styler Davis. Styler Davis, but here comes Joseph. It's a close one between Joseph and Davis. So it's the first 3 booking their places in the final.
There we go. We can see here that Joseph was not a leader then. It was the athlete from the Hillsborough Secondary School, and it was Joseph would have caught him right at the line. Well, it's Kamal Joseph in the end at 16.19 seconds, and Davis in second position, and Caliste in third position. As promised, we will segue to Sherian, who will give us an update of what's happening in the field. Sherian, it's over to you. Well, whilst we await Sherian to come on, what we can tell you is that with a change in weather from yesterday to today, the wind seems to have come to a standstill. Is 0.5 meters per second. This is just what you want to get a good representation of where we are. And certainly this is what the athletes love. So when a time will be recorded, they know it's a time that is deserving of their efforts and energies. We are still awaiting to join Sherian for an update. But just to let you know, whilst we are waiting that, we have one of the marquee events that will be up next on the track. It's the girls, 100 meters. That's the senior girls, 100 meters.
So the action will be definitely heating up on the track. The girls, the senior girls, 100-meter dash is coming up next on track. We're waiting on Sherry.
And at these short sprints among the seniors give us a good indication of where things would be on day 3. So we can expect here the likes of Makeda Joseph from Happy Hill Secondary School. That's in the first heat. There are 2 heats. There are 3 heats, my apologies. There are 3 heats, and it's the top 2 finishers in each heat, plus the next 2 best times to give us our 8 finalists. The game's record in the 100 meters dash over these Intercol games is 11.50 seconds. That was established by a name that is synonymous with track and field in Grenada, Sherry Fletcher. This was established some 22 years ago. Let's see how it's going to be, if it at all it will be challenged today. 11.50 seconds.
And let's see what happens.
We also have in Shadi John from St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
Okay, so I do have an update for you as it relates to the girls' senior high jump. We started with 11 ladies, and we are now down to 1. We are down to Jemmy Neptune. That's the only one standing here at the high jump pit. She is going after a height of 1.60 meters. The record in this event was set back in 2002, a height of 1.72 meters by Patricia Cornwell. So Jemmy Neptune of the Anglican High School is the only girl jumping here, and she is going after that record of 1.72. She's now at a height of 1.60 meters. So that's it for us here at the high jump pit, and I will keep you posted as to how it turns out, whether she breaks that record or whether she's able to equal it, if at all.
Thank you very much, Ariane, for that report there. So there we have it, a report that's from Sherry, and that's what's happening on the field. We have some results here for you, official results that is, from the events that would have taken place so far on the track. In the girls' 100 meters hurdles for junior, that's junior girls, we had the automatic qualifiers in Kale Christopher from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Kashan Mitchell from Boca Secondary School, Kerry Jelino from the Anglican High School. They were your automatic qualifiers, and that they came out of Heat 1. Coming out of Heat 2, we have the 3 automatic qualifiers plus the 2 best or the faster losing time. They all came out of Heat number 2. Christian Charles, Kalani Kwashi, and Janaya Hazard. They were the automatic qualifiers. And the faster losers, Sashane McCollum and Saraya Phillip from the Boca Secondary School. There was a theme that seems to be running through these games with Boca Secondary School. They are being represented. They are represented in just about every event.
Yes, they are representing well. They may not be winning every event, but they're always there. There or about. In every final, you'll find Boca missing. Very, very infrequently, you'll find Boca not in one of the finals.
And what you might have glimpsed there is a clearance from an athlete from Anglican High School, a height of 1.60 meters. Continuing with the results from the earlier races that would have taken place on the track, the 800 meters run, we had 2 heats, the top 4, plus the next best 4. Let's have a segue onto the field and see what's happening in the high jump. Let's have a look and see what's happening in the high jump. They're on there. They're on the screen right now. Well, what you're witnessing there is the starting lineup for the girls 100 meters senior. The athlete in lane number 1, that's Makeda Joseph from the Happy Hill Secondary Schools. St. Joseph's Convent St. George is represented by Brandy Taylor. She's in lane 2. Out of lane 3 is Zania Belfon from SAS. McDonald College is in lane 5. That's Verdell Roberts. St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
So they're off. It's the 100 meters for senior girls. It's Belfon of Sass making the early move on the inside though. It's St. David's Catholic Secondary. That's Shadi John. St. David's is going to be Shadi John turning off. And Belfon in second position. We wait for the official times. But Shadi Belfon, it is. Shadi John, sorry, of St. David's Catholic Secondary, 12.02, winning smartly. What say you?
And here is a replay. Shadi would have established herself quite early. Doing the early running was the athlete from SAS, doing some challenge. That's Belfon. Belfon had some early challenge, but that didn't really peter out. And Shadi, in fact, won quite easily in the end. Belfon picking up the second position, and Vedal Roberts in the third position at 12.91. The winning time in this was 12.02 seconds. And Shadi has been doing quite well. She did quite well yesterday, and she continued today. A good winning time there. And she won with some ease and some distance to spare. So we think there are lots more in the tank come these finals later on this afternoon.
Yes, Shadi appears to be one of the more dominant athletes in the sprints here at the GAPSS Intercol 2025. We're getting ready for Heat 2. The girls' 100-meter dash for seniors.
So let's go to the house announcer for the lane assignments. Heat 2.
Set back in 2003 by Sherry Fletcher. You're getting set for heat number 2. 2 of 3. Top 2 qualify automatically. And then the next best 2 non-automatic qualifiers on times. Lane assignments. Lane number 1, representing the GTC Anglican High School, Egypt, Benjamin. Lane number 2, representing GTC Anglican High, Lauren McIntosh. Lane number 3, representing St. Mark's Secondary, Ava Grant. Lane number 4, representing the Wesley College, Jenny Lee Huggins. Lane number 5, representing St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Kayla McIntyre. Lane number 7, representing the Happy Hill Secondary, Talia Sampson. Those are your lane assignments for heat number 2 of 3, senior girls.
6 senior girls, 6 athletes. Heat 2 of 3, girls, 100-meter dash, senior.
Two athletes from Anglican High School, side by side. Egypt, Benjamin.
And we're off. The 100-meter dash, senior girls. In the middle of the field, we see St. Joseph's Convent, but on the outside, that's the Anglican High School. Egypt, Benjamin, and Lauren McIntosh, 1-2 across the finish line.
And a nice measured run. Fairly easy win, and that's the Egypt Benjamin that we know of. Here is a replay right from the start. The two athletes from Anglican High School and the athlete from St. George would have established themselves as the front runners, but closing fast on the outside really was that athlete, that's Ava Grant from St. Mark's Secondary School. The winner in this one is Egypt Benjamin, Anglican High School, 12.53 seconds. Lauren McIntosh from Anglican High School, 12.62 seconds. Kayla McIntyre from St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, 13.13. The automatic qualifiers are the two athletes from the Anglican High School in lanes 1 and 2. Heat number 3 up next.
Heat number 3 is the third and final heat. The girls' 100-meter dash, senior.
We go to the house announcers for the lane assignments.
Kia Roberts. Lane number 3, representing Wesley College, Shanique Williams. Lane number 4, representing the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Kimaya Alexander. Lane number 5, representing St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Crystal Lindsay. Lane number 6, representing the Boca Secondary, Amaya Chandler. Lane number 7, representing St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Kenaya Phillip. And lane number 8, representing St. David's Catholic Secondary, Kamaya Telesford. That's your start list for the third and final heat. Senior girls. 100 meter dash, 13.12 seconds.
So it's Maureen in lane 1. That's the third and final heat. Roberts in lane 2. Roberts represents Boca Secondary School. Williams in 3. Alexander from SAS, she's in 4. Lindsay, St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew, she's in lane 5. Chandler from Boca Secondary School in 6. In 7, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, it's Philip.
And they're off. It's a 100 meter dash for senior girls in the middle of the field. It's Boca Secondary. That's Chandler of Boca Secondary. St. David's on the inside there. SAS in the middle of the field. But it's Boca. It's Boca. That's Chandler, Amaya Chandler of Boca Secondary, winning that one quite comfortably, 12.67 seconds. Talia Descent of the St. David Catholic Secondary School, 13.19. And Kenaya Phillip of the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, 13.43.
Here we see the replay here. And right from the start, it was the athlete from Boca, that's Chandler. Chandler came into these meets here with 12 points, with a time of 12.83, and she did very well to lower this. And on the outside, or to her right, the athlete from St. David's, Talia Descent, with 13.19 seconds. And as we said, it's the top 2.
Looking forward to the final in the evening session of the senior girls 100 meter dash.
Top 2.
High jump results.
Plus the next 2 fastest losing time. The senior boys, they're up next. There should be some serious speed. The fastest youth, the fastest student in Grenada will be on show up next. We have 4 heats.
In second position,
representing GTC. And let's go to the house announcer for the lane assignments.
1.53 meters. And winning the event, GTC Anglican High, Gemma Neptune, 1.60 meters.
Okay, we are not just ready for the Sherry. We are going to Sharian on the field. Give us an update before we take in the 100 meters for men. So Sharian, go right ahead.
Senior boys, 100 meter dash, heat 1.
The results of the senior girls high jump, and I am happy to say that Jemmy Neptune, well, she didn't quite get it to the record, but she captured the gold medal with a height of 1.60 meters, and she's of the Anglican High School. Second position went to Carniel Francis, also of the Anglican High School, in 1.53 meters, and third, Joan Moraine of the Wester Hall Secondary School with 1.50 meters. Up next in the high jump pit will be the Oct Boys high jump, so once that is started, we will keep you abreast as to how the guys are progressing. Back to you, Bernard.
Thank you very much, Sharian. Sharian there with a summarized update of what happened in the high jump and the athletes from
Eaton Sam, GBSS.
Anglican High School. Let's go to the house
Lane
announcers.
5, Tishon Purcell, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Lane 6, Toba Bay, SGI. Lane 7, Novell Nelson, McDonald College. And lane 6, Aidan Daniel, Boca Secondary.
So it's the next up on the track, as it's just indicated, is the boys 100 meters dash. This is senior boys. Fastest boys in Grenada. Record time was set by Marcus Julian in 2003 at 10.40 seconds. Is that under threat today?
The boys 100 meter dash, senior.
big name in Heat 1. Ethan Sam stands out. He's in lane 4.
And they're off, and right away in the middle of the field, we see Sam and Jones on his outside. It's Sam and Jones on his outside. SGI is in third position. It's Ethan Sam and Randy Jones, 1-2, and in third position. We are with that third position finisher, but it's Ethan Sam, GBSS, Randy Jones of Bishop's College, 1 and the 2, 10.62 year winning time. Take us through.
There we see Sam here. A pretty good start, fast start. A good showing from the athletes from SGI and McDonald College. Good show. But in the end, it was Ethan Sam quite easily. Did I say McDonald College? I meant Bishop's College. That's Randy Jones. He was the second place winner in this heat. And it's the 10.62 shot down with about 25 meters is what Ethan Sam would have done in this heat.
So we're looking for faster times in the 100-meter finals coming up later. We're getting ready for heat number 2.
You're only guaranteed to get into the finals if you win a heat. It's a winner, then the next best 4 times. So coming out of heat number 1, it's Ethan Sam with a time of 10.62 seconds. The next best time was 11.11 seconds.
I think you got to do 10 seconds to get.
That was the young man from Bishop's College, Randy Jones, in second position.
11.11.
11.11.
That's a good time. Could get him in.
Let's see if 11.11 is enough to get him into the finals. You got to win to be assured of a place in the finals of the 100 meters for boys, senior boys.
Heat 2 of the boys 100-meter dash senior coming up next.
And again, we got some big names in this one.
Boys, senior 100 dash. The winner books and automatic places in the finals.
6 athletes will face the starters here. It will be Lewis, Bishop, Daniel, Sincere, Smith, and Louison. These are the 6 athletes that will face the starters. Lane
Lane 2, Montel Lewis, McDonald College. Lane 3, Emilio Bishop Blanco. Blanco Bishop, GBSS. Lane 4, Darrell Daniel, Grenville Secondary. Lane 5, Deron St. Clair, Sincere, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. Lane 6, Marlon Thomas, Westall Secondary. Lane 7, DeAndre Smith.
So far, so good.
That's Johnson Louison. In lane 8, Grenville Secondary.
There you have it. The 6 young men that will face the starters and coming in here on seed. It's Emilio Blanco Bishop in lane number 3, 10.48 seconds. And then we should get some competition from the athlete from SAS, Neron Sincere. They're on the starters orders.
This will be another quick one. And they're off. A clean start. Sincere and Blanco Bishop. But Blanco Bishop is pulling away from the field. Sincere is closing fast. It's Bishop. With Sincere right on his shoulders. But it looks like Emilio Blanco Bishop from GBSS would have pulled through here in the boys 100-meter dash for senior. 10.84. Deron Sincere of SAS. 10.90, and Johnson Louison 11.20, the top three.
Here we see here very early, Bishop would have established himself, but coming and finishing like a train was the athlete from SAS did. That's Deron Sincere. And he finished with a time of 10.9. Bishop at 10.84, the winner in this one. The winner is the only guaranteed position, but certainly at 10.90 based on the first heat. Sincere would be odds-on favorite to get into these finals.
So
Heat
the pace,
number 3 is up next.
Yes, the pace is heating up. It's heating up. This is the 100-meter dash for senior boys. It's always a quick-paced event. It's the marquee event, the blue ribbon event at any athletics meet, and this is no exception.
Well, you got 3 big names in this one. You got Michael Redhead. You have Ian George. Michael Redhead from St. David's Catholic Secondary School with a seated time here of 10.77 seconds. Ian George, St. John's Christian Secondary School, 10.61 seconds. And then other seated athletes here from St. Mark's Secondary School, Kareem Sampson, and with a time of 11.64. He would have to do much better than this to get into these finals, I would imagine.
Get into the final. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking that you got to do 10 high to get into the final.
So the odds-on favorite here would or should come out of lane number 2. Lane number 3, my apologies. That's Ian George.
Ian George, your Western Championship winner, Ian George. St. John's Christian Secondary.
Kenzie Matthew. Lane 5, St. Mark's Secondary. Kareem Sampson. Lane 6, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary. Josiah Harris. Lane number 7, Happy Hill Secondary. Clifford Batiste. And lane number 8, St. Rose Modern Secondary. Amir Ellis. Your start list for heat number 3 of 4. Senior boys. 100-meter dash.
Bernstein would have been taking his break now, so the next voice that you would hear accompanying my voice will be Jason Skeet. Jason, welcome back to the broadcast from this end of things.
Well, I'm glad you said from this end of things because I didn't go anywhere. I'm right here. Well, just as I came in, Ian George handled his business. That's Ian George of St. John's Christian Secondary. Ian George, he's no slouch. He's a very familiar name to these tracks. And clearly, the good drive phase by George. Redhead from St. David's Catholic was always going to give him some issues earlier on, but George shut down with just about 10 meters to go and crossed the line, 10.68. That equaled the time I think we saw by Ethan Sam as well. 10.68, that sounds familiar to me. So there or thereabouts. So Ethan Sam, Ian George, Mikael Redhead, all these guys going under 10. Also Emilio Blanco Bishop. So the 100-meter boys shaping up to be something of spectacular form. We still have more to come. Bernard?
Just a slight tailwind in this one, a 2.2 meters per second. But it's a good time by George. As is expected, the seeded athletes are coming through.
Well, one of the names to look forward to in this one is running out of lane 8. That's Canik Nixon of Presentation Brothers College. He did well. Also take a look there because Kyle Ned is running out of lane 4, so this is going to be a very interesting one. There are a couple of familiar names in this one. We're going to run through the starters field for you. Also, Darrell Lambert from Presentation Brothers College is in there. Haven't heard much of him, but He's into the semi-final in this one. But the names to look forward to here is Jabari Lewis of Hillsborough Secondary, Kyle Ned of SAS, Canik Nixon of PBC. Those are some of the big names in this one. If the upset has to come, it's going to come from somewhere else in the field.
Yes, I think you are correct there. With a seeded time of 10.65, the odds-on favorite in this heat will be Kyle Ned. But a young man in lane number 8, Canik Nixon, he has been doing very well all season. So he will present some serious competition. Remember, it's only the first place or the winner that is guaranteed a position. And it's also quite interesting to see the young man, Seon Boris from J.W. Fletcher.
It's lane number 4, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Kyle Ned. Lane number 5, representing Hillsborough Secondary, Jabori Lewis. Lane 6, representing the Grenada Christian Academy, Daryl Edwards. Lane number 7, representing Happy Hill Secondary, Clifford Romaine. And lane number 8, representing the Presentation Brothers College, Canik Nixon. Heat number 4 of 4. The winner is in automatically. Outside of that, you've got to run faster than 11.24 seconds for a shot at the title. Senior boys, 100-meter dash.
So this is heat number 4 of 4. Only the winner is guaranteed after that. The 4 fastest times thereafter. These boys, these senior boys, they've not disappointed so far in these Intercol games. Kyle Ned picked up the 400 meters yesterday with a controlled, dynamic run, taking out Cameron Mathlin with a few steps to go.
Mathlin came into that as one of the favorites, certainly.
They're on the starters' orders now, at the top of the 100 meters. Good, clean start, and away they go. Still even Stephen, still clear. Look at Kyle Ned on the inside. This is Kyle Ned, but here comes Nixon. Nixon surely will get this one. Nixon, a lot of top-end speed from Kyle Nixon. He had a good drive phase, was very controlled, just picked it up a little bit when he realized he needed to qualify first, and then shut it down with about 5 or 10 meters to go. Canik Nixon looks very dangerous here, guys.
He did, and one is hoping that Ned did not shut it down too early. Many athletes would have made mistakes like this. Certainly Sherika Jackson comes to mind. But this is winner, the only guaranteed position.
Well, Kyle Ned is going to have some waiting to do. I'll tell you why, because he has just done 11.9. I'm not quite sure if that got him in, but Canik Nixon is in with 10.91.
Yes, it's 11.09. That should get Ned into these finals. But you cannot make a mistake of slowing down or shutting it down too early, which he seems to have done with 20 meters to go.
Well, let's take a look at it now. They came through this one. It was a pretty decent start. Even Steven, 20 meters out. Still at 40 meters, they were going 60 meters. Everybody was there. And then Kyle Ned started to move some separation. But it was the controlled, rhythmic run of Canik Nixon that just crossed the finish line, shut it down in the process, and 10.91, that brought him into the finals. So it is going to be very interesting as we move forward in these boys' 100-meter senior.
Absolutely. They're making for a very, very competitive finals. And as soon as we get the 8 finalists for this event, we will let you know. Of course, the automatic qualifiers, from Heat 4, it would be Nixon. Nixon came out of Heat 4. Ian George came out of Heat 3. And Heat 2, it was Bishop from 2 and Sam from 1. These were your automatic qualifiers. And we have to wait, and we will let you know the 4 fastest losers.
First place finishers and the 4 fastest times thereafter will get into the final of the boys' 100-meter senior. Sherry-Ann Noel is on the ground. Sherry-Ann, I'm quite sure that you would have some stuff for us, so line up yourself because we're going to be coming at you in a tick or two. Also, Blossom Alexis. Blossom, I keep forgetting you, but please forgive me. Do not take it personal. It's just that I forgot. But we're going to be heading to those ladies down there in just a little bit. In the meantime, we just want to remind you, of course, that these athletic championships, the 53rd athletic championships, Jason Skeet is my name, Bernard Antwine, and Basil Calise Bernstein. We're carrying you through the paces of today. Clyde Rondell John is not with us. He has some other pressing duties to attend to, and we're still awaiting the elusive Leslie Smith. Sherry-Ann or Blossom? What says you guys? Well, we're hearing them trying to get in. No, Bernard, we had some results earlier on. These boys, they've been nothing short of spectacular.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we can report the results of the girls' javelin. We can report the results of the girls' javelin with Chelsea Providence from Magdalena College with a distance of 31.60 meters. She would have won this. The athlete from the Granville Secondary School, 29.57 in second position, and Kamaya Charles from the Hillsborough Secondary School, 28.04 second in third position.
So reminder, there are 3 championship trophies on offer. Girls division, the boys division, and the co-ed division.
You're not missing any action on the field, nor on the track.
Coming up in intermission, day number 2 is the Classic Lighting Caribbean.
Okay, so we are getting ready for some action on the track now. And the action on the track will be the girls 200 meters, sub-juniors, sub-junior girls 200 meters.
In addition to 15 other schools, 15 challengers looking for the title.
Okay, so
awards and prizes for positions 1 through 4 in the march past competition, and 2 sponsors' choice awards. 2 schools that will be recognized by our chief sponsor, Classic Lighting Caribbean. 2 in the boys division, 2 in the girls division.
So the girls 200 meters sub-junior, that's it, sub-junior girls 200 meters. That's up next on the track. The game's record is 25.20 seconds. That was established by Genisha Mark in 2006. We have 5 heats, and it's the first finisher. That's a winner in each heat, plus the next 3 best times. So it's a winner in each heat. That's guaranteed a place into the finals later in this afternoon. And in this first heat, we have listed here 8 athletes would face the starters. In lane 1, that Kevion Joseph, she's from Westerhall Secondary School. Harris from Wesley College, she's in lane 2. Denise Mitchell from SAS in lane 3. Boca Secondary School is in lane 4. 5 is Francis from Hillsborough Secondary School. 6, Micaiah Williams, Grenada Christian Academy. And in lane 8, in all red, Sydney Douglas from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. So it's a girls 200 meters sub-junior up next on the track. .200 meters. It's a pure sprint for longer distance. And seems to have a false start, or let's categorize now until the officials make a declaration as a faulty start, but certainly they would have to restart. Seemingly we had some early actions in lanes 1 and 2. Tavion Joseph, Westerhall Secondary School, and Zian Harris, Wesley College. Let's see what the officials say about this restart. So all 8 lanes are occupied. Girls 200 meters, sub-junior. And in the foreground, of course, you can see that we have some action in the javelin taking place. We will get you some summarized reports as to what would transpire in this event that you are getting a glimpse of. But all action and all eyes on the sub-junior girls 200 meters. It's a restart.
On lane 3, that's Denise Mitchell. Denise Mitchell running out of lane 3. Keep your eyes on Denise Mitchell. We'll look at St. David's Catholic Secondary and Sydney Douglas on the outside, but Mitchell of SAS is in lane 3. She's going to get a challenge from, it looks like Boca Secondary School in Hall, but they're not going to catch Mitchell. Mitchell crosses the line just ahead of Douglas, and Hall will come in third. But the automatic qualifier there goes to Denise Mitchell, 27.28.
Yes, 27.28, the athlete from SAS, Denise Mitchell. It's only the winner that's guaranteed. And it was a fast closing Sydney Douglas from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. She has to wait and see if a 27.3 it would do her any justice. Here we can see Mitchell a clear distance from the field, but also to see a fast closing Douglas there. And the athletes from Boca Secondary School in third position there. So that's heat number 1.
Heat number 1 in the books. This is Intercol 2025. Blossom Alexis Welch, I know you've got something for us. Can you give us at least part of it in the next 30 seconds? Blossom?
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, all our viewers and listeners. I can give you an update. We are getting ready to start the boys' javelin throw. We have 24 athletes in this competition. The top seeded would be Delron John of SAS. His personal best is 56 meters. The qualifying mark, the automatic qualifying mark, is 39 meters. And Delron told me his aim is to break the record. The record is 66.99 meters set in 2017 by Sean Clark, so he will be aiming for that, and all the other athletes as well. They are just about getting started with the first round of competition, and as soon as there is an update, aka the top 8, I will provide that information for you guys. Back up to you, Jason.
I've got you. Thank you very much, Blossom. Whatever you do, keep your eyes on Delron John, as you said, because if he is one of the favorites going into this and he has the furthest qualifying throw, then it's going to be danger right there. Let's go trackside.
Grenville Secondary School. In lane number 5, Jada Paul, Happy Hill Secondary. Lane number 6, Renaya Cyrus, JW Fletcher Catholic. Lane number 7, Kaya Swan, Anglican High School. And in lane number 8, Hanaya Tavernier from the St. John's Christian Secondary.
Well, you have...
We'll start this for heat number 2. 200 meter dash, sub-junior girls.
You have 7 athletes here that will face the starters. There's no one in lane 6. She's scratched. And it's an open field, this one. So the athlete from Grenada Seventh-day Adventist School, she's in lane 1. That's Dequana Richardson. In lane 2, Horsford Flavini, that's Vanessa Horsford Flavini from SGI. Bob in 3. Happy is represented by Paul.
Do we have any qualifying times for any of these athletes coming in to this one, Bernard?
It's an open, no seeded times, so it's an open. It's anybody's race on paper.
All right, well, we're going to monitor it. Clean start away. Nobody is in lane 6. Let's keep our eyes on lane 2. It looks like Horsford Flavini. Look at the Anglican High School in Swan and 7. Flavini and Swan. Flavini and Swan. Flavini and Swan, but Swan starts to lunge forward. It's going to be Swan. It's going to be Swan all the way through. That's Kyle Swan of the Anglican High School with a whole lot of room. A whole lot of room. So Swan comes through comfortably, 26.78.
26.78, that's not a bad time, actually. That's a pretty good time. 26.78. The game's record is some distance apart for 25.20, but here she is. That's a Swan. And at the top of the 100 meters, she was in the lead clearly. Just a little bit of slowing down she did at about the 50-meter mark, well, the 40-meter mark, and in the end, winning quite easily.
Well, Sherry-Ann has got some results for us as well. So Sherry-Ann, I don't want to keep you waiting too long because I know we've got to come back to head to the track. Sherry-Ann, go. Sherry-Ann did tell us that she has some results for us. So we're going to wait on that. What we're going to probably try to do is to invite her upstairs to maybe take her out of the heat for just a little bit. Take her out of the heat for just a little bit. So we're going to invite her upstairs in just a little bit. Maybe the heat is getting to her downstairs. Let's get ready for heat number 3. Let's get ready for heat number 3 in these girls 200 meters. These girls 200 meters, sub-junior.
The seeded athlete in this one is Kylie Williams from the Anglican High School, 26.67 seconds. She's coming with the fastest time here. Our compatriot just won heat number 2 in 26.78.
It's very interesting. It's going to be very interesting as we go through these games.
So let's go to the house announcer for lane assignment.
Well, lane number 2, Wesley College, Charlene Williams.
Okay.
In lane number 3, from the Anglican High, Kaylee Williams. Lane number 4, Hillsborough Secondary, Kima Julian. Lane number 5, from the St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, Michaela Patrick. Lane number 6, the St. George's Institute, Eliza Rose Benjamin. In lane number 7, McDonald College, Samaya Andrew. And in lane number 8, from the Wester Hall Secondary School, Kishona Nelson. That is your field for heat number 3 in the 200-meter dash, sub-junior girls.
Heat number 3, the 200-meter dash, sub-junior girls. I've got some news for you, Bernard. I've got some news for you. The finals of the boys 100 meters senior that has been posted. I'm going to share that with our viewers in just a little bit. Let's keep our eyes focused on these tracks here now. Ralph Lord gives the thumbs up. It's a good start. You mentioned the athlete from the Anglican High School, Williams, is running out of lane 3. Immediately she stamped her authority on this one. That's Williams from the Anglican High School. Surely she came off the curve ahead of everybody, and she's cruising. She's locked in cruise control. No pressure, no hassle. Just a jog on a Sunday evening. It's like a young lady on stilts going to the finish line.
And she has been doing this all year, Jason. Very distinctive running style as well as dress. She wears her skirt. She's the only one who wears a skirt. You can't miss her. She did very well in the 100 meters, and here she is back for the 200 meters.
She got everybody even before she came off the curve. She made up the stagger on the other athlete, and she was ahead of everybody with about 80 meters to go as she straightened. It was easy, jog in the park, Sunday afternoon, cool down.
26.41.
26.41.
The second place athlete is no slouch. It's Eliza Rose Benjamin. So to have won so easily with so much speed, it says a lot for Kylie Williams and what is expected in these finals.
As we speak about what's expected in the finals, I'm going to give you 8 names. We're going to go downstairs for the lane assignments. This is Heat 4. So right after that, we're going to give you the final list for the boys' 100-meter finals. That's coming up later on this afternoon. We're going to crown the fastest man in the country.
Certainly the fastest boy in school.
The lane assignment for heat number 4. From the Happy Hill Secondary School. In lane 1, Makaya George. In lane 2, St. Joseph Convent, Grenville, Kayla Thomas. In lane 3, St. Mark's Secondary, April David. Lane 5, Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive, Jayla Maras. In lane 6, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, Haley Tyrell. In lane 7, J.W. Fletcher Catholic, Jada Clark. And in lane 8, from the St. Joseph Convent, Grenville, Minel Lewis from St. Joseph Convent, Grenville.
So there you have it there. The 8 athletes facing these finals. We can expect the competition in lane 5.
All right, well, you called it right because that looks like Maras, but look at Tyrell. Tyrell is out in lane 6. This is Tyrell, Haley Tyrell, absolutely no pressure. Keep your eyes on lane 1 in Makaya George of Happy Hill, but Tyrell, easy, relax. She's going to shut it down now. Yes, she has shut it down, and it's nothing more than rhythm that allows her to go through the finish line. So Tyrell not even breaking a sweat and can still bust a smile.
And look at the time. It's 26:22, easy like a Sunday morning. 26:22, that's the fastest heat to date.
Let's take a look at this. This is where she was really accelerating, coming around the curve, and then with about 80 meters to go, cruise control, and then after that she started to hit the brakes. 60 meters, the brakes was already on, and she went into full compression with about 40 meters to go. It was easy stuff.
That's a remarkable time. And run into a slight headwind at 26.22 seconds. She shut down, as you said, Jason, with some distance to go, 26.22. By some margin, this is the fastest heat in all 3 who would have gone on before.
Listen to this now, people. Get yourselves ready. Listen to this. The fastest qualifier, 10.62. The boys 100 meter. Senior boys 100 meter. Ethan Sam. Right behind him, 10.68. Ian George. Right behind him, Emilio Blanco Bishop, 10.84.
KC Hoston. St. Mark's Secondary, in lane 4, Rochelle Ilahi. In lane 5, St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Ariel Edwards. In lane number 6, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Zaria Hannibal. Lane number 7, Westmoreland Senior, Aliyah Campbell. And from the McDonald College in lane number 8, Emma Frederick. That is your start list for heat number 5 in the 200-meter sub-junior girls.
Let's take this one.
Heat number 5.
This one is wide open. It's a clean start immediately. Lane 2. That looks like George. That looks like George of Grenville Secondary makes up the stagger very quickly. Look at Bishop's College and Frank. George and Bishop's College and Frank. George, but they come around the bend now as they straighten up. This is Hannibal. And then Campbell. Campbell, she's getting a challenge from Frank, but Campbell powers through with a unique running style. That's Campbell, Aaliyah Campbell.
Campbell, one of the Westmoreland, from the Westmoreland Secondary School, one of the two sisters.
Take a look at this now. Immediately, the athlete in lane 2 came around the curve. That's George, and you thought she had it, and then Frank from Bishop's College was right there. But eventually, it was Campbell. Campbell, with a strange running style, kind of pulls herself forward with the right hand even. And it was Campbell coming through to win in 27.46. Not the fastest, but she's earned a spot in the finals by virtue of being the winner of the heat. So it's the top finisher plus the top 3 best times to go into the final.
It's unlikely you would get any other athlete from heat 5 except the winner getting into these finals. It was the slowest of all the heats.
We stopped at Emilio Blanco Bishop, so we're looking at the finalists for the boys 100 meter senior. We got Sam, we got Ian George, we got Emilio Blanco Bishop, we have Canik Nixon 10.91, we have a Deron Sincere of SAS 10.90, we have a Michael Redhead St. David's Catholic 10.90. All these, the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 qualifiers running under 11. And then the final 2, Kyle Ned, 11.90, but please do not take that for granted. And then Randy Jones of Bishop's College, 11.11. The boys 100 meter senior, it is going to be an explosion.
Oh, it will be. It's and based on what we saw yesterday in the 4x100 meters for senior boys.
Let's go downstairs for the boys 200 meter dash sub-junior.
1 of 5. Top in each heat qualifies automatically next best 3 times. The record stands at 22.80 seconds. Lane number 1, MacDonald College, Rondell McQueen. Lane number 2, Happy Hill Secondary, Jared Alexander. Lane 3, Wester Hall Secondary, Shaquille Bascom. Lane number 4, Grenada Christian Academy, Corey Smart. Lane 5, from the St. John's Christian Secondary, Aquil Cumberbatch. Lane number 6, from the MacDonald College, Kenton Olive. And lane number 7, from the Grenada Boys Secondary, Cachet Stephen. Heat 1 of 5, sub-junior boys, 200 meter dash.
200 meter sub-junior boys. Immediately, the name that stands out here comes out of lane 7. That's Cachet Stephen. Any other qualifying times that you can refer to on your list?
Well, Cachet comes in at a time of 23.08 seconds. As you said, the standard name on paper.
All right, well, let's go. They're out and going, and Cachet Stephen already coming around the curve. Surely he has something on his mind. He has something on his conscience from yesterday. He's looking for revenge in the 200. Cachet Stephen comes around the curve ahead of everybody. He's pumping, and he's going to separate himself from the pack. He's going to shut it down now. Cachet Stephen, easy for GBSS, running out of lane 7, and the athlete in Jared Alexander of the Happy Hill Secondary School will pick up second. Cachet Stephen making a mark immediately, 22.86.
That's a pretty good time. And with some distance to spare, something to spare. There he is. He is, what, 10 meters, quite clear of the field there. He could have shut it down, but he wanted to make a statement, obviously wanted to make a statement based on the results of yesterday. And now he shuts it down. Cruise control to the line. Good 15, 20 meters ahead of the next place, Jared Alexander from the Happy Hill Secondary School. 22.86.
Let's go downstairs for heat number 2. We're not going to waste any time at all because heat number 2 is about getting ready.
This event stands at 22.8
Start.
seconds. We witnessed at 22.86 in the preliminaries. Back to heat. It's number 2. Running out of lane number 1, representing the Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive, Zachary Andrew. Lane number 2, representing the Boca Secondary, Jazani Bartholomew. Lane 3, representing the St. Mark's Secondary, Chris Ferguson. Lane number 4, representing the Grenville Secondary, Jaden John. Lane number 5, representing the Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive, Deshaun Buddy. Lane number 6, representing Hillsborough Secondary, Niquan Roberts. And lane number 7, from the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, Damari Peters. Heat number 2 of 5, sub-junior boys, 200-meter dash.
Clean start in the boys' 200-meter sub-junior heat number 2. It is still too close to call. It's still too close to call. Let's see. This looks like lanes 4. It could be John, Jaden John. Jaden John of the Grenville Secondary. Jaden John of the Grenville Secondary. Easy. Jaden John of Grenville Secondary. Bartholomew of Boca Secondary just crosses the line second, but Jaden John, easy work, 25.81. Not the fastest, but he gets through to the final by virtue of crossing the line first.
And that's the objective, really, is to get out automatic position. There he is, up front. Know what he has to do just to get into the finals later today. Somewhat of a challenge from the athletes from J.W. Fletcher and the athletes from Boca Secondary School. That's Bartholomew and Peters. But John had this all wrapped up.
Good morning to our friends viewing online. We're just about switching you from morning to afternoon. We're seconds away, well, according to my watch, from 12 o'clock. Good morning. And if we keep speaking to you for the next few seconds, we would say good afternoon. But it's been a fantastic morning so far, and we're getting ready for more action on the track. We still have the boys 200-meter sub-junior. We have heat number 3 coming up. Bernard, any familiar names in this one?
On paper, we have the athlete from SAS. In fact, this is one of our standard athletes from yesterday. This is the young man who would have beat.
What's his name?
It's Philip Mitchell. Philip Mitchell is the one to look for here. This
Oliver. Lane 3, representing Wesley College, Xavier Bastaldo. Lane number 4, representing the St. George's Institute, Danielson Tucker. Lane number 5, representing Wesley College, Omario Amede. Lane number 6, representing St. Rose Modern Secondary, Rashad Caesar. And lane number 7, representing St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Philip Mitchell. Heat 3 of 5, sub-junior boys, 200-meter dash.
You mentioned Philip Mitchell of SAS. I have seen, is it Amede or Mario Amede of Wesley College? I've seen him in action. I haven't seen him against much competition, but at his school sports, he did very well. So if he is anything like what happened here with the school sports, he should be all right. Let's see what happens in this one. Deshaun Oliver is there as well. Well.
Yeah, we got to do it again. Let's see what the officials say.
Are we going to keep the equation as it is, or are we going to do subtractions? Oh, yes. The subtraction will come from lane 2. One of the favorites, that's Deshaun Oliver. The subtraction comes right there. Oh, how unfortunate.
It's clear.
Deshaun Oliver, he was just a little bit too excited. We can show you it again. There's the man, he's under pressure. Keep your eyes on the full screen, and yes, he was gone clearly before everyone is, and he knew it. just the stare and the bounce and look up to the sky, and there goes my good friend Neil Wells with the dreaded red card.
It is a dreaded red card. Training for the entire year and to be disqualified with a false start. So the young man would learn from this, no doubt, and come back again next year. He's just in the sub-juniors. So he's under 15. But keep your eyes out in an athlete from SAS.
Now it stays open. It's even more open now. This is an opportunity now for somebody else to put their hand up, because Oliver was one of the clear favorites coming into this one. He's not there.
Mitchell should win this easily.
These are very tensed moments. We will segue down to Blossom Alexis Welch to give us a quick update on what's happening in the javelin. So we're going to come to you, Blossom. Make sure that you're ready, because we're coming to you right after. Right after these boys' 200 meters sub-junior heats, we're coming at you, Blossom.
And the officials have called them up, and they will do this again. Take a breather and get everybody composed and have this get going.
This time it's a clean start. Look at Amede. Amede immediately picked up the stagger on Caesar. Amede comes around, but he's got a lot of work to do, because this looks like Mitchell. Mitchell of SAS is gone. Mitchell of SAS, he's gone. This is over. There's no need for him to be this expressive anymore. He's going to shut it down. Mitchell of SAS, and Amede comes in with a stroll after, but Mitchell of SAS, was he trying to send a clear message? Walk us through this one, Bernard Antoine.
Well, very early, right from the start, Mitchell established himself. A little bit of a challenge, the athlete there from Wesley College, but not much. And Mitchell could have shut it down here with 50 meters to go, because he was that far ahead. But he insisted on having a competitive time to cash his earlier time, and let's see, he finished here with 23.19, really running by himself. The next best finisher is 26.15, so it's almost a race. He was racing against time. 23.19, and that's heat number 3 is in the bag. It's going to make for a good finals later. The Stevens ran 22.86, which is a mere few seconds away from the record established by Karani James in 2006. Just 22.80.
Interesting times ahead.
We'll be in for a treat later this evening in this 200 meters, and a good battle between Cache and this young man on screen there. Heat number 4 is up next.
Heat number 4, running out of lane number 1, representing the Hillsborough Secondary, Alejandro De Roche. Lane number 2, representing St. David's Catholic Secondary, Giovanni Daniel. Lane number 3, representing Bishop's College, Denzel Shade. Lane number 4, representing Grenville Secondary, Javon Roberts. Lane 5, St. Mark's Secondary, Antoine Hutchinson. Lane 6, Presentation Brothers College, Anthony Phillip. And lane number 7, representing the Presentation Brothers College, Caleb Campbell. As they start little heat 4 of 5, sub-junior boys, 200-meter dash.
Well, Giovanni Daniel, that's a familiar name. Denzel Shade is a familiar name as well. Javon Roberts, another familiar name. Antoine Hutchinson. And the two athletes from Presentation Brothers College, 6 and 7. Philip and Campbell. This is anybody's race. Ralph Lord gives the signal. And these young men are gone. And look at that, Giovanni Daniel already in motion. Daniel is gone. Look at this already. He comes around the curve. Surely, Daniel, he has placed everyone else in the lion's den, and he's out. And Daniel is gone. He's shutting down just about now. And this looks like Philip from PBC that will come in second. But Daniel, oh Daniel, where art thou?
Daniel, the winner in this one, with 24.27. In fact, he came with a seeded time of one of the better seeded times, and he was expected to win 23.79. And here we see Daniel here really taking it to the rest of the team, to the rest of the field, and the only competition there somewhat was the athletes from Presentations College. And that's Philip. But in the end, Anthony Philip in second position at 24.60 as compared to 24.27 seconds by Giovanni Daniel.
So Giovanni Daniel laying down the mark. Easy like Sunday morning. We're done with these boys 200 meter sub-junior. Or do we have one more? Yes, we have one more. And right after this one, Blossom, we're coming at you. These young men, these sub-junior boys, they are making some serious statements. These sub-junior boys.
And really, the winner of each heat, all 5 heats, plus the 3 fast and losing time. That's why it's a little bit puzzling why in second or third position you would ease up.
The lane assignments. We're going to go downstairs for the lane assignments.
Fifth and final lane assignments. Lane number 1. Representing the St. George's Institute, Nathan Fraser. Lane number 2, representing the Boca Secondary, Garner Phillip. Lane 3, representing St. David's Catholic Secondary, Samson Phillip. Lane 4, Grenada Boys Secondary, Kendon Worm. Lane 5, Westmoreland Senior, Jaden Strawn. Lane 6, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, Omar Julian. Lane 7, Grenada Christian Academy, Devontae Mitchell. Lane number 8, representing the Happy Hill Secondary, Samuel Mitchell.
Well,
Fifth and final heat,
Devontae
boys.
Mitchell is a no-show. So lane 7 is wide open. He's going to give Omar Julian of J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary some psychological advantage to run faster to see if he can make it to level with the athlete in lane 8. That's Samuel Mitchell. But other than that, the only other standout I see is Samson Phillip and maybe Kendon Worm. I'm not sure of the abilities of Strawn, but we're going to find out now. And immediately this looks like Worm, Kendon Worm, and Kendon Worm and Phillip. Worm and Phillip. Worm is slightly ahead, but here comes Phillip. Worm and Phillip. This is Worm and Phillip. Oh, Worm and Phillip. Are they planning to do it together? No, Phillip just draws ahead near to the end, and Phillip is the man of the moment.
And this is actually true to billing. And there we see here in the replay an expected close competition between these two. One with 20, it's just about a mere 0.1 second separated them. And in this heat, it just proved that they are pretty much on par with one with the other. But only the winner is guaranteed. But based on time, it's just almost guaranteed that the second place finisher here will get into the finals.
Let's take it here. Look at this, Bernard. They were all going level. And I think where the athlete from GBSS, that's Worm, where he drifted was when he lost his shape. under pressure,
Yes.
you cannot lose your shape. You've got to keep your form. And I think the mere fact that he lost his form sort of drew him back just a little bit, and it gave Philip the opportunity to just keep going forward. But it was a good run by these sub-junior boys. Blossom Alexis Welch, I know you're down there. 24.08 in that heat, and after that, it is yours right now. Talk to me.
Well, guys, the action is heating up here at the boys junior javelin. As expected, the athlete out of SAS, Delron John, he leads the pack as we get into the third round of competition. His best throw is 50.93 meters, but he's getting some tough competition from the two athletes from Hillsborough Secondary. That's Roy Sean Charles, who threw 46.62 meters, and Jadon John, he threw 46.46 meters. So they're applying a little bit of pressure on Delron John, so we're keeping our eyes on what's happening here. We're just about getting into the third round of competition, and then we'll select the best 8 out of the 24 athletes here in the boys junior javelin.
I got you, Blossom. Thank you very much. Sherry Ann, I know you're there. What
Yes,
says
Jason,
you?
I am right here. Well, the boys Heptathlon, the high jump, it's going pretty good. It's in the early times yet, but we started with 12 athletes, and we are now down to 10, and they are about to attempt a height of 1.52 meters. Now, the record in this particular event is 1.85 meters, and that was set by Jordani Lewis of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School back in 2023. So it's the Ock Boys High Jump Open, and we are here monitoring that. As I said, it's very early still, and we're now down to 10 athletes, so we're going to keep you posted as to how they are progressing as they move towards that 1.85 record, either to crush it or to equal it. Back to you, Jason.
Thank you very much, Sherry Ann. We got you right there on that. All right, well, don't forget, viewers, we also have the Classic Lighting March Pass coming up, and the criteria for the March Pass. Each participating school should have no less than 25 participants and no more than 30. So no less than 25 and no more than 30. No stopping to display during the procession. Absolutely no stopping to display during the procession. And the students must be dressed in their school uniform. Up to 8 students, including the flag bearer, can dress up, be a cheerleader. You can go off base for that just a little bit. Additional paraphernalia and accessories can be carried or worn by schools to enhance their appearance. However, the school uniform must be easily and clearly identifiable. The teams are to be assembled 20 minutes before the start of the competition. And for the pre-inspection judging, a penalty, a deduction of 5 points will be deducted if you're late. So even before you start, you can gain points or you can lose points. Each team must be identified by a flag bearer. And teams must have a minimum of 25 members and a maximum of 30, inclusive of the flag bearer. The penalty deduction for that is 5 points total. And all eyes right salute will be done at an identifiable point. The teams must not stop when doing the eyes right. Just as we said, no stopping to display during the procession. So the march past, that has become a big feature last year, and schools are looking forward to it. They're preparing for it. So this year is going to be explosive as well. They're setting up on the track for the 400 meters. We've got 400 meters coming up. We're going to bring you up to speed on that, and I'm using the word speed here not loosely at all, but well within context. Bernstein, welcome back. I hope you had the chance to refresh yourself, because you're going to need all the refreshing you can get today. We have a long day ahead of us, my friend.
Oh, it's good to be back. Yes, I was refreshed. I did refresh myself a little, and I'm back here to continue to share in the experience. A lot of speed out there.
All right, we are seeing the high jump on our screen. Sherry Ann just gave us an update on the high jump. Sherry Ann, can you walk us through what is about to take place?
As I mentioned, the guys, they are attempting they have now moved to 1.55 meters, and they're going after that 1.85 meters set back in 2023 by Jordani Lewis of SAS. It's the Oct Boys High Jump Open, and I am monitoring that. So as soon as any changes are made, I will be certain to update you.
But there are points and medals on offer.
So, Syrian, you say they're attempting 1.55 meters. Who is the athlete?
White flag for Kajon Smith-Walters.
Kajon
St. George's Institute.
Walters of St. George's Institute, clearing 1.55. Kajon Smith-Walters, clearing 1.55.
Another white flag. St. Andrews Anglican Secondary.
Athlete from SAS clearing that time. Easy
Another
again.
white flag for Nawasa SAS.
Clockwork. Williams clearing comfortably as well.
We get set to back to the track though. For event number 43.
Preliminaries, junior girls, 400 meter dash.
So they're going to move from 1.55 to 1.58 meters in the high jump. In the meantime, we lining up for the girls 400 meter junior.
400 meter dash junior girls.
Girls 400 meter junior.
These preliminaries, we're going to start at 56.40 meters.
Set back in 1998. Winner of the heat qualifies automatically. And the next best three on time. Lena Simons, lane number 1, Bishop's College. Montisha, St. Bernard. Lane number 2, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Tishana Bascom. Lane 3, Wesley College, Francis Lewis. Lane number 7, Boca Secondary, Soraya Phillip. And lane number 8, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, Delria Mitchell. Those are your lane assignments, heat 1 of 5.
So heat 1 of 5 in the girls 400 meter junior. Heat 1 of 5, girls 400 meter junior. We've got 5 heats to come in this one. To Shauna Bascom of St. David Catholic Secondary, who's in lane 2. You have to know that the kind of excitement that is mounting in this one here. As these junior girls, they have not disappointed. Shaina Hosford is going to be a part of the action. Janaya Hazard. Maya Stanisklaus as well. All a part. Annalisa Brown is also going to be a part of this race. Ariana James also. So lots of big names to look for in this event. Heat 1. This one starts off as a stroll more than anything else, but to keep your eyes on Soraya Phillip of Boca Secondary School, out, running ahead of the pack. Lewis of Wesley College, still in the mix. Bascom still holding back for St. David's Catholic Secondary. She's not made a move as yet. But look at what's happening in lane 1. In lane 1, this is Bernard, Montisha Bernard. Montisha Bernard of Bishop's College. Montisha Bernard of Bishop's College. This is a good run for Bernard at Bishop's College. She kicked at the right time. Now she's kind of shutting down. She's looking over her right shoulder constantly, just making sure she's averting any danger. And easily, Montisha Bernard of Bishop's College. This is like a cool down after a day of training. She makes it look very easy, doesn't even look concerned. She hasn't broken a sweat. She did more perspiring, warming up, than participating in this one.
Yes, it was a very good run from Montisha Bernard of Bishop College. As a matter of fact, she came in with the best time, 58 seconds flat. The other competitors, based on the information that we have here, in second position, we have Sarah Phillip, and she came in with 63.80. So Montisha Bernard holding form there and winning quite comfortably. 1 minute, 2.68 seconds for Bishop College.
It's not a bad time at all, taking into consideration that she was strolling even with about 80 meters to go. So maybe she would have left something in the reserve. Time will tell.
Yes, I would like to say so, because she started off with a little stroller, knowing what her potential was. She didn't push too hard at the beginning nor at the end. She is conserving, and we're looking for something spectacular from Montisha St. Bernard of Bishop's College in the final of the 400-meter dash for junior girls. So we'll be getting ready for the second heat shortly. Heat 2 of 5. The first place finisher plus the next 3 best times. So we're into the 400-meter dash for juniors. This is the junior girls. Heat 2 coming up. Already in their lanes. And let's take the lane assignments from the house announcer.
So, ladies and gentlemen, event number 52, the junior boys javelin throw. Your top 8 heading into the final round of throws. Danon Mitchell, Classic Lighting, McDonald College. Trevon Joseph, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary. Nexa, PBC, Caleb Alexander. Nawasa Sass, Dante Oliver. Najiko, GBSS, Javid Noel. And your top 3 heading into the final round of throws. Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough College, Hillsborough Secondary School, Royston Charles. Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Jaden John. And your field leader, Nawasa Sass, Delron John.
So we're getting ready for the 400-meter dash junior girls.
This is the second of 5 heats. Couple of standouts in this one, Bernstein. No lane 6, no lane 8. But Denaya Modeste of Anglican High School is there. Bethel of Bishop's College.
Bethel is one of the seeded athletes. He has 58 seconds flat.
Lane 5, Grenada Christian Academy. Ciara Augustine. Lane number 7, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Janaya Hazard. To start list for heat number 2 of 5. Junior girls, 400-meter dash.
So we're getting ready for the start of the 400-meter dash, junior girls.
Hazard out in 7.
400-meter dash in the girls.
In 5, Augustine. Bethel. Bishop's College is running out of lane 2.
Bishop's College on the inside. St. John's Christian Secondary and the Anglican High School. They're all in the mix.
Modeste of Anglican High School there as well, but those two are ahead on the screen. Coming around the curve now. Keep your eyes on the athlete on the inside of the track. In lane 1. She's dropped back. Well, here she is. That's Hosford. That's Modeste of the Anglican High School. Denia Modeste of the Anglican High School. Followed by Bethel of Bishop's College. 1-2. Easy. And there is some obvious discomfort from Modeste of Anglican High School. She went down directly after the finish line. Immediately they're calling for assistance. She was ahead of the pack right there. It's Modeste of the Anglican High School. Thought she was fighting a little bit. It wasn't too much of a relaxed run. And then immediately she just lost her stepping on the edge of her spike and went down.
So she lost her balance, she lost her agility, and she just seemed to tumble over. Let's hope that she's fine and she'll be able to continue in the final this afternoon.
No look of discomfort on her face there, Bernstein. She looked very comfortable.
At this point, yes.
Didn't look too flustered coming down. She looked very comfortable. Easy run, focused. That's exactly what you want to ask your athletes to do. She was easy, no movement of the face, so probably she was a little bit tensed on the inside, but not showing any lethargic signs at all. And then crossing the finish line. So Denia Modeste, let's hope that she's not injured. She was stretchered off, and let's hope that she's a-okay.
Let's hope so. So it's Denia Modeste of Anglican High School, 63.80 seconds. In second, St. John's Christian Secondary, 64.51. That's Anisha Hosford. And in third position, Jenia Hazard of the St. David's Catholic Secondary, 67.64 seconds. Completion of heat 2 of 5. Girls 400-meter dash for junior.
We have these results and information coming quick, fast, and in a hurry to us. We're going to have to give some credit to the folks who have been working. A lot of these young ladies from the various schools have been working with us and bringing us up to speed. So we're going to have to give them some credit, of course. They've been working assiduously. So in the meantime, while we get the details to give them all their credit, you know, there have been athletes from the Boca Secondary School, Happy Hill Secondary School, Presentation College, even from the Grenada National College, some of them coming back to assist. And the one that has been assigned to us here in commentary is Miss Bain. That looks like Shanita Bain. We're going to get the name just now. She's going to give us a full pronunciation. We're not good with names, but we're going to take the house announcer because we've got heat number 3 coming up of the girls' 400-meter junior.
The silver medal position. Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary. Junior boys javelin throw. Field leader, 59.3 meters, Delron John of the Nawasa SAS. If you look at the big screen, 50.26. That's the distance, that's the mark for Jaden John of the Paddy's Enterprise Hillsborough Secondary. And the 2 on the left signifies he's now into the second position. Continuing in the second position. Delron John, your field leader. Junior boys javelin. Nawasa SAS is trying to hang on to the gold medal. If he can hang on for another 2 rounds, the gold is his. The GAPSS Intercol Athletics Championship 2025 gold medal would be his.
So we're witnessing on field the javelin for junior boys. Currently the leader, Delron John of St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary.
Blossom is paying attention to the progress of Delron John, so she is in the distance. I'm quite sure she's going to bring us up to speed in just a little bit. Let's go downstairs for lane assignments.
Maya Stanislaus. Lane 4, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, Shashane McCullum. In lane 5, from the Happy Hill Secondary School, Arisha Ridges. Lane 6, lane 7, Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive, Talia Richardson. And in lane 8, from the McDonald College, Kayla Olive. That is your field for heat number 3, 400-meter girls junior.
Any standout in this one for you, Bernstein?
Based on the information here, 58.05 for Talia Richardson of Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive, but keep an eye also on Kayla Olive of the McDonald College.
Immediately there's a clean start. So some stagger being made up there from Frederick of St. Mark's Secondary. St. Mark's Secondary in this heat looking very strong, but out in front is McDonald College. That's Olive. You mentioned her, Bernstein. Keep your eyes on Shashane McCullum in lane 4. It's still pretty even to call. Shashane has just moved forward a little bit. She's coming around the top now of the 200-meter mark. Still, it's too early to call. Early days just yet. Stanislaus looking pretty decent on the inside as well. Stanislaus looking pretty decent, but this looks like McCullum. McCullum, of course, Shashane McCullum. She comes ahead of everybody. She's challenged by Stanislaus. Look on the inside in lane 1. This looks like Noel. And on the outside now, she starts to make a run for it. That's Olive. You mentioned Olive. She just separated herself with no pressure, easy time. And just like that, when we thought that she was nowhere into it, she showed who is the real boss.
Kayla Olive of McDonald College. Just a well-judged race. She knew what she was going to do. She timed it well, saved something for the final 80 meters, and then she established herself and just took it to the finish line.
One thing that we noticed that she never lost her stride. No matter what was happening ahead of her, she kept her stride. And that's the mark of a good 400-meter runner, because when everybody was shutting down her stride, even though it may look as if she accelerated, she really didn't accelerate. What she did was kept her stride and stayed on pace. And that was the difference right there between Kayla Olive and the rest of the field.
Just maintaining her form to the end. A beautiful run from Kayla Olive of the McDonald College. 1 minute. 0.89 seconds. Samara Noel of St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, 62.18 seconds. And Shashane McCullum of SAS in third position, 62.88 seconds.
Have the results of the girls' 200 meters. we will have the final 8. We will give you that in just a little bit. We have more 400-meter running to come. We're focusing on high jump. Sherry-Ann, I know you're there. And also, we know Delron John is leading in the junior boys javelin. It's difficult for us to make out the numbers on the athletes, so we're going to depend on Sherry-Ann Noel to walk us through some of these high jumps. We're going to depend on her to walk us through some of these high jumps, because even though we will have the results when they get to the final 8, we'd like to have some of the updates even while that is taking place. I know they're attempting 1.67 meters. She's going to give us in just a little bit who are the athletes that are leaping and attempting to clear. That's Annalisa Brown. She goes into any race as the favorite. Annalisa Brown
get ready
of the
for
Boca
heat number
Secondary
4.
School. Let's go for the lane assignments.
400 meters girls. Junior. The lane assignments. Lane number 1, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Christina Charles. Lane number 2, St. Mark's Secondary, Kadira Stewart. In lane number 3, Hillsborough Secondary, Kayla Lewis. In lane number 4, Westmoreland Senior, Renee Sylvester. In lane number 5, from the Boca Secondary, Annalisa Brown. And in lane number 6, from the Anglican High, Rihanna Thomas.
So there you have it, the lane assignments for the 400-meter dash junior. This will be an interesting race. We have Annalisa Brown, the winner of the 800 meters, going up against the winner of the 200 meters for juniors, and they are going to be caught in the middle in the 400 meters. So Christiana Charles of SAS versus Annalisa Brown of Boca Secondary.
She's a very familiar name, not just in Grenada, but around the region. Annalisa Brown, surely she's the odds-on favorite here, coming in at 59.36. It's not her best time for sure. She's known for putting down records in the preliminaries. Annalisa Brown is out front immediately, making up the stagger on Thomas of Anglican High School. And she's got her in her sights. They're going heel and toe, if it is only for a brief moment, because Annalisa Brown has decided to go forward, and she's going to take that immediately. Annalisa Brown picking it up one time, and immediately she has stomped her authority on this one. Annalisa Brown of the Boca Secondary School, no pressure. It's a jog for Annalisa Brown in this heat. Clearly, she was the favorite going into this one, and it doesn't seem as though she's going to disappoint. It's with a smile, almost even. Good use of the stride, good use of the temperament. Hardly any movement in the upper body and the arms. It's just like a stroll, no fight, no pressure, cool and jogging. And she literally walks across the line and doesn't even take a deep breath after. This does not look good for the rest of the field in the 400-meter sub-junior girls. Annalisa Brown looks very comfortable.
Annalisa Brown is sending a warning to the rest of the field. You got to meet me in the finals. Be prepared for what I'm going to unleash on you in the finals. Coming up this afternoon, the 400-meter girls final.
Heat number 5 of 5 is coming up. We have to say good afternoon to Samuel Frederick, Shazia Hostin, Akela Jack, and Kiva Montenegro of the Boca Secondary School. They're all students at the Boca Secondary School, which, of course, Annalisa Brown is a student, and they're working with us here in the media department of our broadcast. And also Shanti Bain, Shina Williams, and Kira Batiste, representing the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, working with us here in media. Probably some upcoming media people, but that distance you just saw there and the roar you saw, Blossom, tell us we are not wrong and that Delron John is in this and he's looking dangerous.
Jason, what I can tell you is Delron John, from his first throw, he stomped his authority on the boys' javelin, and that was his last throw, and he kept his lead. I will give you the correct distance in a short while. Just let the officials tabulate them. But I can tell you that Delron John of SAS has won the boys' junior javelin throw. But I will be right back with the actual distance.
All right, well, you don't have to go too far because while we're lining up for heat number 5, there we have Delron John of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, the boys' javelin junior. He's an athlete of all sorts. He plays football. He's a national junior footballer as well, Delron John. He is a sprinter. He's very good in the field. So Delron John, he's what we call a sports fanatic.
And he's quite a brilliant guy at school.
He is a brilliant guy academically. So the junior boys javelin has been completed. There you see the familiar figure of Paul Phillip, the coach of Anderson Peters. Had a conversation with Paul Phillip on the weekend, and he said to us that Anderson Peters is looking very dangerous, and they're probably looking, not probably, they are looking at the world record. He says nothing less than the world record in 2025 will be acceptable for Anderson Peters. So Coach Paul Phillip, one of the best field coaches in the region. He is from Grenada, and he's got the Olympic medalist and the world champion in Anderson Peters, and there are some upcoming superstars in the field events here in Grenada, and Paul Phillip is a part of all of their lives.
Well, we're looking forward to that. It will be quite a big achievement for Grenada. Grenada, with a world record behind our name, we love that.
In lane 4, Jamila Martin, Westerhall Secondary. In lane 5, Shadina McLawrence, Hillsborough Secondary. In lane 6, St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, Annie Logie. And in lane 8, from the Grenada Christian Academy, Rashana Charles. These are the lists. The athletes for the heat number 5, girls 400 meter, junior.
Well, any familiar standouts in this one, Bernstein?
Annie Logie, the one to look out for, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George.
Logie's in lane 6. Charles is in 8. And they are out, and immediately they've gone. Annie Logie, as you called her for the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, immediately stamping her authority. Look at the stride. That's a comfortable stride. That's what you want to tell your athletes when they're running. Pay attention to Logie. There's Logie right there. Annie Logie is in lane 6, but she's getting a good challenge from James, running out of lane 3. James and Logie, both of Convent. James and Logie. James has lunged forward just a little bit. Can she keep it? That's the issue. James and Logie. James comes off the curve ahead of everybody. Can she hold the stride? Because Annie Logie is right there. And Annie Logie just says, I don't know what you're doing, but she has just dropped in. She has moved from 2nd to 4th. And just the momentum, locking in overdrive. When you get to gear number 4, she shifted those gears perfectly.
Logie knowing what she has in those legs, and so she wasn't worried. She know her compatriot very well, and she know that she has more in the tank, and she just delivered a beautiful run. Look at her. As she entered the straightaway, she knew that she just had to dip and get into that high gear. And you can see as she drives by, as she passes by, her compatriot just realized, hey, it's Annie Logie. I can allow her to pass.
Well, Annie Logie, easy, comfortable, no pressure, and Annie Logie did what was expected of her, and that brings us to the end of the preliminaries for the girls 400 meters junior dash. Blossom Alexis Welsh, I know you're there. Talk to me.
Well, guys, good afternoon once again. We just had the completion of the boys junior javelin throw, and as expected, the winner is Delron John out of SAS, throwing 50.93 meters. Congratulations to him, and we have him right here. Delron, congratulations on this gold medal. Tell me what your preparation was like for today's Carifta javelin throw. How did you prepare for Intercol?
No comment.
No comment, so there was no preparation?
None at all.
So you just came here today and
stop
did
the
your
interview.
best?
Come on, let's go. Let's come back up. Yep. Forget this.
Alrighty, well, congratulations to you and good luck. I know you're for Carifta as well, so good luck at the Carifta. In a short while, I would have the two athletes from Hillsborough Sec after this heat. Back up to you, Jason.
Yeah, that was some disappointing stuff there from Delron John. I expected better, quite frankly. The boys 400 meter. We've got to teach these athletes that when you're at this level, this is the big leagues. You can't come to an interview and somebody asks you for a comment and the only thing you can say with attitude is no comment. Let's not speak to him for the rest of the bloody games. That was disappointing stuff. Come on, young man. Yeah, well, disappointing stuff there from Delron John. You're sitting in an interview and they ask you about your preparation, no comment. How did you prepare? I didn't prepare. Ah, come on. Congratulations to him, however, on winning the gold. He got an A for that, but he got an F for everything else in my book. Let's go down to the track. The boys 400 meter sub-junior. The 400 meter junior, is it? Yeah.
400 junior.
400 meter junior. 5 heats here.
So we're getting ready for heat 1 of 5. The boys 400 meter dash junior. We are with the stat list from the house announcer. But just to let you know that in this event we have Kamal Joseph of GBSS, Kavon Louison of St. Rose Modern Secondary, Victor McIntosh of Bishop College, Cameron Richardson of Grenville Secondary, Giovanni Green of Boca, Charles of Grenville Secondary, and Daniel Jones of GW Fletcher. And they're off, but there's a second gun, which means that we're going to have a restart. Maybe there might be a false start or faulty start. So we await the decision that will be made. The officials are getting together So it's Joseph of GBSS in lane 1, Louison, St. Rose in lane 2, McIntosh of Bishop's College in lane 3, from the Grenville Secondary, Richardson, lane 4, lane 5, Boca Secondary School, that's Giovanni Green, lane 6, from the Grenville Secondary, Canil Charles, and out of lane 7, representing the G.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School, Dinell Jones. Your competitors for the boys 400-meter dash, junior. So the official is making his way onto the field, pass judgment on the athletes, and it's a green card. And the crowd shows their appreciation for the green card being issued to the field. Kamal Joseph, the athlete to look out for, one of the athletes, the seeded athletes here, 49.98 seconds, his PB. Also, Victor McIntosh and Giovanni Green. Some of the athletes to pay attention to in this event.
Boys 400 meter. Boys 400 meter. Boys 400 meter junior. Immediately we see Kamal Joseph of the Grenada Boys Secondary School making a move here. Kamal Joseph of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. Joseph of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. Keep your eyes on lane 1. There he is in the pack. It might look as if they're bundled, but he's got the step on them. Of course, he's going to come around now at the top of the 200 meters. Looks relaxed, looks comfortable. This is Joseph. Easy as Sunday morning. He's going to get a challenge from lane 4. That is Richardson of Grenville Secondary. Richardson is coming. Richardson of Grenville Secondary. Richardson of Grenville Secondary. This is just the heat, but Joseph relaxes, understanding that he's got to keep something in the tank to move ahead to the next round. And Kamal Joseph doing a pretty decent run, but Cameron Richardson of Grenville Secondary probably running hard just to make sure he's one of the qualifiers, because it's only the winner and then the 3 best times thereafter. Bernstein?
I think Richardson realizing that Kamal is right there and knowing his pedigree, just realized that he had to give it his all. So he pushed right down to the finish, wanting to be in the final, to take that place in the final this afternoon. Look at him at the start of the 100 meter here, digging deep, going into his reserves. Yes, I want to be in that final. I want to be in that final. Kamal, on the other hand, realizing that he had it covered, just went on, maintaining his composure and winning here in 52.23 seconds. Second, Richardson of Grenville Secondary, 52.55, and Giovanni Green of Boca Secondary, 53.33. Your top 3 in Heat 1 of the boys 400 meter dash junior.
Pretty decent run there by Kamal Joseph of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. What was impressive about that 52.23 is that he never looked flustered. He kept his composure. He was relaxed all the way through. Bernstein.
He's ready for the final.
We have a 5 of these heats, the 400 meter junior boys. We have 5 of these heats, 400 meter junior boys. Heat number 2 of 5 is coming up. Felix of SAS is in this one. Demarley Lendo of Hillsborough. Jaldu of McDonald College. Tristan Richardson of St. Mark's Secondary is also in this one. I'm quite sure that we will have something special brewing here as well.
Back on the track we go. Heat number 2.
Heat number 2.
400-meter dash.
Heat number 2 of 5. Heat number 2 of 5. Bernstein. And we have some qualifying times on this one. 50.08 from Vishon Edwards, Grenada Seventh-day Adventist.
Well, we need to pay attention to Vishon Edwards. He's got 50.08 seconds as his seeded time. Pay attention to Janik Felix of St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. And never leave out McDonald College or count out McDonald College in a 400-meter event. So we look at Javid Jaldu of McDonald College.
Lane 2, Nawasa Sass, Janik Felix. Lane number 3, Classic Lighting Caribbean Grenada SDA Comprehensive, Vishon Edwards. Lane 4, Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, DeMarley Lendor. Lane 5, Classic Lighting Caribbean McDonald College, Jarvid Jaldu. Lane 6, Nexa PBC, Taj Thomas. Lane number 7, St. Mark's Secondary, Tristan Richardson. Heat number 2 of 5, Junior Boys, 400-meter dash.
So we're getting ready for the 400-meter dash junior boys. As they follow the command, it says, on your mark.
.400-meter junior boys, heat 2 of 5. And they've called them back with just about 5 steps into this one. The second shot is fired. And anytime you hear the second shot, you look for the man with the deck of cards.
It's nervous moments out there. Let's check. Use our eyes.
Lane number 7. Lane number 7. It's clear as daylight. Looks like Tristan Richardson of St. Mark's Secondary. Lane number 7. We're going to look at it one more time. It was very easy from the eyes after the replay. What the officials would normally do is that they would confer with the folks upstairs. And yes, what we are seeing, that's over the production and director's room. They will show it. It's big on the jumbo for everybody to see as well. So there goes Neil Wells with the white towel on his head. He might be walking with his hands empty, but he's going to dip into his pocket, and he's got a full deck of cards. Red, green, and yellow. And when he pulls out the red, that means stop. And your participation in this one is no more.
Is the end of his job for this moment. Maybe he'll be back later, but I know that the feeling there is a sour feeling in that stomach. A heavy load to carry back to his coach, back to his team.
Well.
This time it looks
Well.
like it looks like Bishop College.
Well.
In one.
This is not Independence fireworks. When the gun goes off like this, it's a sign of concern. You don't look up. You look down on the track. Let's see. Oh, yes. Bishop's College in lane 1. That's Compton. He's on his way back.
This one was clear. Very clear to the naked eye. But I guess they're all excited. They're eager. They're in a big stadium.
Unfortunate for the young man. Chavez Compton of Bishop's College. He's going to see the figure of Neil Wells as if he can't. Neil is right there just waiting for the opportunity to show him.
There's a look of dejection on his face.
And unfortunate, very unfortunate times for the young man. That's Chavez Compton of Bishop's College. So he is being sent back to the dressing room.
I guess his fans on the sister aisle are all disappointed.
Quite sure they will be. And now, they are 5. This time they're gone again. This time they're gone again. Now it looks like, this looks like Felix. Felix of Sass. Felix of Sass. This is Felix Sass, and keep your eyes on the screen. Lane 2, Edwards of Grenada 7th Grade Comprehensive. Edwards is right there. He's a bulky figure, but he's going to have Felix to contend with. In the meantime, on the outside, take a look at Taj Thomas of PBC and Jaldu of McDonald College. Thomas of PBC and Jaldu. Thomas of PBC and Jaldu, but Felix is right there with them. Jaldu, Thomas, Jaldu and Thomas. Thomas will lunge forward. This is Taj Thomas of PBC who does the damage. He's followed by Jaldu, and Felix of Sass will come in third, but only the first man crossing the finish line has the automatic qualification spot.
So it's Taj Thomas of PBC, 52.20 seconds there. Look at them going through the final curve there. At this point, it's where Thomas takes over. Felix is making a run on the inside. He's being competitive at this moment. We're seeing Jaldu fighting to get that second place, but it's Thomas of PBC winning this one quite smartly in the boys 400-meter dash junior. Booking his place into the final is Taj Thomas of the Presentation Brothers College. And we wait to see who is going to be the next 2 fastest getting into the final. So we're getting ready for the third heat, heat 3 of 5. The boys 400-meter dash junior. Remember, it's the first place finisher in each of the 5 heats. And the next best 3 times, or the next 3 best times. So you're getting closer to the end of the first session of events here at the GAPSS Intercol Games 2025. It's day 2. And in a short while, we're going to get a points update so that you could have an idea as to where your respective school, the team that you are following, is placed currently. So that is going to be coming up shortly. There is a lot of action on the track and in the field. We still have the high jump in the heptathlon. No, that's it. Octathlon, sorry. And we're getting ready for another 400-meter dash for the junior boys. That's heat number 3. Boys 400-meter dash junior. So we're going to see Caleb Sandy of the Happy Hill Secondary School in lane 1. In lane 2, Keith Charles of the Grenada Christian Academy. In lane 3, Malton Lindsay, also of the Grenada Christian Academy. In lane 4, Davin Charles of Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive. In lane 5, Jaden Lewis of Wesley College. He'll be joined in lane 6 by his compatriot, Kareem Thomas. And in lane 7, Rilani Bascom of the Happy Hill Secondary School. So we're getting ready for the 400-meter dash junior. As I welcome the famous voice back into the commentators column.
Thank you very much, Bernstein. And we are just trucking right along. In fact, it has been smooth sailing so far.
Yes, it has been. It's been a morning of consistent action, track and in the field. We had the javelin for junior boys, won by Delron John of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. In progress is the oct high jump. We have the height has the bar has now been raised. It's 1.85 meters. And we have a number of competitors still attempting or participating in the high jump discipline. Remember, it's 8 discipline in the Heptathlon. And the points are going to be tallied after the completion of the 8 events. And then we're going to have a winner declared, the gold medalist, silver medalist, and the bronze medalist. Back on track is the boys 400-meter dash junior. Sandy Charles, Lindsay Charles, Lewis Thomas, and the Bascom.
Heat number 3 of 5.
As the athletes stand, one of the athletes being uncomfortable, having some problem with his blocks. This will be rectified, and then we're going to get back into heat 3 of the boys 400-meter dash junior.
Bernstein, I can't help but make the comment that we continue to see some false starts where we do not expect. In a 400 meters, 2 false starts in the last heat.
It's all about preparation. Sometimes it's all about being trained or properly trained or practice with the block start. Some of these athletes may not have much practice with the blocks, and so they might just not be comfortable in them.
So heat number 3. It's Sandy Charles, Lindsay Charles, that's Darwin Charles.
And they're off. Yes, here they go. It's a 400-meter dash for junior. And in the middle of the field, we see some movements from Kit Charles of Grenada Christian Academy. On the outside, though, it's Happy Hill. This looks like Wesley College. It looks like Wesley College on the outside there in lane 6. But on the inside is Charles. Charles of Grenada Christian Academy. Lindsay is right there, so it's Lindsay and Charles in the middle of the field. As we take the top turn, it's Charles. Charles of Grenada Christian Academy. It's Happy Hill on the inside, challenging right about this moment. And as they go with 20 or so meters to go, it's Happy Hill in Sandy pulling away, but a spirited run in the middle of the field from Lindsay and the Charles of Grenada Christian Academy. But it's going to be Caleb Sandy of the Happy Hill Secondary winning this heat, 53.82 seconds. This is going to book his spot into the final. Malton Lindsay of Grenada Christian Academy in second position, 54.13 seconds. And Keith Charles, also of the Grenada Christian Academy, in third position, 54.37 seconds.
So if we have a look at the replay here, we would see that the athlete here from the Grenada Christian Academy just have a slight lead going into the last 20-30 meters. And Sandy from the Happy Hill Secondary School grabbed it by the scruff and took it right to the end. In the winner there and an automatic qualifying position, Caleb Sandy from Happy Hill Secondary School, a 53.82. A good run by Sandy.
A good run by Sandy, realizing that it's only the first place winner that would have booked his spot into the final. He wants to get into the final, and so he gave it his all. He's much more powerfully built than the other athletes, and I guess his power took him through.
But a good showing also by the two athletes there from Grenada Christian Academy. We dunked event heat number 5 of 5. Heat number 5 of 5. They're already on the track and getting ready themselves for this final heat. And 400 meters. No, it's heat 4 that's coming up. So we will still have one more heat to go. So it's heat 4 of 5 coming up. And the boys, 400 meters, juniors.
So in this one, we'll see Trayvon Joseph of Boca Secondary, Rishon Daniel of the Grenada Boys Secondary. He'll be running in lane 2, Joseph in lane 1, Daniel in lane 2, in lane 3, Jalen John of the Hillsborough Secondary School. In lane 4, Tyreek Thomas of McDonald College. And in lane 6, we'll have Ethan Edwards of St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Anyone to look for?
Yes, we should look for Richard Daniel from the Grenada Boys Secondary School in this. He came in here with a best time for the year of 51.42 seconds. And the noise that you are hearing is for a clearance. It's a clearance in the high jump. It's a clearance in the high jump. So that event continues. It's a multidiscipline event. And this continues. So there was a clearance there from the athlete from SAS.
SAS it was, yes. So we're getting ready for the boys 400-meter dash. Heat number 4. Joseph of Boca, Daniel of GBSS. From Hillsborough, John. McDonald College in Thomas. And from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Ethan Edwards.
So keep your eyes on lane 2, Richard Daniel. Based on the times here, that's where the running is going to come from. And then in lane 6, that's Edwards, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. So lanes 2 and lane 6 is where we expect the real competition to take place. And it's the top one that go into the finals. Let's go to the lane assignments from the field announcer.
Lane 2, Rishon Daniel, Grenada Boys Secondary. Lane 3, Jalen John, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane 4, Tariq Thomas, McDonald College. Lane 6, Ethan Edwards, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Your lane assignments, heat 4 of 5.
And there you have it, their lane distribution. And they are now brought on the status orders. And if we go through the form, we see another competitive heat here trying to get into the finals, all these young men. 45.30 is the record in this event. That was established in 2009. That's not going to be touched. This is a record that was established by Karani James in 2009. So we would have some ways to go. And we are off.
And there they go. It's a 400-meter dash for our junior boys. And already we see some movement from GBSS. GBSS in Daniel. Rishon Daniel of GBSS is making some move on the inside. On the outside, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Ethan Edwards is there. McDonald College. Tyreek Thomas also giving a good account of himself. And also from Hillsborough Secondary. Hillsborough Secondary's John. That's Jalen John of Hillsborough Secondary. Has something to say as we head into that final 100 meters. Here we go. 100 meters to go. GBSS on the inside. McDonald College holding his own. McDonald College and Thomas is going to outlast them. It's Tyreek Thomas of McDonald College winning here. Heat 4, the boys 400-meter dash, junior.
Well, he was not on the radar, but here he is. That's Tyreek Thomas pulling this one off in a time of 52.29 seconds. Tyreek Thomas. Here we see Tyreek. He's in the middle of the field in lane 4 here with some challenges from the athlete from St. David's Catholic Secondary School and the athlete here from
that was
Bishop's College.
Hillsborough Secondary.
Hillsborough Secondary, but in the end, it's Tyreek Thomas from McDonald College, 52.29 second. Second place, Rishon Daniel, 53.51. Remember that it's only the winner that is guaranteed a position in these finals, and the other three positions, the best losing times.
Tyreek Thomas having something to say in the boys 400-meter dash for junior. Winning this one quite smartly, indeed, outlasting, outpowering the athletes from the Grenada Boys Secondary School and the St. David's Catholic Secondary. Getting into the final was his hope, was his dream, and his dream was realized. He's into the final where anything can happen.
Competition brings out the best in a determined athlete, and what you saw there, Bernstein, is a determination by Tyreek, and so he brought this to fruition and winning this last heat. We will now witness the start of heat number 5 of 5. Heat number 5 of 5.
So the boys 400-meter dash coming up next. That's heat 5 of 5. Let's look at the start list.
We have 5 athletes that will face the starters here. Christoph Kalist, he was started at lane 2 from SAS. Keston Bailey from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, he was started at lane number 3. Adam Purcell, SGI, from lane 6. From lane 7, the Westerhall Secondary student, Max Richard, he was starting lanes 4. And Keon Jackasal would start in lane number 8 from the Presentation Brothers College. 5 athletes. This is going to be competitive.
Another clearance? No, it's a. We didn't have a clearance there, but
we have some seeded times here. We have Bailey with the best times on paper coming into this one, 51.99 seconds. Christoph Kalis, who's just right behind him in terms of time coming into this event, 52 seconds flat. So we should expect some competitions from lanes number 2 and lane number 3.
So just 1/100th of a second separating the times there. So we are expecting a battle between Calist in lane 2.
Okay, let's go to the house announcers.
Mike Richards, Westmoreland Senior. And lane number 8, Keon Jackaso, Presentation Brothers College.
So we have heard the field for the boys 400-meter dash junior. Calist, Bailey, Puzzle, Richards, Jackasal.
And Richards is from Westmoreland Secondary School, not Wesley College. Jackasal, he's in lane 8. Had a good showing at his school. Jackasal did. Lane 7 is Richards.
And they're off. It's a boys 400-meter dash, but as it's become customary, there was a second gun.
But that's really not a good custom. But we have seen repeated false start in all events, and it's puzzling. False start 400 meters, but young men, young women, young people, they are learning. So we have a false start. We're going to try this again.
Did you notice where the movement came from?
Not yet, but we have the benefit of the replay, so we'll get an insight shortly.
It looks like it came from lane 3. That was my.
Oh, it's a big. It's a big.
From
early
my
start from lane 3.
Yes, from my observation, it looks like lane 3. Let's wait and see. The officials are getting in position. They are going to be the ones who's going to make that final decision.
And I tell you, this is a favorite in the race. If it is in fact lane 3, this is Keston Bailey, the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Let's see what the official
one of
tells
the
us.
favorites.
One of the favorites. But certainly the officials have been busy today.
Very busy, very busy. And what happens is whenever you see the pack of cars look very thick, it's usually the red car that's coming up. But unfortunately, it's SGI, the student from SGI, St. George's Institute.
So it's not Bailey.
It's not Bailey.
This qualification came to lane number 6. It's Adam Purcell. Adam Purcell is charged with the false start, and he has been disqualified. So we are down to 4 athletes in here.
So our apologies for Bailey and all his fans. Down to 4.
The winner going to the finals later this evening.
And this time it's a go. And here we go, 400-meter dash for junior boys. Heat 5 of 5. And we see Calist of SAS already making this up the stagger, but late in the pack it's from PBC. It's PBC. That's Jackasal from PBC. Keon Jackasal there. We can also see Westmoreland Secondary. Westmoreland Secondary as we take the top turn, getting ready to head for home. It's still Jackasal of PBC. Jackasal of PBC. St. David's Catholic. Bailey is making his move. Christoph Callis is just bouncing down the finish. Christoph is just bouncing, but it's going to be St. David's Catholic. Bailey is going to take this one. Keston Bailey, St. David's Catholic, followed by PBC's Keon Jackasal and Christoph Callis in third position.
Well judged run there by Bailey. Expected to win this one, and he did. 53.04 seconds. That's Bailey's winning time. And he go directly, automatic qualification into the finals. In second position, and here we see here with just about 110, 115, and 100 meters now, he would have caught up with Jackasal. And after taking the lead with some 85 meters to go, he just cruised right to the end and winning by some 25 meters in the end.
A very spirited run by Keston Bailey of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. 53.04 seconds. A good time to enter the final later this afternoon. Giving himself a chance, even if it's a puncher's chance, but he is in the final, and that is an achievement, a big achievement on its own.
So that's the end of the preliminaries here for the boys. 400 meters junior, heat 5 or 5 completed. That's Keston Bailey, the winner, the last heat. Next event on the track will be the 400 meters hurdles for sub-junior girls. And again, this is really good to see that we are getting our younger athletes involved. Remember, sub-junior is 13, 14. We're certainly 14 and under. And 400 meters hurdles will be up next on the track.
Okay, so we'll be getting ready for the 400-meter hurdles for the girls. The hurdles are being set in position.
Just to alert you that we have one of the anticipated events that will take place a little later today. The GAPSS Intercol 2025 match pass for girls. Here's the order of appearance. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. They will be followed by Happy Hill Secondary School, then St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. They will be followed by St. Mark's Secondary School, and followed by Wesley College. MacDonald College will follow next, and then St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Bernstein. So these are the first 8. There's 16 schools.
Did you say J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School?
J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School, and 8.
That's number 8. So at number 9, we'll have the Anglican High School. 10th will be St. John's Christian Secondary School. 11th, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. 12th, Boca Secondary School. 13th, West Hall Secondary School. In position number 14 will be Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive. In 15, St. Rose Modern Secondary School. And bringing up the end of the match pass will be Hillsborough Secondary School.
If you are a lover of match pass, this is time to get yourself down here. They will be on today, Wednesday. Our match pass has become an integral feature of sports, track and field sports in Grenada. It is really something to behold. Arguably, somebody said the matching of the in these secondary schools can be comparable to the police.
Oh yes, oh yes. It is something that has really grown. There are people who take time off just to come to look at the match pass, and I can tell you that a lot of work is going into the match pass in recent times. There won't be a sports that doesn't have a match pass, and even if there is not a match pass that is judged, there is always a match pass as a spectacle, as an added ingredient in making the sports meet a bigger and better event.
Absolutely. You're not missing anything on the track, nor the field, but we know there will be lots and lots of judges in the stand and lots of judges looking on. But here are the rules. Here are the rules for this match pass. Each participating school should have no less than 25 participants and no more than 30. So it's between 25 and 30 persons should be on the team to have the correct complement. No stoppage to display during the process. Students must be dressed in their school uniform, and up to 8 students, including the flag bearer, can dress up. The cheerleaders, let's say. Okay. Additional paraphernalia and accessories can be carried or worn by schools to enhance their appearance. However, the school uniform must be identifiable.
Teams are to be assembled 20 minutes before the start of the competition for the pre-inspection judging. Penalty, that is the deduction of 5 points from total for groups that are late. Please be on time. Each team must be identified by a flag bearer. Teams must have a minimum of 25 members and a maximum of 30 members inclusive of the flag bearer. Penalty or deduction of 5 points from total for groups with less members. An eyes right salute will be done at an identified position. Teams must not stop when doing the eyes right.
So there you have it. These are the rules. These are some of the rules. I think we have 2 more rules, Bernstein. The music for the match pass will be supplied by the Royal Grenada Police Force Band. No other music is permitted for the match pass. And here are the points distribution. So give you the category and then we give you the points. A uniform, a uniformity, presentation, and these are prejudged. And it includes neatness of the uniform. That's 10 points.
The number would be 30 to 35 prejudged. That's 5 points.
And then you would talk about the precision. And the precision includes coordination, synchronization of movements, and that's a big 25 points. In other words, the judges are looking for seamlessness.
And marching carries 50 points. Let me give you the breakdown. It includes swinging of arms, that's 10 points. Lifting of feet, another 10 points. Eyes right position, that's 10 points. Eyes front position, 10 points. And straight lines, 10 points.
So that's for the benefit of the armchair judges. You would have an idea of what the other judges whose decision matters will be looking for.
And there is also impact, which includes crowd response, and that's another 10 points. And when we sum it all up, it totals 100 points.
And usually, by the time you get a crowd response, you have a pretty good idea where the teams are. Because the crowds, partisan they might be, but a few independents will make the sway. You're not missing anything on the track, but the event that's up next is the 400 meters hurdles for sub-juniors. 400 meters hurdles for sub-juniors. We have 2 heats, and there's the top 3 plus the next 2 best times for this event. It's a relatively new event, so we are not carrying any records, any games record for this. So the ladies that are running today and the young men that are running today, because we have a corresponding men's race, they are going to set some standards.
So we're getting ready for the 400-meter hurdles for sub-junior girls. We're going to see Kamaya Clement of Hillsborough Secondary School in lane 1, Ava Plenty of the Anglican High School in lane 2, in lane 3, Sydney Douglas of St. David's Catholic Secondary, Janelle Smith of the Anglican High School, and Redeem Bristol of Boca Secondary School. Clement, Plenty, Douglas, Smith, and Bristol. Your participants for the girls 400-meter hurdles sub-junior.
That event has been popularized in most recent times, and it's gaining a following with the exploits of one Rai Benjamin and Wahom. This event. And Sydney McLaughlin, who can forget Sydney McLaughlin?
Oh, yes, Sydney Yo-Yo.
On the female side.
Defining the female version of the 400-meter hurdles.
Dahlia Muhammad. And this is where you start. You start with, at this age, you may find some of these young people getting to like this event. So it's a 400 meters hurdles for sub-junior girls. There are 5 athletes that are facing the starters from the Hillsborough Secondary School. Hillsborough is in lane 1. Anglican High School, all white, in lane 2. St. David's Catholic Secondary School with their bright red in lane 3. The Anglican High School is second athlete in this event in lane 4. And from the Bocas Secondary School, she's in lane 5. That's Redeem Bristol. They're on the starters orders.
Okay, the top 3 going to book their place into the final. And they're on their way. The 400-meter hurdles for sub-junior. And here we go. Remember, it's like an obstacle race. They've got to get over the bars. We see Anglican High School making a move early. It's Anglican High School. That's look like Smith and Plenty. It's Smith and Plenty. St. David's Catholic. Sydney Douglas is showing herself right now as they go down the back stretch. It's early in the girls' 400-meter hurdles for sub-junior. Down the back stretch they go. We can see some movement from St. David's Catholic Secondary. That's Sydney Douglas. Sydney Douglas, as we come around the top turn, she seemed to be gaining on the athlete from the Anglican High School. That looks like Plenty. So Sydney Douglas, as we take the turn and get ready to head into that straightaway, it's Sydney Douglas of St. David's Catholic Secondary. Plenty of Anglican High School is there. That's look like Smith of Anglican High School. In lane 4, it's going to be Douglas of St. David's Catholic Secondary, and coming to the end in that second and third position, it looks like Janelle Smith of Anglican High School and Kamaya Clement of Hillsborough Secondary. As we look at them taking that top turn and heading into the home straight, you can see St. David's Catholic Secondary, Sydney Douglas, establishing herself, pulling away from the rest of the field, powering to the finish line, stepping over the finish line, and the rest competing for second and third spot.
It's good run by Douglas here, and throwing the gauntlet down and establishing a time to beat 1 minute 13.91 second. And it's the top 3. The top 3 go into the final automatically, and then next best time the next best losing time.
So 3-3 and the two next best times. So we're going to work with that. So we're getting ready for heat 2. Remember, first 3, it's 2 hits. It's the second of the 2 hits from which we're going to get our finalists for this afternoon. Teresa Fraser of SAS in lane 1. Gavia Walker of SAS in lane 2. Michaela Abraham of St. Joseph's Convent Grenville and Deja Charles of St. Joseph's Convent Grenville. So 2 athletes from St. Joseph's Convent Grenville in lane 3 and lane 4. In lane 5, Shaquanda Paul of St. David's Catholic Secondary and Sahana Hall of the Booker Secondary in lane 6. That's our field for the girls 400 meter hurdle, heat 2, sub-junior.
Grueling, taxing, and exacting. We await the instruction of the starters. So the time that was established, the winning athlete in heat 1, 1 minute, 13.91 seconds. The athlete from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Sydney Douglas.
So they're under the starters' commands. Is a girls 400 meter hurdle for sub-junior in progress. As we get to the first hurdle, it's SAS, Gavia Walker clearing there. So it's Walker going down the back straight. Gavia Walker it is, followed by Michaela Abraham of St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. So it's Walker and Abraham. Here we go down the back straight, Gavia Walker clearing the bar, followed by St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Abraham, and Charles, respectively. As she takes the top turn, extending her lead, stretching those legs, getting over the bar, getting over the hurdle. As she checks over her shoulder, looks over the right, looks over the left. So it's Gavia Walker with a comfortable 8 to 10 meters lead. It looks like more as she comes down the final hurdle to be cleared. She does, and now sprints her home. It's going to be Gavia Walker, St. Andrew's Anglican, and from St. Joseph Convent in second position, and a fast finishing St. David's Catholic Secondaries, Shaquanda Paul.
It's a rather interesting end to this race. There's no doubt of the first place finisher, as we see here, as Walker from SAS. SAS has two athletes in this event, and one would have surmised at this juncture that the automatic qualifiers would come from Walker and the 2 athletes from St. Joseph Convent in Grenville. But here it looks to be set. The 3 automatic qualifiers here. Good, decent lead by Walker. And there she is, the first place, 1 minute 12.84 seconds. But there, now we see a real fast finishing Shaquanda Paul, who in fact grabbed the last automatic qualifying position from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 1 minute 18.70 seconds. So Michaela Abraham is the athlete from St. Joseph Convent, Grenville, in the second position, and the other automatic qualifying position.
I thought that the athlete from St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, just seemed to give it up with some 10 meters to go. She was right there. It was right within her grasp, and it just slipped off. So sometimes we have to ensure that the athletes finish. Make sure that there is a strong finish. You cannot see the finish line and not go towards it. Go for it.
So we are going to the 400 meters hurdles for senior girls. 400 meters hurdles for senior girls. There are 2 heats. two heats here, and we have a games record of 1 minute 07.88 seconds. This was established in 2018 by one Christel Mapson.
The top three will advance to the finals. And the next two best times, the next best two times will also advance. So the top three will advance automatically, and the next best two times will also advance. 400 meters hurdles in the seniors. Your lane assignments for heat number 1. In lane number 2, St. David's Catholic, Talia Desant. In lane number 3, Anglican High, Khadija Nori. In lane number 4, from the Boca Secondary, Kiana Joseph. In lane number 5, from the Anglican High, Emma McIntosh. And in lane number 6, from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Kamaya Alexander. In lane number 6.
And that's your lineup there for the girls 400 meters hurdles senior girls. We have some 5 athletes under the starters orders for this one. Descent and St. David's Catholic Secondary School, as the starters would give us an indication now as to when a green light for go. So it's lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 that's occupied.
And the gun sends them off cleanly. Is the 400 meter hurdle for girls senior. And here we go. It's SAS already in the lead. That's Kimaya Alexander. Anglican High School is right there in the mix. Khadija Nori of the Anglican High School is also there. Going down the back straight, we see a move from another athlete from Anglican High School. That's Emma McIntosh. She's also there. St. David's Catholic Secondary's Talia Descent. She has something to say in this 400 meter hurdles for girls in the senior division. And out front, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, that's Alexander. It's still Alexander holding a slight lead, going over the hurdle before we move into the straightaway. It's still Alexander of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. She's been challenged now by Emma McIntosh, but Alexander is holding her own as we get over that final hurdle and is dashing for home. She's holding on, she's holding on. It's Kamaya Alexander of St. Andrews Anglican Secondary winning here in a time of 1 minute 11.93 seconds. Emma McIntosh of the Anglican High School in second position, 1 minute 12.74 seconds. And Talia Descent of the St. David's Catholic Secondary, 1 minute 14.65 as we come into the final in the home straight there. Take me through.
As you can see in the replay here, well, it was neck and neck between the athlete from, that's McIntosh from high school, and the athlete from SAS. That eventual winner, Alexander. Alexander made some separation with 15 meters to go, and she maintained that right to the end. Good, nice control run. 1 minute 11.93 seconds, the winner there. And the 3 automatic qualifiers is Kamea Alexander, Emma McIntosh, and Talia Descent from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. She was in third position. 3 automatic qualifiers. The next best times, the next 2 best times from these 2 heats will bring you into the finals. Heat number 2 is up next. And in heat number 2, 4 ladies will face the starters. That's the 400 meters hurdles for senior girls.
Okay, so we're getting ready for heat 2 of the 400 meter hurdles for senior girls. As you've heard, we're only going to have 4 competitors, so it only means that 1 person from the 2 batches will stay out of the final. No one wants to be that unlucky athlete. So here are the lane assignments. In lane 2, Nikia Roberts of Boca Secondary. In lane 3, Peaches Pancho of the McDonald College. Ocean Williams of SAS runs in lane 4. And in lane 6, Shauna Regis of the St. Joseph Convent, Grenville.
Let's go to the house announcers for the lane distribution here. Confirmed.
Nakia Roberts. Lane number 3 from the McDonald's College, Peaches Panchu. In lane number 4, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Ocean Williams. In lane number 5, St. Joseph Convent Grenville, Janelle Collymore. These are the athletes, ladies and gentlemen, for Heat 2.
Over yesterday and today, one athlete in lane number 3, Peaches Panchu, she has been doing a lot of running and jumping and just about everything else. Let's see what she has left in the tank. This is a grueling race.
I know, but Peaches Panchu is one of the outstanding athletes. She's multi-talented, and let's see how she does in this event. It's the 400-meter hurdles for girls in the senior division, Heat 2 of 2. The first 3 is going to automatically book their place into the final. And here we go. It's pretty close. No one has really stretched or opened up a lead from the rest of the field. As you can see, they are getting over the hurdle almost simultaneously, but just with a slight lead is St. Joseph Convent Grenville. That looks like Regis. It's Regis of St. Joseph Convent Grenville, and here comes Peaches Panchu in second position. She has worked on that stagger, and she has already taken the lead. It's Peaches Panchu of McDonald College. So Panchu of McDonald College clearing the hurdle, opening a slight distance from the rest of the field. Ocean Williams of SAS in second position, but Panchu has already cleared the last barrier and now striking for home. It's Peaches Panchu of McDonald College winning the second heat of the girls' 400-meter hurdles for senior.
Well, Panchu continued to make statements at these games in 1 minute 13.11 second. 1 minute 13.11 second. A good run by Panchu there. Automatic qualifying spot. Ocean Williams, the second automatic position from SAS, 1:16.81. And from St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew, is Shauna Regis. So these are the automatic qualifying positions. Shauna Regis, the fourth position, just might get through on 1 minute 27 seconds flat. That's Nakia Roberts from Boca's Secondary School.
Peaches Panchu, she continues to show her range of athletic disciplines that she is capable of performing and performing well in each of those disciplines. An athlete to watch in many of the finals that we'll be having today and tomorrow. She continues to do well, and congratulations to her as she booked her place into the final for this afternoon. The 400-meter hurdles for senior girls in the bag, in the books. We're getting ready for the final this afternoon.
Yes, so the young men are up next, and first we would see the 400 meters hurdles for sub-juniors. So the sub-juniors will take to the field now. We have 2 heats here, and it is similar. The top 3 finishers in each heat plus the next 2 best times. So the top finisher, next 2 best times. In heat number 1, we have 5 athletes that are participating in heat number 1.
So we're getting ready for the boys' 400-meter hurdles, sub-junior.
There are no games record to refer to here, so whatever time, that would become the standard for this event. So opportunity to get your names in the record books here. This, the boys' 400 meters sub-juniors hurdles. 400 meters hurdles for sub-junior boys.
So the boys are actually getting their feet wet in the hurdle event, the 400-meter hurdles. It's a good way to start the sub-juniors as they move on in the years at secondary school. They're going to get better and better. And sooner or later, they are going to master the event. And they will be the ones to represent us in the next World Championships and Olympics coming up.
Oh, you said it's just right. It's an opportunity to be exposed in as many disciplines as possible, and then you get your niche. And this only bodes well for persons who are interested in track and field and want to see the growth. They introduce all of these events at early age, and sub-junior, 14 and under. So you're talking about young boys, first and second form.
Yes, yes. So we're getting ready for the boys 400-meter hurdles sub-junior. We wait on the lane assignments from the house announcer, which would be coming out shortly, or if it has already been announced, let's move on. We have Healy, Collins, Blackett, Roberts, Romaine, and Phillip, your competitors.
So Phillip is not there, but the lanes 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6, they are occupied.
So they're off. The gun sends them off. It's the 400-meter hurdles for sub-junior boys. And getting over the first bar, it's SAS. It's Healy of SAS, Skid on Healy of SAS. But they're all bunched up with no separation. Making a move in the middle of the field, we can see Hillsborough Secondary. That's Matthew Collins of Hillsborough Secondary. He has started to build up some momentum, and he is in the lead at this moment. It's Collins of Hillsborough Secondary. SAS is right there in Kidon Healy. So it's Collins and Healy who is battling for the first position here. Healy has gone past Collins and now has opened up a 5 or 6 meters gap. Make that 8, make that 10. He is now building his rhythm while the other athletes seem to be feeling. Final barrier is cleared. And getting to the finish line, stepping over is Kidon Healy of SAS. And St. David's Catholic, Blackett, make a run for it and may have earned himself the second spot. We wait for the official result as we take in the last few hurdles. Take me home.
So there we see Kidon Healy there. Opening up a significant lead, and in the end it was something 35 to 40 meters. Nice, graceful movements, good movements of the hand, and he had this in command from very early. Kidon Healy, the winner in this heat, the boys 400 meters hurdle sub-junior, 1 minute 05.61 second. A second place finisher, 1 minute 09.97 second from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, that is Zion Blackett. And then Matthew Collins, in the next automatic qualifying position from Hillsborough's Secondary School in 1 minute 11.38 seconds.
So we've completed Heat 1 of the boys 400-meter hurdles for sub-junior. We're getting ready for Heat 2. They're already warming up or going through the final preparations for this event. And already we are seeing that there are some 5 competitors in this event.
5 competitors that will be facing the starters in this one. It's second and final heat in this event, the 400 meters hurdle for sub-junior boys. They will be occupying lanes number 2. That's Tevon Slater. He's from the GBSS. Lane number 3, Anthony Phillip from the Presentation Brothers College. Deshaun Oliver from SAS, he'll be in lane 4. Alion James from the GBSS, lane 5. And Ezekiel Bess, the Bocas Secondary School. He's in lane number 6.
A competitive group of athletes, a competitive bunch.
Yes, they have been performing for the entire meet. They did a lot of running yesterday and certainly picking it up today again.
So we're getting ready for the 400-meter hurdles for the sub-junior boys. That's the second of 2 heats. Heat 2, best 3, and the next 2 best times.
5 athletes on starters orders. 400 meters hurdles, sub-junior boys.
And they're off. That's the 400-meter hurdles for sub-junior boys. Let's see who clears the first bar. It's Sass in Oliver, Dishon Oliver of Sass. And he has already cleared a couple of the bars, but trying to get back into rhythm, lost his rhythm a bit. It is a very challenging event for these young men. As we go down the back straight, it's still Sass there. It's Sass with Oliver, but PBC has made a strong move on the inside. That's Anthony Phillip of PBC. So it's PBC, Sass, and GBSS as we take that top turn. It's PBC, GBSS in lane 2. That Slater is in second position. Let's see how we're going to finish here. So it's PBC pulling away from the rest of the field. GBSS is there, Sass, but it's going to be PBC. PBC taking that one there. Sass, fast finish from Oliver of Sass, who may have sneaked himself into second place.
Good spirited running, and the young man is rather amusing. Finishing this heat there with a wave to his fans in the crowd. 1 minute 02.72 seconds. Good run, good control run. At the top of the 100, if we see him here, he would have established the lead and carried that lead right to the end. There is nice, clear clearance. And in some respect, his technique is not too much to be faulted. He's young, he will get better. And then there is a nice signature wave to the crowd there. So it's the athlete from PBC, Anthony Phillip, 1 minute 02.72 seconds. Deshon Oliver, who led for about 80 meters in second position, in second 120 meters, sorry. Deshon, he's in second position from Sass.
So we witnessed the completion of the 400-meter hurdle for the sub-junior boys.
And up next would be the 400 meters hurdles for senior boys.
Senior boys. This would be another spectacle. The senior boys would have the technique down part much better than the smaller ones, and so we expect to see a higher degree of skills in this event.
Similarly, we have 2 heats. We have 2 heats in this, and in the game's record in this was established by Darren Moodoo. Darren Moodoo, in fact, would have established most of the majority of, if not all, of the hurdling records before today. And the record stands at 54.32 seconds. This was set in 2017. One would expect the running to come from Kyle Ned, his strength and his technique. It's very good to behold, and in some respect far superior to some of the competitors here. So we will look for the running out of lane 4, Kyle Ned from Sass. Where the other athletes, McDonald College in lane 1, from St. David's Catholic Secondary School in lane 2, Daniel in lane 3, they would have something to say.
So we have 4 competitors. We have gone down to 4 competitors.
McDonald College is out.
So can we see that we are on record watch, record alert?
54.32. If better, it would be a superb performance.
Catholic Secondary. Lane 4, Kyle Ned. Now what's the Sass? And lane 5, Leon Sutton, Booker Secondary.
So there you have it from the house announcer. So Sutton, he's in lane 5. He represents Boca Secondary School. Kyle Ned is in lane 4, the odds-on favorite here from Sass. And then Daniel from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. As well as Ekdion Joseph.
Okay, so we're gonna get back to the start of this event. It's the boys 400 meter hurdle senior. We hit one. We have some 4 athletes. It's James, Daniel, Ned, and Sutton. They're now under the officials' command.
The top 3 are automatic qualifiers, so it's one person will be on the outside looking in based on time.
And they're off. And here they go. Already we see Ned getting into rhythm. It's Ned running past Booker Secondaries, Sutton. And here we go. It's Kyle Ned down the back street. Down the back street is Ned, followed by Sutton. And St. David's Catholic, James and Daniel are trying to catch up. But it's Kyle Ned of St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary in lane 4. Kyle Ned of SAS. Look at Ned going through the barriers. He is checking over his shoulders. He is going to shut it down shortly because he's saving something for later. He's a multidisciplined athlete and therefore wouldn't want to put out too much. He has to save because there are many events for Kyle Ned, and the victory here for SAS today will depend a lot on Kyle Ned. So it's the completion of the 400 meter hurdles senior boys.
And that's 58.96 is Kyle Ned's winning time, shutting it down with just about 100 meters to go. Looking over his shoulder and see where the competition was, and realizing there was not much of a competition. You see in the replay here the second place finisher, the athlete from St. David's Catholic Secondary School out of lane 2, Agdian James. He was some 40-45 minutes behind Ned, who finished quite easily in the end with 58.96 seconds. The second place finisher, James from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 1 minute 02.52 seconds. And Daniel, also from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, automatic qualifiers, 1 minute 05.21 seconds.
Looking at the time, 58.96, shutting down with some 80 meters to go. Checking left, checking right. We have to be on record alert.
I think we should be on record alert. You are absolutely correct.
So we're getting ready for the next heat in the boys 400 meter hurdle for seniors. Heat 2 of 2.
Heat 2 of 2. Automatic qualifiers are first 3. Then it will be all based on times.
So we're looking at the field. Nathan Hilaire, DeAndre Smith, Tevez Lewis, Kaden McQuinn, Josh Thomas, and Jermaine Donald.
So we have 6 persons we facing the starters. Lanes 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. GBSS, Boca Secondary School, SAS, PVC, and in lane 7, Josh Thomas from GBSS. So it's Kaden McQueen.
So we've just been updated that Jermaine Donald of PVC won't be participating in this event. So we are getting ready for the boys 400 meter hurdle senior lane assignments.
Secondary. Lane 4, DeAndre Smith, Boca Secondary. Lane 5, Tevez Lewis, Nawasa SAS. Lane 6, Kaden McQueen, Presentation Brothers College. Right of lane number 7, Josh Thomas, Grenada Boys Secondary.
Well, Josh Thomas would have come into this event here with a time of 55.10 seconds, the best in the field on paper for the year. That's Nathan Hilaire, and his competition should come from out of lane 7, also from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, 55.40 seconds, Josh Thomas.
And they're off. The gun sends them off. The boys 400-meter hurdles senior. On already, we see some movements from GBSS in lane 2. That's Nathan Hille. Tevez Lewis of SAS is right there in the mix. Coming down the back straight. So it's GBSS in Hille and Lewis of SAS. It's Lewis and Hille. Hille GBSS with a slight lead. Lewis follows. Then we have from Boca Secondary, DeAndre Smith is also in the act. As we get ready to take that turn, it's still Hille. It's Hille and Lewis. Thomas on the inside in lane 2 is making a move. So it's Hille in lane 2. It's GBSS. GBSS 1-2. It's Josh Thomas in lane 7. Thomas, Hille, and Boca stealing the third position there.
Well, they ran true to form based on the entry time in this event. We look at the replay, and it was all about the young man from the young man from GBSS there. That's Thomas. And a little bit of showboating, but it's all in the fun. It's all in the fun. It's Thomas there and his compatriot Hilaire, and these two, first and second, 58.97 and 59.96 seconds. And DeAndre Smith had a fast finish in 1 minute 0.96 seconds to get the automatic qualifying position in third position. Caden McQueen is on the outside looking in to see if he's one of the faster losers. So that's the conclusion of the boys' 400 meters hurdles. That's the senior boys. And we will give you an update as to who are into the finals as soon as it comes to hand. So that's Thomas winning this one as expected, and followed by Hilaire. So the two GBSS boys, on paper, they delivered.
So that was the completion of hit 2 of 2. The boys 400 meters hurdle senior.
And up next on the track, we should get to some relays. Relays should be up next on the track. Relays preliminaries, the 4x100 meters juniors. The junior girls we are going to start with. And that will be followed. There are 2 heats in this one. And that will be followed by the 4x100 meters relays for junior boys. There are also 2 heats in this one. And that should crown the matters on the track for this morning's session.
So we have just finished the series of 400 meter hurdle events, and pretty shortly we're getting ready for relays, the exciting and enjoyable relays on field. There are some events still in progress. The Discus, one of the Discus events is going on. There may be some jumps also taking place. We are going to move over to our roving field reporters who are going to bring us up to date as to the activities out there on the field.
We want you to stick around because we have the match pass that will grace these Intercol events. Match pass, we have some 16 teams that are registered to participate in this match pass. St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, SAS, Happy Hill Secondary School, St. Joseph Convent in Grenville, St. Mark's Secondary School. That'll be followed by Wesley College, and then McDonald College, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, and then in the 8th position, in terms of the order of match pass, the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School. Bunsen?
In the 9th position, we'll have Anglican High School 10th, will be St. John's Christian Secondary. 11, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. Boca Secondary will be in 12th position. 13th, Wester Hall Secondary School. 14th, Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive School. The St. Rose, Modern Secondary School would be in position 15. And then bringing up the match pass, Hillsborough Secondary School in position number 16.
The property title is it's referred to as Classic Lightning Match Pass. And they have some criteria. We'll go over them again for those of you that are armchair judges. Judging from where you sit or where you're standing, we will highlight the rules shortly. But let's have a look at the next event on the track. It's a 4x100 meters relay for junior girls. The top 3 in each heat, then the next 2 best times will make it into the finals. We have a games record of 47.34 seconds that was established in 2004 by the team from St. Joseph's Convent in St. Andrew. That's a good time. That's a good time to put a marker down, and no wonder it has stood since 2004, some 21 years. Will it be broken this year? As time will tell. So we are going to house announcers. We'll give a lane assignment.
The best time.
This is the juniors, 4x100 juniors.
So it's a 4x100 meter relay for junior girls. Heat 1 of 2. The top 3 and the next best 2 times will advance to the final.
Lead assignment
this afternoon.
Lane 1, Anglican High School. Lane 2, Bishop's College. Lane 3, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane 4, McDonald College. Lane 5, St. David's Convent St. George. Lane 6, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Lane 7, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. And lane 8, St. David's Convent Grenville.
So there you have it, the lane distribution here. Lanes 1 to 8, Anglican High School, Bishop's College. Hillsborough is in Hillsborough Secondary in lane 3, McDonald College. They are in 4. In 5 is St. Joseph's Convent. In lanes 6, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Lane 7, SAS. And in lane 8, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville.
So we are poised for some excitement in the girls' 4x100 meter relay for juniors.
There's 2 heats. This is the first of the 2 heats. The game's record of 47.34 seconds that was established by St. Joseph's Convent in St. Andrews in 2004. Is this under threat today?
21 years.
What are these young ladies going to bring to the table?
Only time alone will tell. Keep your eyes on the track. We're getting ready for some exciting relays. Anglican High School, Bishop's College, Hillsborough Secondary, McDonald College, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, St. David's Catholic Secondary, SAS, and St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville.
For a place in the finals.
Top 3. Let's see. And the gun sends them off. 4x100 meter relay for the junior girls. And it's making the move there. Everybody seems to be so close together, but St. Joseph Convent has made a move. And let's see what happens at the first exchange. SAS, St. Joseph Convent, St. George, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, and St. Joseph Convent. St. David's is there. Let's get ready for the second handover. It is St. Joseph Convent, St. George. SAS is also in the mix. St. David's Catholic is also there. On the inside, the Anglican High School. Let's get ready for the final handover. It's Anglican High School. Here comes SAS. It's going to be Anglican High School. SAS is chasing, but Anglican High School is going to hold on and pull it off. It's going to be Anglican High School. A strong run from SAS there. St. David's Catholic in third position, but it is the Anglican High School winning the girls 4x100 meter relay for juniors.
Anglican High School, a terrible pass, terrible mix-up between the third and the last leg of St. Joseph's Convent St. George. No doubt would have cost them something going into this final. Here's a replay, and going into this last leg, as Anglican High School would have gotten the batter first, and there we see the terrible mix-up there from St. George. SAS is running a strong second, and so is St. David's Catholic Secondary School in for the last automatic qualifying position in third place.
So there we have it on screen. The Anglican High School 50.10 seconds in first position. SAS second 50.47. St. David's Catholic secondary 51.75. So on screen we see the replay. Looking at the exchange, Anglican High School, SAS. It was right on the third leg that Anglican High School got into contention, and they blew the rest of the field away. The final handover, Anglican High School, SAS High School bringing it home. SAS in second position, and a spirited run from St. David's Catholic Secondary got them the third position. So we're getting ready for another relay.
Let's take the lane assignments.
Lane 4, St. John's Christian Secondary. Lane 5, Grenada Christian Academy. Lane 7, Boca Secondary. And lane 8, Westerhall Secondary.
So the lineup for the girls 4x100 meter relay junior. Hit 2 of 2.
The 6 teams that are facing the starters here. It's Happy Hill Secondary School there in lane 1. In lane 2, St. Mark's Secondary School. Lane 4, St. John's Christian's Secondary. 5, Grenada Christian Academy. Lane 7 is Boca. And in lane 8, Westerhall Secondary School. At the top of your screen.
And they're off. 4x100 meter relay for the junior girls. It's Boca making a move on the outside. Boca, St. John Christian Secondary is up on the Grenada Christian Academy. Making the first handover. It is Boca. Westerhall is there, but it's Boca in the lead. Boca, St. John's Christian, Grenada Christian Academy making a move on the inside, but it's Boca. Boca going clear. Here comes the Grenada Christian Academy. It's Boca. Grenada Christian Academy is making a move. St. John's Christian Secondary now in third position as we get to the final handover. It's Boca. Grenada Christian Academy. And on the inside, it's Happy Hill Secondary getting in position. It's Boca. Boca is going to be Boca checks her shoulder, crosses the finish line, followed by Grenada Christian Academy, and it's a close finish for third place.
Winning by some 20-25 meters. It's the team from Boca Secondary School. So in the end, it's quite easy for them. The pass around the stadium was rather smooth. Seems to be well coached. Nice, smooth pass baton exchange. And this is what makes for a good relay. It's all about teamwork. 51.46 seconds did Boca Secondary School finish. Grenada Christian Academy in second position at 52.95 and 54.04. We have not made a lot of mention of Happy Hill Secondary School. They are into the finals, automatic qualifiers, and that's good for this school in fourth positions. And the outside looking in, let's see if their time would make it. 54.08 seconds. That's in St. John's Christian Secondary School.
As we look at the last 50, it's Boca. Here comes Grenada Christian Academy. And a quick finish from St. John's Christian, but not enough to hold off Happy Hill Secondary School.
So the next event on the track will be the male version of this. We have 3 heats. The 4x100 meters for junior boys. It will be the top 2 in each heat, plus the next 2 best finishers.
4x100 meters. Already the boys are taking their position. This one is going to be fiery.
It should be fiery. We have a games record of 43.03 seconds that was established by GAPSS in 2003. And some of the names that established this record, they're still around. That is Sam McSween, Matthew, and Pierre. Lane assignments.
So the lane assignments for the 4x100 meters for junior boys in lane 1, St. David's Catholic Secondary, St. George Institute in lane 2, in lane 3, PBC, in lane 4, Grenada Christian Academy, SAS is in lane 5, Bishop's College in lane 6, and the Grenville Secondary in lane 7. Your field for the boys, 4x100 meter relay for juniors.
7 of the best young athletes, young males as a team are contesting this one. Some of the young fastest team sprinters, they are contesting this one, but it's only the top 2 that have an automatic ticket into the finals.
It's going to be a fast one. It's going to be exciting. Relays are always exciting. And keep your eyes on the screen. Keep your eyes on the track. 4x100 meter relay, boys, junior.
Standard is laid down for 43.03 seconds as the game's record.
And they're off. 4x100 meters for junior boys in progress already. SAS is making the stagger. The PBC has something to say. It's SAS. Send. Grenville Secondary is there. PBC is making a move on the inside. It's still SAS, but PBC is answering. It's SAS and PBC as we get to that next underbar. PBC with a little spill there. SAS running away. PBC is answering. It's SAS. Let's see what happens at the final exchange. It's SAS and PBC. PBC. SAS with a slight bubble. But PBC is running away. Here comes SAS. Delron John is going to finish. He's going to finish fast. It's Delron John. It's SAS getting back some of the lost ground for the fumble earlier on, but maintaining the cool and getting the stick across. SAS and PBC pretty close at the finish line. Let us see what happens at the last handover. Take us through.
And close it was. It's 44.96 and 44.99. Both SAS and PBC got the battle just around the same time with a fast finish in St. David's Catholic Secondary School that was left in the dust eventually. And right at the end, only separated by 0.01 of a second, 0.03 of a second. 44.96, 44.99. SAS, PBC, and St. David's Catholic Secondary School in only the top 2 gets into these finals automatically. So St. David's Catholic Secondary School is on the outside looking in to see if they can make these finals.
A quick finish there in the end by the SAS and the PBC athletes signaling that they mean business when it comes to the final later on this afternoon.
And interestingly enough, neither of these teams had what you would refer to as a very smooth battle operation around the track. There were some bubbles at both teams in the second handover for PBC and the last handover for GBSS, and yet still they pull it off at the end.
Yes, well,
automatic qualifiers.
Both teams seem to have pretty good athletes, talented athletes, and it was nice to see that even though they had their bubbles during the middle stages of the race, they still managed to come 1-2 with quite credible times.
And this is a good closing finish by Delon John there from SAS. He got the battle 10 meters outside, and he was able to catch the young man from PBC that was finishing. That's Ethan O'Geese, and he caught him at the end and surpassed him for a first place finish. 44.96 seconds, that's a good time going into these finals. A marker is laid down. Nowhere close to the record, I must add. Heat number 2 is up next. Let's go to the house announcers for the lane assignments.
So the boys 4x100 meter relay for junior, the second of 2 heats. Lane 1 we have West Hall Secondary. In lane 2, Happy Hill Secondary. Lane 3, GW Fletcher Catholic Secondary. In lane 4, the Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive. In lane 5, St. John's Christian Secondary School. In 6, we have the St. Mark Secondary. And in lane 7, Westmoreland Secondary.
So 7 lanes, 1 to 7 occupied. Although on the screen you're not seeing any representative from Westmoreland Secondary just yet, but we should get an official update as to if in fact Westmoreland is participating in this one. But what we do know on the track right now is lanes 1 to 6 are occupied, and we should see some keen competition in this one.
Oh yes. So
evenly matched teams.
Evenly matched they are. So we're getting ready for another relay, the 4x100 meter relay for junior boys.
And confirmed that Westmoreland Secondary, they are not starting this second heat.
So we're down to 6.
6 teams.
6 teams it is.
On the starters orders.
So they stand, the official might have noticed something or someone wasn't happy with the situation. We're getting ready for another start.
Who will join PBC and GBSS as automatic qualifiers in the second heat.
So it's the first 2 and the next in each of the 3 hits, and the next 2 best times taking us into the final for this afternoon, when it's going to be real fireworks here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. This is GAPSS Intercol Games 2025, Day 2. And they're off. It's a clean start. We see some movements from the Grenada SDA Comprehensive in the middle of the field. Running down St. John's Christian Secondary. St. Mark is there. St. John's Christian Secondary. Also Grenada SDA Comprehensive. All in the mix. It's Grenada Comprehensive, Grenada SDA making that first handover. St. Mark is there. But it's Grenada SDA taking the top turn, getting ready to head into that, make that final handover. It's Grenada SDA. Here comes St. Mark and St. John Christian. Happy Hill on the inside. But it's going to be Grenada SDA Comprehensive. Grenada SDA Comprehensive. They have won the relay in the 4x100 for sub-junior, for junior boys. Heat 2. A victory for Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive.
And in the end, a rather comprehensive victory. They what stood out with the Grenada Comprehensive team, Grenada 7-day Comprehensive team, is their flawless absolutely flawless batter passing with it, and they finished with a time of 45.85 seconds as the winning team, and the second team is St. Mark's Secondary School, 46.41. On the outside looking in, it's Happy Hill. They will know momentarily if they will be one of the finalists with 47.21. So it's Grenada 70 Adventist, and here's a replay here.
Finishing strongly, determination on his face, wanting to get his team across that finish line and booking the place into the final that's coming up this afternoon. He has seen the line, he's seen it, and he knows that he's going to get it. Focus, determination, drive. Congrats, Grenada SDA Comprehensive.
And really the beauty of the relay is participating as a team. It's not necessarily the 4 fastest runners, but it's the 4 fastest runners who can get the baton around the track. This is what defines a good relay team. It's all about the team effort.
So another of the schools with lesser clout, we might say, in athletics, showing up themselves here today.
And showing up themselves well.
Well, yes, rise and shine, Grenada 7-Day Adventist Comprehensive.
Heat number 3 is next.
So this is the final heat of the boys 4x100 meter relay for juniors.
Your lane assignment. Lane 3, Boca Secondary. Lane 4, McDonald College. Lane 5, Grenada Boys Secondary School. Lane 6, Rose Modern Secondary. Lane 7, Wesley College. Right of lane number 8, Hillsborough Secondary.
So Wesley College is not participating in this event.
So lane 7 will be empty. If you are at home and you are scoring, recording, lane 7 is vacant. There are no teams in lanes 1 and 2. So it's lane 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8.
So this is going to be the final heat in the junior boys category, 4x100 meter relay. Keep your eyes on the track. Boca, McDonald College, GBSS, St. Rose, and Hillsborough Secondary. And it's a
And
clean
they're
start.
off to a clean start.
It's the 4x100 meter relay for junior boys. GBSS have already covered the stagger on St. Rose. It's GBSS making, and here goes Hillsborough Secondary and GBSS. GBSS, McDonald College is there. It's GBSS. GBSS leading the field. GBSS making that handover. Hillsborough Secondary is answering. GBSS and Hillsborough Secondary. McDonald College is making a run on the inside. Final handover. It's GBSS, McDonald College, Hillsborough Secondary. GBSS looking good down the straightaway. GBSS. Here comes McDonald College. The Grenada Boys Secondary School is going to take the third heat in the boys 4x100 meter relay for juniors. McDonald College in second, and Hillsborough Secondary bringing up the third spot.
And GBSS, the winners there with not much of a challenge in the end. It's rather easily in a pretty good time of 44, certainly the fastest heat to date, 44.01 seconds. In second place is McDonald College, 45.51, and Hillsborough Secondary School in third position, 45.64. They would be having a look from the outside to see if, in fact, they would have qualified for the finals. The first 2 spots are the automatic qualifiers into these finals, and it's the next fastest losing or next 2 fastest times. This is the fastest heat, and by some distance too, 44.01 seconds. GBSS winning the final heat.
All I can say is that this afternoon is going to be fireworks. This junior boys relay is going to be one to look forward to. So all our viewers, stand by, stay tuned, get all your necessaries, and be ready for the finals that are coming up this afternoon
inclusive of this 4x100 meters relay for junior boys.
And as soon as it comes to hand, we will give you a layout of all the finalists who would have done preliminaries for the morning. And in fact, we can give you an update on the girls, 400 meters dash. Those who would have made it into the finals. The 400 meters dash for junior girls. St. Bernard from Bishop's College. She is in. That's from the 400 meters dash with a time of 58.00 seconds. In heat number 2, remember it was the winner of each heat, then the next 3 best losers. In heat number 2, coming out of heat number 2, we only had one athlete tonight, Denaya Modeste from the Anglican High School with 1 minute 03.80 seconds. She got in as the only qualifier in heat number 2. Heat number 3, this was the fastest of the heats. We have Kalia Olive, McDonald College, 1 minute and 0.89 seconds. In a second position in that heat was Samara Noel, 1 minute 02.18, and she qualified as one of the better losing time. Sashane McCollum from SAS, 1 minute 02.88 seconds, and she is qualified also one of the second of the 3 better times in the non-winners of the event. And in heat number 4 from the Boca Secondary School, Annalisa Brown with 1 minute 01.71 seconds. She was the only one from heat number 4. And from heat number 5, Annie Logie,
a height of
one of the good runs for the day, 1 minute 0.11 second.
Congratulations to the girls. Your medalist for event number 33, the girls high jump senior.
Medal presentation for event number 34, girls javelin throw junior. Your bronze medalist from the Hillsborough Secondary School with a distance of 28.04 meters. Himaya Charles. Your silver medalist with a distance of 29. A distance of 29.57 meters from the Grenville Secondary School, Shemaya Batiste. And your gold medalist with a distance of 31.60 meters from McDonald College, Chelsea, Providence. Congratulations to our medalists for event number 34, the girls javelin throw junior.
Medal presentation for event number 52, the boys javelin throw junior. Bronze medalist from Hillsborough Secondary School with a distance of 48.58 meters, Royshawn Charles. Your your silver medalist from the Hillsborough Secondary School with a distance of 50.26 meters, Jadon John. And your gold medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School with a distance of 50.93 meters. Let's hear it for Delron John. We present to you your medalists for event number 52, the boys javelin throw junior.
Event number 27, the boys long jump senior. Your bronze medalist with a distance of 6.50 meters. From the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Timothy Greenage. Your silver medalist with a distance of 6.63 meters. From the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Kyle Ned. And your gold medalist with a distance of 6.87 meters. From Bishop's College, let's hear it for Randy Jones. Congratulations to all our medalists for event number 27, the boys long jump senior. We extend sincerest thanks to you, Mr. Cecil Greenage, for assisting with this medal presentation. Once again, congratulations to all our athletes. Continue with the keen competition.
So we say congratulations to all of our medalists. And we're getting set officially for Classic Lighting Caribbean March Past competition. It's the girls division. We've got 16 teams in competition today. As the junior girls long jump preps in the field for their start. Classic Lighting Caribbean March Past competition, girls division. Each participating school is expected to have between 25 and 30 participants, no less than 25, no more than 30. Each school must be identified by a flag bearer. School uniforms must be worn. Up to 8 students are allowed to be adorned as cheerleaders. Any team arriving at the assembly point after the assembly time receives an automatic 5-point deduction. So I can imagine all 16 teams are decked out and ready to begin. The judging criteria, points will be awarded as follows. 10 points, uniformity, presentation, neatness of the uniform. 5 points for the number. 25 points for precision, coordination, synchronization of movements. 50 points. 10 for the swinging of the arms, 10 for the lifting of the feet, 10 for the eyes right position, 10 for the eyes front position, 10 for the straight lines, and 10 points are awarded for crowd response. So you can contribute to your team's total by your support, your cheers.
Good afternoon to all the viewers viewing the day 2 of the Intercol Games 2025. I am here with Blossom Alexis, and we're going to take you through the March Past. We have 16 teams, 16 schools, I should say, participating. Today is the girls category. It's the Classic Lighting sponsored. GAPSS Intercol March Past competition. Blossom, you care to let us know who are some of the schools that will be participating. We do know that the St. David's Catholic Secondary School is the defending champs in the girls division.
And which number they would fall under of the 16 participating schools. And to start us off would be the St. Andrew Anglican Secondary School, and they will be followed by Happy Hill Secondary School, then St. Joseph's Convent Grenville, followed by St. Mark's Secondary School fourth. Fifth will be Wesley College, followed by MacDonald College, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School. Coming in ninth will be the Anglican High School. In 10th position will be St. John's Christian Secondary School, followed by St. Joseph's Convent St. George's, Boca Secondary School, Westerhall Secondary, Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive, St. Rose Modern Secondary School, and bringing up the rear in position number 16 will be the Hillsborough Secondary School, representing for the Sister Isle of Carriacou. So we are looking forward to some exciting displays this afternoon in the March Past competition. And by the way, the schools are smartly dressed. I know this will be a competitive aspect of today's activities.
Yes, Blossom, they're expected to wow us as they go down the tracks. I heard you mention display, but I think this one is just a march pass.
Just a march pass.
I know you convent girls always look forward to the displays, but this one will just be a march pass. And we do have the category here. They have uniformity and presentation. That aspect was prejudged, and it's a total of 10 points. The number should be between 30 to 35. That too was prejudged, 5 points. Precision, which includes coordination, synchronization of movements, 25 points. Marching, 50 points. They also have the marching, what they're looking for, the swinging of the arms, 10 points. The lifting of the feet, another 10 points. The eyes right position, 10 points. Eyes front, 10 points. And the straight lines, 10 points. And the impact, which includes the crowd response, it's a total of 10 points, giving them a grand total of 100 points. And we do see on our screens the drum corps, and I'm not certain if it's a combined drum corps. Well, you just said that it is combined.
It is combined, and they are led by Mr. Cordell Halley.
Right. So they are, what we're seeing now is the St. Andrew's Anglican The first school should be the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School.
It should be.
But the one on the screen doesn't seem to be the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School.
No, it does
I
not.
am trying to get a closer look so that we can get the name.
Will that be Hillsborough Secondary?
That looks like Hillsborough Secondary.
Based on the color
Based on the color of the tie.
The tie, as well as the colors the school is using, yellow and green.
Yellow and green.
This
so
looks
we
like
do have
Hillsborough
a change in terms of the actual parade. We're seeing Hillsborough Secondary School out first.
So we shall keep an eye on the order of appearances, but for now it seems this is Hillsborough.
Yes, they're neatly attired and they're falling within the category in terms of having a few cheerleaders. The swinging of the arms looks good. And we await the march pass. The march pass is always the trick of it, right?
The eyes right.
Sorry, the eyes right.
That was nicely done for first school in competition, Hillsborough Secondary, representing for the Sister Islands.
It's always a pleasure to see the participation from the athletes from the Sister Isle of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique.
And very well, nicely done. Very well executed eyes right from the Hillsborough Secondary.
The eyes front and the lifting of the feet. I think they're well in sync with the category. So
yes,
they're
they
just school number 1 of 16. So we do have to wait to see what the others will bring.
And just to give you an idea for the criteria include for the Classic Lighting March Past for the GAPSS Intercol 2025, each participating school should have no less than 25 participants, no more than 30 participants, including the flag bearer. And there will be a deduction of 5 points from groups with less or more members. And coming up, the second schooling competition, this is the St. Andrew Anglican Secondary School, SAS, smartly attired in their recognizable navy blue. And as part of the criteria, each school or all students must be dressed in their school uniform, and up to 8 students, including the flag bearer, can dress up, as in the cheerleaders.
Blossom, we would ask the camera guys the next time they give us a close-up, right? So you see what is written there? Blue Kingdom, SAS, the Royal Court of Victory.
All right, and they're stamping that their intentions are to claim the Royal Court of Victory, and this is also acceptable as part of the criteria because they can have additional paraphernalia and accessories. Right. They can wear them as well.
So let's see how spot on they will be with the eyes right. The St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School girls. Second school up in the Classic Caribbean Lighting March Past competition, which is in its second year. I think last year was the first year that they did it.
And it was well received last year.
And we didn't mention, I can't see who is standing next to the minister, but the eyes right is being taken by the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports, the Honorable Dermot Thomas.
And they're doing the Queen's Wave as part of their display, or as part of the eyes right.
That is something that Blossom will do, isn't it? Oh, there was not all in precision there with that aspect of it. The St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School girls.
And they are well coordinated in the navy blue, so good job to the students of St. Andrew Anglican.
They are smartly dressed.
Smartly dressed.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow enthusiasts, it is with great pride and excitement that we present to you the Happy Hill Secondary African Goddesses.
Oh wow! Look at that. The Happy Hill Secondary School girls.
I give you the HHSS African Goddesses.
Blossom, the Happy Hill Secondary School African Goddesses are smartly dressed. You see that purple and that gold. They have the fans. Let's see what's going to happen with the eyes right.
Ooh,
nicely done. Happy Hill Secondary School, the third schooling competition here.
I love the outfit, the African Goddesses. I love the outfit.
Happy Hill Secondary School seems to have invested.
Yes, they have the HHSS purple, complemented by the gold pants. That's a lovely uniform, the African Goddesses.
Beautifully done, nicely done.
Nicely done. And the line is straight.
Oh, they didn't all come back in time there with the...
Oh my.
Someone took the call a bit too early, so that aspect of it...
they will surely lose some marks there.
They will lose some marks for that aspect of it. But other than that, they were smartly dressed and looked good.
Yes, I like their costume.
And I think on our screens now should be the
St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville.
Okay. So So up now is the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. I think schools take March Past really to heart, you know. They always go out of their way to ensure that once the athletes or the students in general participate in March Past, that there is a presence and people have something to look forward to. That's the St. Joseph's Convent, St. Grenville.
Beautifully executed.
Well executed there.
And as part of the criteria, there must be no stopping to display during the procession. And so far, all schools have kept up to that criteria.
And they seem to have stuck to the numbers as well.
Yes. Ooh, that was crisp.
Very nicely done. Very nicely done.
Kudos to St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville for that.
You've got to give them something. All the support and encouragement. Next step down the track. From Welcome and St. Mark's is the St. Mark's.
And St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville will now be followed by St. Mark's Secondary School.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Interesting.
waiting for one of the smallest.
I think we're going to listen to the announcers on the outside because there seems to be a description.
And teaching our name, hails the St. Mark's Secondary School, known for its resilience, known for its fighting spirit, that despite our smallness in number, we show up and we do the best of everything. And so this evening, this afternoon, we present to you the St. Mark's Secondary School Samurais, fighters, defenders. We emulate discipline, we emulate unity, we emulate class.
Ooh, nice display there. You can tell St. Mark's Secondary put some work into their preparation. They had a line split, I would call it. A well-coordinated eyes right. Now let's see how they would execute their eyes front.
Lasting impressions are very important, and to come here at the Intercol, which is broadcast live, and you know, to have a presence like this, to have someone speak about it after, is rather rewarding for the schools.
Oh yes. St. Mark's Secondary School Samurais.
Of the classic lighting variant March Past competition.
And they have their samurai swords. Well executed. And then we get another shot of the combined drum corps.
They're led there by Mr. Cordell Harley.
And just changed up the rhythm just a bit as we prepare for Wesley College, who is next in the lineup.
And while Wesley College makes the way around the track, you can see the warm-up taking place. There's going to be a short put event to follow right after.
That is correct.
the Wesley College. These young ladies from right next door.
That is correct.
Running code for Queen's Park in St. George's is the girls of the Wesley College.
Okay, that was a coordinated and well choreographed eyes right.
That's right.
A lot of moving parts, but they executed it very well. So congratulations, Wesley College.
The judges have a task ahead.
Oh yes. We are at school number 6, and already I can tell it's going to be a difficult day judging the march past of these 53rd GAPSS Intercol.
And according to my good friend Fatman George, they all win already.
I think so.
Nice.
Some noise for the girls of the Wesley College. Teams in competition. 15 points to the defending champions St. David's Catholic Secondary. This is a classic Lighting Caribbean march past competition. Girls division.
And from the Queen's Park River Road area, we go right up north to McDonald College, coming down from St. Patrick. Let's see how they will execute this aspect of the 2025, the 53rd GAPSS Intercol Games. There we see them splitting into 4 lines. And as they come around the bend, their lines are not as straight, they're not as crisp, but they are coordinated with the left-to-right chant. So as they straighten up now, I'm sure they can adjust themselves accordingly. Bit of showmanship there.
The girls from the north.
And adjusting their march pace. It's not exactly a slow march, neither is it a quick march.
But there is some sort of style going on in that march.
Oh yes.
It's as if they march and then they mark time and then they march again.
And then they step forward. Okay, I can get into it.
Let me look at the floor and see what's going on with your feet.
Nicely done, McDonald College. Not as coordinated as the Ice Ride, but still a very good effort from McDonald College.
And as McDonald College exits, we look forward to see the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
The girls representing the St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Oh, wow. There we have some butterflies on the track. St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
They look as if they went all out.
Oh, yes.
Well, at least they are the defending champs. So
I
if
was
you are
about
the
to
defending
say.
champs, you have to come. You know, you have to make
strong.
that presence felt because you want to retain that particular title.
Exactly, and you know the other 15 schools in competition are coming for
They're
your
coming
title.
for your
so-
title.
So there we have some young butterflies. Oh, that was crisp. That was crisp and a fitting display from the defending champions, St. David's Catholic Secondary.
And when you look at the creativity from the various schools, you know what that tells you. If you can sit just within a short space of time and decide on a costume for the Intercol, you know what that means for the future of the carnival. If we get these creative
These
minds together, you
exactly,
can
and
have
nurture.
some beautiful
Nurture it.
costume produced right here.
That's right, nurture it. And up next we have the JW Catholic, JW Fletcher Catholic Secondary School.
And the flag bearer to the front seems to be having a time.
Oh yes.
I'm loving the outfit.
I'm loving the outfit and I'm loving the flag bearer. She understood the assignment.
She is enjoying this.
Oh yes.
And that is how it should be. This is your stage. This is your time. They are one of the smallest schools in terms, when we talk small in terms of numbers, in terms of athletes and so, but they are here religiously every year.
And I love their dedication, their participation. They are in most events. So kudos to JW Fletcher.
Of course, you have to start somewhere to get somewhere.
Exactly. But they are one of the schools that are never daunted. They don't let their size keep them back from doing what they need to do. They make the impact where they know they are strong. And I have to give them kudos for that, JW Fletcher Catholic. My eyes are on the flag bearer. I love her spirit.
She is enjoying this.
Oh, yes.
Without a doubt. So that's the JW Fletcher Catholic Secondary School about to take the eyes right. Still have not figured out who is the gentleman standing next to the minister. Style, blossom, style.
Oh, I love
Round of
this.
applause.
That was very well executed. It was sharp. It was coordinated. Just a slight uncoordination from one of the students, but this was very well executed, JW Fletcher. Oh yes, very well done, JW. Very, very
They have
well
stamped
done.
their names here
And there
in the
goes the
march
flag
past.
bearer with her pomp and pageantry.
Enjoying every moment. And I'm going to tell you, they're going to go back home later on this evening and play back this to see,
Oh yes, and see
how they did
how it executed.
make fun of themselves.
And hopefully they can use this to help them better prepare for next year, God willing. See what changes, if any, they need to make.
So we have another school from St. George's and Simmons in Tantine. We have the Anglican High School up next.
What's that display back there? A dragon? Okay, high school, I see you.
We
I
need
see
to
you.
try to figure it out.
That looks like one of the Chinese dragons that they usually have around the Chinese New Year.
Well, the Anglican High School presents, and I've been to China before, but I can't read Chinese.
I cannot as well.
So we'll have to take a pause so that the patrons can hear from the house mic
Yes.
What is written in Chinese? We're seeing the dragon. We know China always has a dragon within whatever display that they do have, but we need to hear exactly what they're
So let's hear
about.
from the house announcer.
From pre-dawn, training to blood, sweat, and victory laps, they've leapt over hurdles, broken personal limits, and trained with one mission, to conquer.
And then we see the young ladies with the parasols and the hand fans and the dragon.
You could have imagined if there was a display segment, I should say.
Maybe for future intercalls.
But the schools, they are all bringing it. They are making sure that whatever they do, they will be remembered.
The
Anglican High School.
The eyes front was more in sync. Congratulations, Anglican High School. I love the dragon. That's creativity. The Chinese writing as well, that's creativity.
Up next, we move to St. John, the St. John's Christian Secondary School,
a.k.a. Shaper.
Next up on parade, team number 11.
Blue and yellow.
In St. John's, the St. John's Christian Secondary.
Beneath the fair skies and blue, nestled between the mountains of brothers, we stand true. In present society, we stand out true. Men and women of excellence, we present to you the St. John's Christian Secondary School, celebrating 60 years.
Blossom, I want to believe that the placards they have would be of notable persons who went through the institution as they celebrate their 60th anniversary this year.
And let me take the opportunity to congratulate the institution for making it to 60 years. This is indeed an occasion to celebrate.
And they do have an interesting history, you know, from where they started to the growth that they have now.
Everyone, past and present, as SJCSS celebrates 60 years, we remember the following individuals who have passed on. Reverend Dr. Melvin and Joy Schick, Brother Algernon and Ursula Antoine, former educators, Brother George, Sister Gemma Wilson.
Oh, that was nice. You can tell they put in some time into preparations and practicing to get it just right.
Time and effort. They may lose a little point for uniformity. I'm seeing a little shirt out of one of the skirts. But nonetheless, they look good.
And the eyes right was sharp.
Celebrating 60 years is here for the girls of the St. John's Christian Secondary.
St. John's Christian Secondary would like to recognize Sir
And that was the St. John's Christian Secondary School. They're celebrating 60 in 2025. And the next school up is the girls from on top of Church Street. We have the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, and they too are in celebratory mood in 2025. They're celebrating 150. So let's just take them in. We know that most people look forward to them in the marching, and they are sharply dressed. And don't feel anywhere if you only hear my voice during the march past, because Blossom is so passionate about this in Joseph's Convent St. George's that she doesn't want to have to say anything that just may cost her her right to say that she's an SJC girl. I'm telling you.
Very nicely done. That was a sharp execution, breaking from 2 lines into 3.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well executed. And you can hear the applause. You definitely can hear the applause from the girls from the St. Joseph's Convent St. George's. They are really showing the fact that they are celebrating 150. They are really experienced in this when it comes to marching. But they're just school number 11. We still have 5 more schools to go. So that was the St. Joseph's Convent St. George's. There was school number...
Yes, that was school number 12 actually, and sharply executed with the eyes right and the eyes front as well. St. Joseph's Convent St. George's living up to their reputation as some sharp march passers, if that's a phrase.
And up next we have the Boca Secondary School. The Boca Secondary School, they're doing extremely well over the past 2 days in both the girls and the boys division here at Intercol, the GAPSS Intercol 2025. And they're coming around now. They're in green and gold. Who will it be? I think it would be a tough choice.
It will be. This I'm glad I'm not one of the judges.
I shouldn't say a tough choice, but a tough decision in terms of determining who the winner will be in 2025.
So far, there's not a clear-cut winner. Each school has put in some time, some effort. They've invested in this aspect of the 53rd GAPSS Intercol Games. And you can see that in the costumes, you can see that in the marching.
I'm telling you, Blossom, I'm loving the eyes right. The execution of the eyes right has been flawless thus far by the secondary schools.
Oh yes, all the schools, their teachers, they should all take a bow because they've put in some effort, and you can see that on display here on the track as they go around the track during this march past aspect of the games. They've all come to win, and you can see that. Kudos to Boca Secondary.
And as Boca Secondary exits, we look forward to seeing what the Westerhall Secondary School girls have to display for us.
Next up on the track, challenger up next from Westerhall and St. David's is the Westerhall Secondary School.
And here we have the display from the, or I should say the marching from the Westerhall Secondary School.
Their game is just simple. They have no, what do we say? No cheerleaders.
No cheerleaders. Letting their uniform speak for
That's
itself.
right.
They have their signature fluorescent green around their necks.
We present to you Western Secondary School, School of the Iguanas and Adventurers School. Western Secondary School, Adventurers.
Oh, they are the adventurers.
Adventurers. Yes, I can see the cargo pants of the flag bearer.
And at least 4 others too.
Ah, that was very smartly executed. And the 4 students just behind the flag bearer, they have binoculars, living up to their names as the adventurers. That was crisp.
There's a thought process that went through all the different schools. That's amazing.
And they all seem to have a specific theme that they are working with. And I haven't even seen repeated themes. So that means they really thought outside the box and executed it to the best of their abilities. That was smooth. That was smooth. Kudos Westerhall Secondary. I like the binoculars. It's a nice change of pace from what you usually see with the pom-poms or the little flags. The binoculars. That was a nice touch. Living up to the name of the Adventurers, Westerhall Secondary.
From Guam and St. John is the St. Rose Modern Secondary.
I am not seeing Grenada's Seventh-day Adventist comprehensive.
So it seems like St. Rose Modern Secondary School will be the final schools participating in the Classic Lighting Caribbean sponsored GAPSS March Pass for the Girls Division of Intercol 2025.
The ocean is the heart of our Earth's ecosystem. It gives us life, it produces over half of the world's oxygen, regulates our climate, and supports a diverse web of life. It also feeds billions of people and sustains economies across the globe by providing jobs and a source of livelihood. As the St. Rose Navy our duty is simple but essential.
And then we have the St. Rose Modern Secondary Navy executing their eyes right. That was nicely done from the St. Rose Secondary School, St. Rose Modern Secondary School, with their display of Navy. And that brings us to the end of the girls' aspect of the Classic Lighting March Pass of the GAPSS Intercall, the 53rd GAPSS Intercall. We had 15 schools doing their best across the track. And it will be a hard task to see who will emerge champions.
I was rather impressed. I am very pleased with what I saw in terms of the presentation of the 15 schools, as you said, from school number 1 all the way up to school number 15. I think a lot went into it in terms of preparation, in terms of the creativity, with little costumes that we saw some of the cheerleaders using, the precision in the actual marching, and so I think that was well worth it. I think patrons here at the stadium were pleased with what they got, and at the end of the day, we will know who will be the champs. Will St. David's Catholic Secondary retain the title in 2025? Well, right now it's up to the judges.
It's up to the judges, and it won't be an easy task to decide who will emerge a champion, because you can tell that they put a lot of thought and effort and practice into this. They didn't just come out today and said, okay, you're going to march. You can see that they put some effort into it and invested into it, and I'm happy to see the displays from all 15 schools. Again, we started with Hillsborough Secondary School, and we had a representation here from SAS, Happy Hill Sec, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, as well as St. Mark's Secondary, Wesley College, MacDonald College, St. David's Catholic Secondary, J.W. Fletcher Catholic, Anglican High, St. John's Christian Secondary, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Boca Secondary, Wester Hall Secondary, and St. Rose Modern Secondary. Congratulations to all the schools, and I have to give a big up to the combined drum corps led by Mr. Halley
and Mr. Curly or Gully. I just always mix up his title, but he's another very dedicated youngster in terms of ensuring that this skill, this art, is passed on to the youngsters within the various secondary schools. And persons who would have been here at Intercol in 2024 can safely say that what they've seen with the March Pass in 2025 is a vast improvement from last year. Because to me, last year it was a competition, but the schools didn't really grasp what it was really about. So they just, they participated. But you can see the extra effort that went into 2025 to say, okay, if I'm to be crowned the champ, I have to do something that is deserving of it. So we say congratulations once again to all of the participating schools in the March Pass. I know down on the field we have a bit of the girls' shot put going on. That should be for sub-juniors. We do have the boys' high jump seniors to come. And we also have to do an interview with the president of the GAPSS, she's the chair of the GAPSS Intercol Games, Dr. Diane Abel Jeffrey, who is also the president of the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. So we would have that momentarily, and then we would turn back over to Basil and Mr. Bernard, who will go through some of the track events while we go back down to the field and keep the viewing audience up to date as to what's happening in terms of the actual field events. But it's a beautiful day today, unlike yesterday.
Oh, yes.
Yesterday turned out well. However, the rain had, sort of dampened things a bit, and we had to have a slight delay. But we're going to hold for a bit. We're going to just take in something from the house announcers while we have the president come and sit in the chair so we can have a chat as to how the 2 days have been progressing thus far.
Was it the girls of the Boca Secondary? Was it the girls of the Happy Hill Secondary? St. John's Christian Secondary? Was it the Wester Hall Secondary? What about the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary? Was it the girls of the MacDonald College? Would like the crowd finish make noise? Pretty soon we're going to announce the champion, the winners of the Classic Lighting Caribbean March Pass Competition, Girls Division. We're getting set to conclude the intermission before we head back on the track for the evening session, track finals, and more to come. GAPSS Intercol Athletics Championships 2025, day number 2. In progress in the field, we've got the girls' junior long jump, as well as we've got the
shot put. Girls shot put sub-junior.
As promised, we do have with us now via TNR Communications live broadcast the president of GAPSS, that's the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. At least I've got it correctly, Dr. Diane Abel Jeffrey. It is not your first year heading the games. We're into day 2. We saw a slight delay on day 1 due to the inclement weather. Tell us, what have you made of the past 2 days thus far?
For the past few days, we have been going fairly well, despite the hiccup yesterday's morning with the weather conditions that prevented us from having a 9 o'clock start as we had anticipated that we would have had. But in spite of that, we've been able to make up the time. And though we have finished a bit later than we wanted to last night, we're back here today again, and we're going pretty well in terms of the runoff of the events. So over the past 2 days or day and a half, we've been going fairly well with our events, with the running off of the events and the execution of the activities that we have planned, because we have just completed, as you've seen, we've just completed the match pass, the girls division of the match pass, and we're going straight into the afternoon session of the games.
New sponsorship, new investment for 2025. What has that done in terms of helping GAPSS to have a proper, or I should say, well-produced games?
Well, we have, it has been made a tremendous impact in terms of our ability to do certain things, because over the years we must be thankful to the sponsors that we've had over the years. We've had Scotiabank, we've had Republic Bank, and they have invested into the events. However, we have always been able to, always had to turn towards the government of Grenada through the National Lotteries Authority in many cases to make up the shortfall. So this year they've decided to come on board with that vision with us to make sure that we meet our goals and we're able to expend those things that we're on those things that we're supposed to expend on, and we do not have to worry, because in the past we've been worrying about certain things that we have to get done to make these games the success that it has been. So now, because of their input, we do not have to worry as to how we are going to offset those particular costs. So these are what those things, the input that the government of Grenada has, is that they're going to ensure that these particular expenses are taken care of. So at the end of the games, we know that there are prize monies. We do not have to now turn and ask to make up the shortfall. We know that the stadium would be paid for. We know that the Carrico team, some of the expenses would be taken care of, and all of these things. So we are very happy. We are very grateful to the government of Grenada through the Ministry of Sports, the National Lotteries Authority, and of course we have our diamond sponsor, IMA, that has really pulled up for us, making sure that we can do the live stream, and that so the schools can also get a little contribution towards transportation. So these are the things, because we want to ensure that the schools really feel the impact of the Intercol games. It is not a profit-making activity. It is something that we want to make sure that the schools can benefit from. And that's why last year, we did, for the very first time, we had the top 5 schools getting prizes.
Monetary?
Yes, monetary prizes. So we had $10,000 for the first place, $8,000 for the second place, $6,000 for the third place, $4,000 second place, and $2,000 for the fifth place. Fourth place, I wonder if I said it right, that was 4,000, and fifth place was 2,000, and thereafter all of the schools got a little contribution towards the
offsetting costs.
Yes. And this year our intention is to pay off 10, so the top 10 prizes. So there is an increase in terms of the allocation for that.
Okay. So apart from the little inclemency of the weather and so, we know we're going, it's our second day. Any other particular challenge? And I know we're expecting that crowd, and that crowd will come later on today and into the third and final day. Any final things that has to be put in place or that are put in place to ensure? We know transportation is always a crucial aspect of things in terms of getting children and patrons home after the game. So what sort of system is now in place to ensure that after this evening and tomorrow we don't have such problems?
Okay, so before we go into that, I must say that I must apologize to the patrons and to our specially invited guests who normally by now they would have had a ticket in their hand. Because that's one of the challenges that we had, that the tickets did not get here. And even though they were supposed to be here like weeks ago, they did not get here. So the tickets and the passes did not get here. We're hoping, because they were landed in Grenada yesterday evening, and we're hoping that the processing of and so can be done. So by tomorrow, please God, we would have the actual tickets. We've had to put in extra measures to do something else alternatively to ensure that the patrons can come in and enjoy, and even our specially invited guests. And people are not aware that we've been doing alternative things to ensure
and
that
it has been working.
Yeah, and it has been working. But our fear was, what about the third day when the whole crowd is coming in? Everybody is now making the demands for space and whatever, and we know that the stadium has limited capacity. So we've decided that we're going to have, because there's usually a section on the bleachers that is not used by our students, because most of our students would congregate in one area. So we are also going to make that section available
after the spillover.
After the spillover. We're going to make that available. There would be a lot of security, much more security details around to ensure that the patrons are safe and people are abiding by the rules and so on that they need to, in terms of staying safe and making sure that others are safe in the venue.
Now that you have gotten new sponsorship, you're actually running your games under your name. What exactly are you looking forward to? What would you like to be said after the third day of the games?
Well, of course, I would want to that it will be said that we had a very successful games, that the schools have benefited more, and they are now better able to prepare the students, the athletes, for going forward, because it's all about the athletes. And that's why we were so concerned to yesterday when we were not able to start on time, because we know that it would affect the ability of the athletes, and especially those who have to travel back far. And I'm thinking, we left here very late, and then the students that have had to travel must have gotten home, some of them by midnight, close to midnight,
to get enough rest.
Yes, and they're back down here to participate again. We're concerned about that, but we know they are fighters.
Your sacrifice
there are sacrifices to be made, and they are making the sacrifices, and we're trying our best to keep them hydrated as much as possible. Usually we have our support through our sponsors, that's the sponsors giving in kind to ensure that the students are very well hydrated. We have our Glenelg bottled water, we have our Powerade, and the different camps we have a locust aid and so on, and the camps would get those things so that they can refresh themselves, they can remain hydrated and reduce on some of the things. There are also physiotherapists around. Some of the schools have also invested in their own for the physiotherapists, and we're trying our best to manage the situation. But at the end of the day, we want it to be said that we had a successful games, successful in terms of it was properly executed, but also successful in terms of the benefits to the athletes and to the schools.
And finally, as we wrap, because we have to go back down to the track and the field, looking ahead, because 2026 is right around the corner.
Okay, so we want to see some improvements. We want to be able to say that these students have gone through, as we have been doing over the years. These athletes have gone through Intercol, and now they are representing
Right.
Grenada. We're preparing them for that. We want to continue to improve on the different areas. We're seeing that our athletes they're engaged now in the huddles and so.
Right.
But we're seeing that there needs to be some improvement there. So we want to, and we're making an appeal to whoever is out there, whoever can assist, to assist the schools so that the schools can get the proper equipment so that they can do the training and they will be able to execute those events even more successfully than they are doing now. Because there's a lot of room for improvements. But next year, we are going to be improving on what we have done for this year.
So that means you'll be doing a proper post-mortem on
Yes,
completion.
and we always do. We always do. But we must admit that it's a very huge undertaking. And sometimes you can have the best laid plan, but then you have to resort to plan B, or sometimes even to plan C.
Right.
So, but we just have to ensure that it works, and it works for the benefit of the athletes.
A final pitch to patrons to come out to the stadium tomorrow?
Yes, of course, but we also want you to be mindful that though you have to come out tomorrow, we want you to be mindful that the stadium cannot stretch. It has limited capacity. So I'm also going to appeal to you, if you cannot come, you remain home, but you make your contribution.
Right,
Make
donation.
Donate. There is a donation button. So please donate. We really need that assistance for the schools. It's going to go back into the schools. That's the whole intention. Putting it back into the schools, because the schools are really spending a lot to get the athletes here.
Very well. So patrons, there you heard it. If you're going to come out to the Intercol Day 3, come early. If you have your ticket, come early. Don't believe that because you have your ticket, you can come late. Because if there is tickets selling at the gate, and I come and I purchase a ticket, when the time comes and the security says that we have to lock down the stadium, if you have a ticket, you will not be able to get inside. So please come out early. Those of you at home, please hit the donation button, donate whatever you can to assist the secondary schools throughout. So Dr. Jeffrey, thank you very much for coming here with us. And we know on day 3 you will still pass back and just have a few with us.
Okay.
Viewers, we're going to turn over to the house announcers, and then Mr. Bernard and Khalees will return to take you through some of the track events while I join Blossom on the field to give you some updates on shot put, discus, and javelin.
From St. Andrew. Wait, Sass, people gone. Anybody from St. Andrew? St. David with money back. Right. All right. Oh, yeah. No. You have to break up St. George's. A lot of people St. George's. You have to break up St. George's. J.W. Fletcher Secondary. Anglican High School, Grenada Boys Secondary. Anybody from Tantine? Brandy Tantine is a whole country inside, you know. Tantine Bullets. All right, let's go across. Oh yeah. St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. Presentation Brothers College. Anybody old Fort Cannons, make some noise. I ain't BBC. No, I ain't BBC. All right. Is the Ultimate Vibe Champion, IMA Grenada, sponsoring $250 cash to the fan or to the crew, bringing next level energy. The award is bestowed at 5 p.m. this evening. It begins now. Oh, I know why. I didn't come across. That's why. Not finished with St. George's just yet. I'm going to lump them together. Wesley College, Hartfield Secondary, Boca Secondary. Anybody supporting Boca Secondary? Right. Hartfield supposed to have some good fans. Anybody supporting the Hartfield Secondary? Anybody here?
Two. So remember, you gotta get your crews together. Get your pom-poms. Get your whistles. Get your horns. And you get a chance to win $250. We must say big up to all the crews inside here right now. If you know you're representing, you gotta big up yourself. I got the Reds from St. David's. We got the Blues in St. Andrew. St. George's decided that the whole place gonna be green. So link up your crew. Call somebody. Tell a friend to tell a friend they need to find themselves right inside here. In the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. The Ultimate Vibe Challenge. And at 5 o'clock, you get a chance to win $250. Cash prize, right? So we're gonna tell them what they gotta do, right?
Me? I think that's good children winning that prize. I think that award going to the bleachers. I feel like the bleachers going that 250.
We might have to go to the bleachers.
Yeah.
This one seems like it might just be the bleachers. And there's a crew at the finish line though. See, they're getting themselves ready. Some teachers or some persons are stretching, making sure that they're ready for the Vibe Challenge.
Right now, I think it's between Boca Secondary and St. David's Catholic Secondary for the Vibe champion.
That's what you believe.
Well, the judging has already started, and in 1 hour, 5 p.m. local time, we're going to award $250 cash to the ultimate Vibe champion.
So remember, the judges got their eyes on you. The camera is going to be in between the crowds. So once you see yourself on the big screen, you got to represent.
I wonder if you gave the award for the school. I feel like that award can go to a school in a school posse. Ultimate Vibe Champion. If you had to guess which school you think? Just now. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. We're here live at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. GAPSS Intercol Athletics Championships 2025. We're getting set for the start of session number 4. The second session on day number 2. We look to crown a champion in the girls division. Can anyone dethrone defending champion St. David's Catholic Secondary? Is there any worthy challenger in the boys division to the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary? We're looking good. So many persons came together to make these games possible. Organized by the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary Schools, GAPSS. Through the Grenada Secondary School Games Association, GSSGA. Rebuilding. Rebuilding it up. Still after crown champion of the Classic Lighting Caribbean March Past competition in the girls division. And of course, IMA sponsored Ultimate Vibe Champion. Yeah.
session is the GAPSS Intercol Athletics Championships 2025. Made possible with the support and assistance of so many corporate partners.
Of course, we have the government of Grenada being our title sponsor through the NLA and the IMA Grenada. We have Flo, Glenelg, the distributors of Bermudas, Starmount, Powerade, Fruta, Lucasade. We have Blue Bubbles, HCB Grenada Bank, Ram Supermarket Cash and Carry, YBT Rental and Sound Company, and Mitchell's Pharmacy. We want to thank these sponsors for contributing to these games, and we look forward to continued partnerships for the GAPSS Intercol Championships.
Without the sponsors, it is not possible. Again, I want to thank all the sponsors of the individual schools in competition. We have many of the schools who are supported by corporate partners. And we want to say thank you so much to each one of them. We still got the current Ultimate 5 champion though. We've got just about 1 hour to give away $250 in cash to the person or the crew with next level energy. Like the students on the bleachers though. Thinking I go to the students. Mr. Cameraman, where are we? I want a shot of that rhythm section on the feature. But I want the big screen. No, I saw the big screen. Not the front, I was going to shot on the big screen.
Susan, we have an update for you on the results of the march past. So stay with us. It's all about the GAPSS Intercol Championships 2025.
And welcome back. Session number 2, day 2. This is the afternoon session of the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary Schools 2025 Intercol Games. We are in for a treat in this afternoon session. Some 30 events are listed to be both on the track and on the field. So we're in for a real treat this afternoon. The weather continues to be good. The weather forecast continues to say the same thing. That is some cloudiness, but no rain. No rain in our projection for the rest of the afternoon. The humidity is just about 75%, and the winds is estimated at 60 miles per hour. But really, the wind has been rather still all afternoon. Bernstein, we have had a very good morning.
Yes, we have really had a wonderful morning, and we are in a position now where this afternoon session will be even better. We are looking forward to exciting and enthralling athletics and some field events that are not yet completed. They're going to be completed probably in the next hour or so, and then it's going to be all action on the track.
But let's, on the track, you are seeing a little bit of movements and some excitement, because the first event on the track in this afternoon session will be the girls' 1,500 meters sub-junior. Quite a large field. 31 athletes are entered in this one, and just about all the schools entered here. So it's the girls' 1,500 meters sub-junior awaiting a starting posture.
Well, yes, we can see the girls, quite a large field. All the colors are there. All the athletes are there. We're ready to go. We're ready to start. The action is heating up. And we know that it's going to be a wonderful sight as we look at these girls going around the track. We have a number of events to complete this afternoon, and by the time we'll finish, well, before we finish, we're going to have a couple points updates. I know that our viewers are waiting for a points update. It will be coming shortly. There may be some changes in the positions, but that's what we're all looking forward to add to the excitement here at the GAPSS Athletics Championship Intercol 2025.
Most certainly. Day 2, the second session. Here we are waiting the start of the 1,500 meters sub-junior girls. The game record for this event is 5 minutes 07.62 seconds, and this was established by one Annalisa Brown in 2023.
So it's a brand new record, we could say. It's just about 2 years old. We can say it's 2 years old, and maybe someone will challenge this record today. Let's wait and see.
Certainly, Annalisa Brown burst onto the scene 2 years ago, and she hasn't looked back since. She has done very well at the national championship, and she continued to do well at these intercollegiate games today, and started yesterday with the 1500 meters. She has now graduated to the junior section, and we are going to see her, no doubt, further as this meet goes along. But it is the 1500 meters sub-junior girls.
And so far, the 1500 meter events have all provided excitement at the finish. There wasn't any 1500 meter event where at the end one person would have pulled out from all the field, pull out from everybody and just be on the lonesome. But we always had competition. Most of them ended in sprints in the last 25 meters or so. We're hoping that this one would live up to the billing.
Absolutely. It's very, very competitive. The competition had started on day one, being extremely competitive, and that has continued into this second day, certainly in the morning section. We are hoping that this continues in the afternoon session, and we are starting off with this 1500 meters. That will be followed by the 1500 meters sub-junior boys, and again, it's a fairly large field, and that one also with 30 athletes. So we're starting with 31 here, and we should get going in momentarily, getting the final instruction from the starters and the officials. A little bit of jostling.
And momentarily we'll give you the points allocation for the viewers who are at home and want to keep tabs of what's going on. We're going to give you the points allocation. When you have the points update, you can add your points and keep score so that at the end of the day, you will have an idea as to which school is leading and who is close by. Do your addition, your subtractions, and your comparisons.
It's Cami Charles, Angelina Jackson-Bain, Jadeja Maureen, Angelica Waldron, Janaya Joseph, Whitney Julian, Kizara Batiste, Camara Clement, Lily Rose Jones, Janek Alexander, Xenia Alexis, Michaela Abraham, Kylie Murray, Renika Cyrus, Sophia Thomas, Kaliana Modest, Eliza Adonis, Angel Arlard, Brian Paris, Gabriella Prince, Shaquanda Paul, Dwaynia Alexander, Eliza Rose Benjamin, Destiny Barry, Kiana Julian, Gabriel Mark, Alexa Lawrence, Gavaya Walker, Akelia McIntosh, Isabella Mathlin, and Jael Nicholas. That's the lineup. 31 young ladies, 1,500 meters for sub-junior girls.
It's quite a large lineup in truth for this event, but we are happy to see quite a large number of these young ladies participating in this event. And they're off. That's the 1,500 meter run for sub-junior girls. So already we are seeing from the Grenada Christian Academy. So it can be Dwayne Alexander of the Grenada Christian Academy. So we'll keep you updated as the race continues. It's the Grenada Christian Academy trying to establish herself early in this race. Grenada SDA within striking distance. St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Boca is there in the chasing pack. G.W. Fletcher. Just some of the athletes that is chasing our front runner from the Grenada Christian Academy. It looks like Dwayne Alexander it is of the Grenada Christian Academy. So it's early going in the 1,500 meter run for sub-junior girls. That's the first final on track this afternoon. So there they go again. As we see the rest of the chasing pack. St. Joseph Convent, St. George is there. MacDonald College,
is now making a move. So Alexander being chased by McDonald College. It looks like Zena Alexis. Alexis of McDonald College. So it's Alexander and Alexis. Booker is also in the chase. St. Joseph Convent, Grenville is also in the mix. They are strolling. They are conserving. Remember, it's 3 laps plus 300 meters. So now we see a new leader. It's Boca Secondary. So it's Boca, McDonald College, Grenada Christian Academy, St. Joseph Convent, Grenville, St. David's Catholic, and St. Joseph Convent, St. George in the chasing pack. And here we go. 1475, athlete number 1475 from McDonald College. That's Xenia Alexis. It's Alexis of McDonald College. As we see the rest of the field, Grenville Secondary is there. St. Joseph Convent, St. George, all being a part of this large field. 31 athletes it is. As we go down the back street another time, it is from McDonald College, Xenia Alexis. And then we have St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew. So it's McDonald College, St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew has now taken the lead. So here we go. We're going around the top turn and coming into the home stretch. St. Joseph Convent, Grenville, Boca, McDonald College, and J.W. Fletcher. That's the leading pack. Our leaders, as we come up the straightaway one more time, the bell has gone, which signals that we are going to have that last 400 meters, which is going to determine the positions for the medals. We can see the athlete from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School trying to catch up with the chase pack, but St. Joseph Convent, Grenville is opening up a lead. So we look at the rest of the chasing pack, trying to strike for home, but St. Joseph Convent, Grenville, J.W. Fletcher, Boca, McDonald College, and SAS. These are the lead pack. So it's Abraham, Michaelia Abraham of St. Joseph's Convent. She's opening up a gap. She's pumping those arms. She's increasing her speed. J.W. Fletcher is chasing, but Abraham is holding on. Abraham of St. Joseph Convent, Grenville is holding on to the lead with some 125 meters or so to go. Getting ready to take the top turn and head for home. It's Abraham of St. Joseph Convent, Grenville. J.W. Fletcher in chase. It looked like Jackson Bain, but it's going to be St. Joseph Convent, Grenville putting that power, putting the pedal down and saying, I'm going to take this one. I'm going to win. And winning she does it. St. Joseph Convent, Grenville, followed by J.W. Fletcher and SAS making a strong run for third. As we await the rest of the field to come home, the 1500 meter run for sub-junior girls is just about done and dusted. We wait for the rest of the competitors to come home.
And the rest of the field are making their way to the finish line. Good, strong run by the winner there from St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew. Just a confirmation of the, We are waiting a confirmation of the winner.
As we see the rest of the field coming in, it has been a tough run, a hard run for the competitors in this race. But they are all enjoying to the finish, making sure that they complete their event. This is a big day for them. It's a big event. The 1500 meter for sub-junior girls. The first event, the first final event on the track on day 2.
Well, it's a good way to start. It's a good way to start 1500 meters sub-junior girls. And we look at the replay here. The athlete there from St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew. In fact, she had a sprint to the end because she had a little bit of competition from the athlete from J.W. Fletcher, who brought up this second position. That's Bain and Jackson in second position there.
So we are with the official result and the times, but in the meantime, the line is set for the boys, the sub-junior boys, 1500 meter run coming up next on track.
And in this one, we have some 30 athletes line up facing the starter in this one. The game's record is 4 minutes 32.28 seconds that was established in 2016 by Kevin Roberts. So it's David Coutain, Aaron Alexander, Quinton Richards, Niquan Roberts, Aidan Charles, Jensen Mitchell, Zion Blackett, Caleb Simon, Javid McIntosh, Tyrese Braveboy, Isaiah McLeod, Mikhail Moses, Tyreek Charles, Sean Wellington, Karim Filbert, Derek Donald.
So here we have our official winners of the 1500 meter run for sub-junior girls. Abraham of St. Joseph Convent, Grenville.
It was Abraham in 5 minutes 40.30 seconds.
And Glena Jackson Bean of GW Fletcher Catholic, 5 minutes 43.09. And in third position, Kellyanne Modest of SAS, 5 minutes 44.26 seconds.
Jania Joseph of Boca Secondary School, who had the fourth position. Jania Joseph in the fourth position. Shaquanda Paul from St. David's Catholic Secondary School in position number 5.
Another large field in the boys 1500 meters run for sub-junior. 30 athletes competing in this event. We see a complete representation from all the schools.
It's a complete listing. We also have Jordan Glean from Wesley College, and Jaden Williams from St. John's Christian Secondary School, a Kidon Hilaire from St. Andrews, and they're off.
So the gun sends them off the 1500 meter run for sub-junior boys. Already we see GBSS and Hillsborough Secondary. Is Hillsborough Secondary setting the pace? Hillsborough Secondary and GBSS. St. David's Catholic Secondary is also right on the heels. So our top 3, Hillsborough Secondary, Grenada Boys Secondary, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Still jostling for positions in the 1500 meter run for sub-junior boys. It's the second event on the track as a final for today. It's heating up here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. We can see that the athletes are competing at quite a quick pace. The pace is what we will say is warm. It's heating up. GBSS followed by Hillsborough Secondary 1-2 on your screen in your living room. It's GBSS at Hillsborough Secondary. St. Mark Secondary now coming to the frame. St. David's right there. SAS also in the mix. GBSS, Hillsborough, St. Mark, St. David's.
It's Happy Hill. Also in that lead pack, chasing is GBSS, SAS, Grenville Secondary, and Grenada Christian Academy. Here we go as we come down the straightaway one more time. GBSS, St. David's Catholic, St. David's Catholic. Here comes Happy Hill and another athlete from GBSS. As we continue, it's GBSS. Grenada Boys Secondary in the lead, followed by the two athletes representing St. David's Catholic. Is GBSS Moses. GBS is represented by Moses and Griffith Hazard. So it's GBSS followed by St. David's Catholic Secondary. So it's Griffith Hazard who is late in the field right now. He's been chased by St. David's Catholic Secondary. Jensen Mitchell and Zion Blackett. Here comes the second GBSS runner joining in the fray. So it's GBSS, St. David's Catholic, and the GBSS. So here we go. It's Griffith Hazard of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. As we go into that bell lap, it's still GBSS, St. David, in Mitchell and Blackett. Here we come, St. David being passed there in the fourth position, GBSS in first and third at the moment. It's GBSS in the lead, looking strong, opening a lead from St. David's Catholic Secondary. GBSS 1, GBSS 3. St. David's Catholic is trying to launch an attack. 120 meters to go. Is GBSS. St. David's Catholic is looking good. It's a dash for home. Can he hold on? GBSS, he checks over his shoulder and pumps it and pumps to the finish line. Is GBSS. St. David's have no answer. It's gonna be Jordan Griffith Hazard as he tumbles over the finish line. What a run from this young man. Griffith Hazard of the Grenada Boys Secondary School, 1500 meter sub-junior boys winner.
And Bernstein, that's a perfect example of leaving everything on the track. The young man from GBSS there at the end of the race just fell flat on his face. He saw a threat in the athletes from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, and he somehow dug deep and was able to muster sufficient energy to take him across the finish line in first position. So it's Jordan Griffith Hazard from the GBSS at 4 minutes, 34.74 seconds, the winner. A good spirited challenge here from one Jensen Mitchell from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, a 4 minutes, 39.59 second in second position. And the third position, the other athletes from the GBSS, Michael Moses, 4 minutes, 41.51 second. And in fourth position, Zion Blackett from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. So the first four positions, two GBSS, two St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Fifth positions, Kidon Heller from SAS. But these are your top five finishers.
What a run from these young men. Quite impressive indeed. Jordan Griffith Hazard of the GBSS, Jensen Mitchell of St. David's Catholic Secondary, Michael Moses of GBSS, their top three in the boys' 1500 meter run for sub-junior.
And that will conclude the suite of 1500 meters for the time being. And next on the track will be the girls' 100 meters for hurdles. But before we check into that, we will go down to Sharian, who has an update for us in some field events. Sharian, if you're hearing me, we are coming over to you now.
I am right here. I just want to update you on what's happening with the senior boys high jump here. We have some 9 athletes trying to get to that, to crush that 1.80 meter. They're starting at 180 meters. The record here was set in 2018 by Kenny Horsford of the GBSS, 2.05 meters. We have 9 athletes trying to get the gold and maybe equal or crush that record. They're into the second attempt. They're at 180, as I mentioned, and not too far there we have the senior girls Discus that is just about to get started. The record there is held by Jamelia Nicholas of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. That was done in 2003 of 37.98 meters. And that we have 22 athletes. So once we get to the best of 8, I will give you an update as to who those athletes are and what are their standings. Back to you, Bernard and Basil.
Thank you very much, Ariana. We will now go over to Blossom. She has some news for us concerning the girls' long jump. Blossom, it's over to you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I have the results of the girls' long jump in the junior division. Claiming the gold medal in that event is Christiana Charles of SAS with a distance of 5.26 meters. And in second position, we have Kayla Allen of Bishop's College, Karakou, big up yourself, 5.09 meters. And in third position, we have Samara Noel of St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, with a distance of 4.82 meters. So those are your medal winners in the girls' junior long jump. Back up to you, Bernard.
Thank you very much, Blossom, and thank you very much, Sharian. And updates there from what's happening in the field events. Whilst we await some developments as to the next event on the track will be the 100 meters for the junior girls, and that will be followed by the 110 meters for junior boys.
So we have a point update. It's through event 52, so it wouldn't be the current update, but this is the last update that we have. I'll just give you the top 5 in both divisions. As time goes on, when we get the current update, we can go through the whole list. So currently in the girls' position, in the girls' competition, in 5th position, on 27.67 points is the Boca Secondary School. In 4th position currently on 38 points is the McDonald's College. In 3rd position currently on 39 points, that's up to event 52, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. In 2nd position, 51.67, the Anglican High School. And your leader in the girls division, through event 52, 64.67 points, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Let's go to the boys division. Through event number 52, just remember that. In 5th position on 19 points is the McDonald College. In 4th position on 44 points is the St. David Catholic Secondary School. In 3rd position, 48.5 points, the Presentation Brothers College. In 2nd position on 81.5 points, the Grenada Boys Secondary School. And in the lead, in 1st position, through event 52, on 85 points, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. So that's just a point update through event 52. But I can tell you that a lot has happened since this last points update, and we'll give you something more current when we get back in a few minutes, when we have a new points update.
Bernstein, so I think we are brought up to date with what's happening currently, both on the track and on the field. We await now the next 2 events, the 100 meters hurdles for junior girls and the 100 meters hurdles for junior boys. This 110 meters hurdle for junior boys.
So as you can see, the crowd is engaged in the activities on the field. We can see the red of the St. David's Catholic Secondary, the green of the GBSS, the blue of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. This is Anglican High School. So the fans are here. They are packing in the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
It's going to be jam-packed tomorrow, and they can see themselves on the big screen, and they appreciate the fact that their photos, they're going live, global.
Oh, what a beautiful sight. What a beautiful sight. What a beautiful sight. And the crowds keep coming. And by this time tomorrow, there would be standing room only, I can assure you.
So this is the spirit of Intercol.
That's the spirit of Intercol right there. As a GPSS section, in case you are not familiar with the bold green.
So we're getting ready for the girls 100-meter hurdle final for junior.
And this is a straight finals. You say all events this afternoon, they are finals. And in
lane number 3.
One. Let's go to the house announcement.
SAS, Christina Charles. Lane number 4, Wagity Rental, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Kayla Christopher. Lane number 5, representing Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Kaylani Kwashi. Lane number 6, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Kashanti Mitchell. Lane number 7, GTC Anglican High, Carriana Gelino. And lane number 8, Wagity Rental, St. David's Catholic, Janaya Hazard. Your start list, event 35, 100-meter hurdles, junior girls. Record stands at 16.29 seconds.
So there you have it. All 7 competitors in this 100 meters hurdles for junior girls. Sashin McCollum from SAS. Saraya Phillip from Boca Secondary School. Christina Charles from SAS. Kayla Christopher from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. And they are on the status orders. Hazard in lane 8, Jelino in lane 7, Mitchell in 6, Quashi's in lane 5.
Keep your eyes on the track. And the gun sends them off. 100-meter hurdles for junior girls. Already we see Christina Charles of SAS, and from the St. David's Catholic Secondary we have Christopher. So it's Christina Charles celebrates winning the girls 100-meter hurdle for junior. Christina Charles of SAS.
So Charles taking this one there quite comfortably in the end. So much so that she had sufficient time to lift her hands in acknowledgement that I would have done it. She crossed the finish line. That's Christina Charles from SAS.
So take me through.
Winning this one here. Right from the start, Christina had the lead. She was challenged, and she was challenged in a good challenge there by the athlete from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. That's Kayla Christopher. But in the end, Christina was too strong, technique much better, and so she ended up the winner in this one.
Christina Charles of SAS, 16.27 the time. Kayla Christopher, St. David Catholic Secondary, 16.29 seconds. And in third position, Janaya Hazard, also of the St. David Catholic Secondary School.
So I'll tell you this. Bernstein. Her time is 16.27 seconds with a legal win. In fact, she was running to a headwind of 1.7 meters per second. And the old record stood at 16.29. That was established in 2017. So we have
a new record. Congratulations to Christina Charles of SAS, who continues to do well at this Intercol Games, now being a record holder in the girls 100-meter hurdles junior. Congratulations to Christina Charles and the rest of the SAS team,
coaching staff, and all the students of St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. So we're getting ready for the boys' edition, the boys' version of the 110-meter hurdles. The girls did 100-meter hurdles, but the boys, the males, they do 110-meter hurdles.
And in this event, the record in this event stands at 15.10 seconds, established in 2017 by Corey Joseph. The better time, or the best time coming into this event, is a time of 15.52 seconds by Golden Joseph Jr. from SAS. So he's the one to look for coming into these finals here with the best time from the preliminaries, and he's in lane number 5. So the running really should come from lanes 5, lanes 4, and lane number 6. So keep your eyes peeled on lane 4, 5, and 6.
So we're getting ready for the boys' 110-meter hurdles. Junior. Daniel of GBSS, Alexander of PBC, Davis, Hillsborough Secondary, Joseph of GBSS, Golden Joseph of SAS, Ethan Auguste of PBC, Deshaun Jones, St. David's Catholic Secondary, and Christoph Callist of SAS. We join the house announcers for the official lane assignments.
Lane number 2, representing the Nexa PBC, Caleb Alexander. Lane number 3, representing the Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Tyler Davis. Lane 4, representing the Nagico GBSS, Kamal Joseph. Lane number 5, your fastest in qualifying, representing the Nawasa SAS, Golden Joseph Jr. Lane number 6, representing the Nagico PBC, Ethan Auguste. Lane number 7, representing the Wagiti St. David's Catholic Secondary, Deshaun Jones. And lane 8 is vacant, Christoph Callist, Nawasa SAS.
So there you have it, the lane assignments. This is going to be a good competitive one from the GBSS. We have 2 athletes from the GBSS and one in lane 1. And Rishon Daniel Alexander from the PBC, he's in lane 2. Davis, lane 3. In lane 4, from the GBSS, Kamal Joseph, the fastest qualifier in lane number 5. That's Golden Joseph Jr. Ethan Auguste from the Presentation College, he is in lane 6. Deshaun Jones from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. It's good to see the athlete there, Tyler Davis from Hillsborough Secondary School, in the mix of things here. He came into this event with a time of 16.20 seconds. That's Tyler Davis from Hillsborough Secondary School.
So we're getting ready to start. You gotta get over the barriers, and who does so in the quickest time will be the winner. Let's get ready for the boys' 110-meter hurdles junior final.
So there's no Christoph Callist, who had qualified for these finals.
And they're off. Here's Golden Joseph and Kamal in the middle of the field. Joseph, it's a race between the Josephs. It's Golden Joseph of SAS. Golden Joseph of SAS on his outside. Rishon Daniel, but it's Golden Joseph of SAS. He celebrates winner of the boys 110-meter hurdles for juniors.
Absolutely remarkable run there by Golden Joseph Jr. And like his compatriot in the female version of this, celebrated with 5 minutes to the end. I have this, and I have this in a bag of 15.23 seconds. 15.23 seconds. Some daylight with the second place finisher in Rishon Daniel, 15.52 seconds, and Kamal Joseph of the GBSS both in 15.59. Ethan Auguste, he finished in fourth position in 15.76. A remarkable run there from the young man from SAS.
It was indeed a remarkable run. A very intelligent run too. Golden Joseph, he had the stature as a hurdler, pretty tall. And he did himself proud by winning this event, celebrating as he went across the line. SAS in position 1, 15.23 seconds. GBSS second and third in Rishon Daniel and Kamal Joseph, 15.52 and 15.59 seconds respectively.
One would have thought in finishing with 15.23 seconds, he was within touching distance of the record there. If those celebrations did not take place as early as it did, but 10 meters to the finish line, and still finishing with 15.23. The record still stands at 15.10 seconds.
Well, it's youthful exuberance. He'll get hold of that at some time in the future, but it's Intercol, it's celebration time, and he just wants to have a good time. Congratulations to Golden Joseph Jr. of SAS.
I'm telling you, Bernstein, we have some talent. There are some talent in the making. These young people are putting on a display over this last day and today, a display of good running, jumping, throwing. Records are being established. And we continue with action. Next event on the track. The next event on the track would be the hurdles for sub-junior girls, 400 meters. So it's a 400 meters hurdles for sub-junior girls. That will be the next event on the track. And in the interim or ongoing would be some field events. In the hep for girls, the javelin throw, as well as the discus throw for senior girls. They are happening at the same time. So the girls 400 meters, sub-junior. As we alluded to earlier this morning, there are no games record for this event, being a fairly new event in terms of record at these games. We have Fraser from SAS. She would be in lane 1. Charles, that's Deja Charles from St. Joseph's Convent. She would be in lane 2. Janelle Smith from the Anglican High School, lane 3. Michaela Abraham from St. Joseph's Convent would be in lane 4. Gavaya Walker from SAS in lane 5. In lane 6 is the athlete from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Sydney Douglas. She's in lane 6. It's Hillsborough Secondary School, represented here by Kamaya Clement. And Kamaya is running from lane 7. And in lane 8, Shaquanda Paul in lane 8 from St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
So as you see, the fans are there with us just to remind you of the colors, so that if you're looking at the colors, you can connect the colors to the school. All white, Anglican High School. Light blue will be Beacon High School. Red and royal blue, that will be Bishop's College. Gray and black, that will be Boca Secondary. All green, and as you've seen, GBSS. Columbia blue and black, that's the Christian Academy, the Grenada Christian Academy. White and green, Grenada Seventh-day Adventist. Orange and black, that's Grenville Secondary. Purple and white, that's Happy Hill Secondary. Forest green and gold, that's Hillsborough Secondary. Purple, orange and white, G.W. Fletcher Catholic. Maroon and white, that's MacDonald College. So you're gonna rep your colors. We getting ready for a medal presentation, are we?
That should be shortly, but let's make a segue now to Blossom. Blossom, we are coming to you. If you are ready for us, you have an update on the girls' heptathlon.
Yes, I do, guys. The girls' heptathlon is just about to get into the 6th of their 7 events. The young ladies are about, or they're just about to get underway, the javelin throw. And after 4 events, I can tell you that leader right now is Rachel Etienne of the Anglican High School, and she's followed by Anna Maria Paul of St. David's Catholic Secondary, and in third so far after 4 events is Jadsa Mark. After the javelin throw, the young girls would get a little rest before they come back to do the 800 meters, and that would wrap up their 2 days of competition in the girls' heptathlon. So we're keeping an eye on the javelin throw as they get the first round of throws underway. They will do 3, and of course the winner or the longest distance will earn the most.
Thank you very much, Blossom, as we segue now to Sherry-Ann. Sherry-Ann, you have an update for us?
Yes, I do. Interesting times here at the high jump. We're down to 2 athletes. That's DeAndre Smith of the Boca Secondary
Sherry-Ann, we
School.
will have to hold it there for a while as we go to the house announcer. We have a medal presentation, and then we come right back to you after the medal presentation, Sherry-Ann.
Your silver medalist with a distance of 30.89 meters from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Let's hear it for Tabitha Francis. And taking home the gold with a distance of 31.87 meters from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Naomi Augustine. These are your medalists for event number 28, the girls' discus throw junior.
Medal presentation for event number 53, the girls' 1500 meter run sub-junior. Your bronze medalist with time of 5 minutes, 44.26 seconds. From the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Kaylina Modeste. Your silver medalist with a time of 5 minutes, 43.09 seconds. From the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School, Angelina Bain Jackson. And your winner, your gold medalist, with a time of 5 minutes, 40.30 seconds. From the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Michaela Abraham. Congratulations to our medalists for event number 53, 1500 meter run, sub-junior, girls.
Medal presentation for event number 54, the boys' 1500 meter run sub-junior. In third and taking home the bronze medal from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Mikael Moses. He has a time of 4 minutes, 41.51 seconds. Your silver medalist from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Jensen Mitchell. A time of 4 minutes, 39.59 seconds. And our gold medalist is from the Grenada Boys Secondary School with a time of 4 minutes, 34.74 seconds, Jordan Griffith Hazard. Let's hear it one more time for our medalists for event number 54, the boys' 1500 meter run sub-junior. We would like to thank Senator Quint Britton for assisting with the distribution of the medals.
We are now very happy to have with us Ms. Rhea Book, Marketing and Communications Officer for IMA. your bronze medalist with a time of 17.37 seconds from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Janaya Hazard. Your silver medalist with a time of 16.29 seconds from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Kayla Christopher. And your gold medalist, setting a new record with a time of 16.27 seconds from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Christina Charles. Congratulations to all our medalists. Well done.
Medal presentation for event number 36, the boys 110-meter hurdles junior. In third and bringing home the bronze medal from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Hamal Joseph. A time of 15.59 seconds. In second and taking home the silver today from the Grenada Boys Secondary School again, Rishon Daniel. He had a time of 15.52 seconds. And bringing home the gold to the big parish from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Golden Joseph Jr. He has a time of 15.23 seconds. Let's hear it one more time for the medalists of event number 36, the boys 110-meter hurdles juniors. We would like to thank Ms. Ria Burke, Marketing and Communications Officer of the IMA, for assisting us with the distribution of the medals. And of course, we want to congratulate all medalists for their success. We are rooting for you. We support you. We love you. Over to the announcers.
Thank you very much, Alyssa, and congratulations to all of the medalists.
Sharia, we coming to you. Coming to an update now, Sharia, that you started just so you can
Turn your attention to the big screen, you can see the points.
Let you know that it's interesting times here at the high jump. We have two athletes remaining in the senior boys high jump. We have DeAndre Smith of the Boca Secondary School and Timothy Greenwich of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. They are going to attempt a height of 1.98 meters. The record here is 2.05. Importantly to note is that Timothy is a member of the 2025 character team, and he has his eyes set on the record. I was speaking to him a short while ago. Apart from that, we have the girls, the senior girls discuss. It's in progress. One more round to go before they pick out the top 8, so I will get back to you with more information on that.
Thank you very much, Ariane. That's an update. There are two athletes remaining in the high jump. And as they progress further, we will get a further update. What we are witnessing here, though, on the screen,
That's the female and this is the male.
okay, we are going to go to the house announcer for the lane assignment for this 400 meters girls sub-junior.
St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. Deja Charles. Lane number 3.
GTC Anglican High School, Janelle Smith. Lane number 4, St. Joseph's Convent, Michaela Abraham. Lane number 5, Nawasa Sass, Gavia Walker. Lane number 6, Wagiti, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Sydney Douglas. Lane number 7, Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Kamaya Clement. And lane number 8, Wagiti, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Shaquanda Paul. Your start list in the final, sub-junior girls, 400-meter hurdles.
So we're getting ready for the 400-meter hurdles for sub-junior girls. And they're off. Is the 400-meter hurdles for sub-junior girls in progress. And there they go. Already it's Walker of SAS making up the stagger on St. David's Catholic Secondary. So it's Walker of SAS from St. David's Catholic Secondary. We have Sydney Douglas and Shaquanda Paul also in the picture. But it's Gavia Walker of SAS and Sydney Douglas of St. David's Catholic. So it's Gavia Walker, Sydney Douglas. At this moment, leading the field. Going down the top turn, it's Gavia Walker. Getting ready to head into the street. They're going over the barrier, side by side. It's going to be a tight one. It's going to be a close finish. Just pulling ahead slightly, Sydney Douglas. But here comes Gavia Walker, the stronger one. Who is going to get there faster and who is going to get there quicker? It is Walker of SAS, Gia Walker, SAS. 70.14 seconds.
And it really came down to the end, who wanted it the most. And who wanted it the most was Gavia Walker of SAS. 1 minute 10.14 seconds. What a wonderful run from this young lady here. This is serious running. A good measured run. They were running side by side as we look at the replay. Side by side. At one time, St. David's Catholic Secondary School student was in front. But right at the end, with 2 to 5 meters to go, Gavia Walker pulled it off. So it's victory for Gavia Walker from SAS, 1 minute 10.14 seconds. In second position is Sydney Douglas from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 1 minute 10.22 seconds. A wonderful run there by these two young ladies, neck and neck.
Yes, I'll say it was a spirited run there. All the effort was put into that finish, and Gavia Walker just happened to outlast her right at the finishing tip there and dipping and winning the 400-meter hurdles for sub-junior girls. We're getting ready for the 400-meter hurdles for senior girls.
So senior girls are up next. There's some 8 athletes listed in this event here, coming out from this morning's exercise. The athlete here with the better time was from SAS, Kemiel Alexander, with 1 minute 11.93 seconds. And she's in lane 6. So let's go to the house announcer for the lane assignments.
Ready for lane number 1. Khadijah Noreen, Annikenheim. Lane 3, Emma McIntosh, Yannickenheim. Lane 4, Peaches Panchu, Magdalene College. Lane 5, Ocean Williams, Nawasa Sachs. Lane 6, Kimaya Alexander, SAS. Lane 7, Shauna Rages, St. Joseph Convent, Grenville. Into lane number 8, from St. David's Catholic Secondary, Talia Decent.
So we have 2 athletes there from Anakin High School, 2 from SAS, athlete there from McDonald's College, 1 from St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, and an athlete there from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Nikai Roberts from Boca Secondary
Get ready
School,
for the start.
scratched.
So this would be an interesting event, very interesting. Kamaya Alexander of SAS, also Peaches Panchu of McDonald College,
400-meter hurdle.
who always seem to be in the reckoning. Also the athletes from St. David's Catholic Secondary, that's Talia Decent. We'll also have something to say in this event, the girls 400-meter hurdle senior.
The game's record in this event is 1 minute 07.88 seconds. That was established in 2018 by Crystal Mapson. Let's see if anybody's going to get closest. The closest so far is the athlete in lane number 6. That's Kimiel Alexander from SAS, 1 minute 11.93 seconds. That's what she came into
The
this
record
finals
time
with.
in this event, 1 minute 7.88 seconds. The fastest time into the final. Emma McIntosh of the Anglican High, lane number 3.
So they're already then waiting this start. 400 meters hurdles, senior girls. So the delay, the slight delay, was to accommodate the athlete there from Boca Secondary School.
And the rule that you heard was an attempt in the high jump.
So all 8 athletes are now in the lineup. That's Nikaya Roberts from the Boca Secondary School have joined the other athletes who are lined up here. She came in with a time of 1 minute 27 seconds flat. That's Nikaya Roberts.
The girls 400-meter hurdles senior. The next event on track. Here they go. It's the 400-meter hurdles for senior girls. As we come to the first barrier, we see SAS, but going out in the distance in the outer lane from St. David's Catholic, it's Talia Decent. Talia Decent opening up an early gap from the rest of the field. And we have the other athletes chasing. Peaches Panchu is there from McDonald College. SAS, Kimaya Alexander also in the mix, but it's Decent of St. David's Catholic Secondary who would have opened up a gap from the rest of the field. Here comes Peaches Panchu. Peaches Panchu, as she moves over that barrier there with some zeal and enthusiasm. The Anglican High School athletes are in the chase back. We are coming down to the final 60 meters. It's Peaches Panchu. She's going to win. Peaches Panchu of the McDonald College is going to take this one. She wins smartly. Here comes the other athletes. Anglican High School. Looks like Khadija Nori and Kemaya Alexander of SAS in third position.
1:06.26 seconds. That's McDonald's College. Peaches Panchu. She has been doing this all meet, yesterday and today. running extremely well. Peaches Panchu from McDonald College at the top of the 100 meters. As you look at the replay here, she took the lead and she maintained that lead. In fact, she increased the lead as she got closer to the finish line and looking as strong and winning there by somewhat 40-45 meters.
Peaches Panchu, a determined athlete, one who puts her all into what she's doing. She's been doing event after event, but she continues to excel in all of the events that she has done so far. One of our athletes that shows a lot of promise, one for the future, Peaches Panchu of the McDonald College.
And it was Nori from the Anglican High School in second position. Alexander, that's Kamea Alexander from SAS in third position. And in fourth position, the other athlete from the Anglican High School, Emma McIntosh, in 1 minute 12.36 seconds. But this one goes to Peaches Panchu from McDonald College, a wonderful time of 1 minute 06.26 seconds.
So that was the completion of the 400-meter hurdle for senior girls. And for our viewers, our followers, as promised, here is the distribution of points for the different positions. If you're keeping tally, we just had a recent point update, so you can keep your score as we move forward to the rest of the evening's activities. For individual events, first position, 7 points. Second, 5 points. Third, 3 points. Fourth, 2 points. Fifth, 6, 7, and 8, 1 point. Let me just repeat. Get your pens, get your paper. Get your Sharpies out. First, 7. Second, 5. Third, 3. Fourth, 2. Fifth, 6, 7, and 8, 1. As we see Lydia from St. Andrews, SAS, like a mascot for SAS. She's always here. One of the fans.
Well, not just a fan. I would regard her as a super fan. And you need people like this in your corner at all times. Just to go back to the 400 meters for senior girls, I was waiting for a bit of a confirmation, but the winning time for Panchu was 1 minute 06.26 seconds, which would have eclipsed Crystal Mapson's old record of 1 minute 07.88 seconds that was established in 2018. So we say this with caution, but there seems to be a new record here for Peaches Panchu in the girls 400 meters hurdles senior.
Well, congratulations to Peaches Panchu. If this one stands, congratulations to Peaches Panchu and to the McDonald College fraternity. So we're getting ready for the boys 400-meter hurdles. We're going to take the lane assignment from the house announcer.
Lane number 1, representing Nagico, GBSS, Allion James. Lane number 2, representing the Nexa PBC, Jedediah Roberts. Lane number 3, representing Nexa PBC, Anthony Phillip. Lane number 4, representing the Nawasa SAS, Keydon Hilaire. Lane number 5, representing Wagiti St. David's Catholic Secondary, Zion Blackett. Lane number 6, Nawasa SAS, Deshaun Oliver. Lane number 7, Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Mateo Collins. Lane number 8, representing the Nagico, GBSS, Tevon Slater. This event is being contested for the first time at these Intercol games, and so someone will establish the record.
So there you have it, the starting lineup for the boys 400 meters hurdle sub-junior. There are no games record, so whoever wins here will be establishing the games record. Coming into this event with the best time, 1 minute 02.72 seconds, is the athlete in lane 3, Anthony Phillip from the Presentation College.
400 meters hurdle sub-junior.
They have been asked to reset themselves, and the next best time coming into these finals, Deshaun Oliver from SAS 1 minute 04.97 seconds. So the running should come from lanes 3, lanes 6, and lane 1.
So it's James, Roberts, Philip, Hilaire, Blackett, Oliver, Collins, and Slater. Your stat line, your stat up, your stat list for the boys 400-meter hurdles sub-junior.
So it's 2 athletes from GBSS, 2 athletes from Presentations College, 2 athletes from SAS, 1 from Hillsborough Secondary School, and 1 from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Let's see how this plays out.
And they're called to their mark, which means we're getting ready for the boys 400-meter hurdles sub-junior. And they're off. The 400-meter hurdles for sub-junior boys. And already making a strong run is from GBSS, Slater in lane 8. We look in the middle of the pack and we see that Hilaire is there. Kidan Hilaire of SAS making a strong run. So it's James or Slater, make that Slater, and Hilaire in leading the pack at the moment. PBC's, we see the athlete from PBC, that's Philip, Anthony Philip. He's also there in the mix. So Anthony Philip making a strong dash for home. Now we just taking that top turn and ready. Here comes Philip. Philip in lane 3 from the PBC, the Presentation Brothers College. It's Philip. Philip. Here is GBSS making a strong run on the inside, but I think SAS would have just slid into second position there from GBSS. We are with the official result for that event. Your winner, Anthony Philip, PBC.
His hands were lifted 5 meters from the finish line. The exuberance of youth. He finished there. That's Anthony Philip in first position. 1 minute 02.20 seconds. So this established the time, the game's record. This is the first time this is competed at these events. And Deshaun Oliver from SAS, 1 minute 03.91 seconds. Leon James from the GBSS, 1 minute 03.96. These are your 3 finishers. In 4th position was Kidan Hilaire. As we look at the replay here, everything seems to be fairly even Stevens, with a good run being made there by the athletes from SAS. That's Oliver, Deshaun Oliver. And it was just around here that the athlete from the Presentation Brothers College started to make his run. That's Anthony Phillip in lane 3. A good, smooth running by all 3 leaders at the front there. And here comes Phillip, taking it to the finish line, as he did in the preliminaries. And hands raised. We are going to segue now to Sherian. Sherian has an interview for us. Sherian, it's all over to you.
Christiana Charles is the record holder in the junior girls 100-meter hurdles. She did that in a time of 16.27 seconds. And Christiana is also the gold medalist in the junior girls long jump. Speak to us about how the past 2 days has been going for you in terms of the preparations, and so that you put in to ensure that you can shine when you come out to the Intercol Games.
Well, all the hard work I've been putting in, I feel proud of myself, proud of my coach for all the hard work and dedication. And I was looking out for a comeback since after I get disqualified in the 200 meter. I come back to get first in the finals. In the long jump, it was not my best, but I was preparing for the 100 hurdles to get the record, and I get the record, and I'm very proud of myself.
What's next for you on the tracks today in day 2?
I have the 400 meter flat and the 4x1 junior finals.
And how much are you looking forward to those games, to those races?
In the 400 flat, I'm not too confident about it, but I'll go out and do my best. And for the 4x1 junior, I have a good feeling that we're going to place in the top 2.
Thank you very much. That was the record breaking, or I should say the new record holder for the junior girls 100-meter hurdles, Christiana Charles, the athlete out of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. Back to you, Bernard.
Thank you very much. On screen now, we see an attempt that's made there by Greenwich. He's attempting to break the record in this event. And he failed attempt there. But Bernstein, Christiana, that's one for the future.
Oh, yes,
the
one
young
for the
lady is
future.
confident. Did you hear what she said with the 200 meters? She was disqualified, so the next event would pay for it. And it did.
Yes, it did. I think she's going back to national championships. Maybe she got disqualified somewhere. But for being disqualified in an event and using that as fuel going forward, that tells you a lot about the character of that athlete.
I couldn't agree with you more. It says a lot. The determination. I came here with a purpose. And that's your new record holder.
Presentation Brothers College.
Record holder she is.
Lane 3, Nathan Hilaire. Nagico, GBSS. Lane 4, Akedon James, Wagiti, St. David's Catholic. Lane 5, Kyle Ned, Nawasa Sass. Lane 6, Josh Thomas, Nagico, GBSS.
That was your lineup there from the house announcer for the boys. 400 meters hurdles for senior. And you would have heard the chair for the athlete with the best times coming into these finals. 58.96 seconds. It's Kyle Ned. He has been doing really, really well at these games. And he's from SAS. He's in lane 5.
This is going to be an interesting event. Let's pay attention to the time. We could be on record alert.
The record stands at 54.32 seconds.
And there they go. The 400-meter hurdles for senior boys. Already Ned is up on GBSS. So Ned already making his move there on Hilaire. It's Kyle Ned going down the back straight, executing finally. It's Kyle Ned. It's Ned of SAS. GBSS is trailing. It's Ned of SAS opening up a lead. I think he means business. St. David's Catholic in Akedon James is there, but it's all about Ned. Kyle Ned of SAS. He's taking that top turn. He's ready to go into that 100 meters. It is Kyle Ned. Kyle Ned of SAS. Look at Ned. Lane 5. Coming down to the finish line. Last barrier to go. And Ned is striding home. A race against time. A comfortable win for Kyle Ned, GBSS, second and third. And the rest of the field comes home now.
What can you say? A class above the rest. Really, he is.
He's indeed a class above the rest.
His technique is almost flawless. Almost flawless. This is one for the future. Make a note of the name. Make a note of the name. Kyle Ned from SAS, winning this event in 55.49, just outside of the record, but a wonderful run. Not much of a competition. As we look back on the replay here, he was leading from the top of the 100 meters right to the end, and leading by some distance. His closest competitor was 25 meters, and he kept increasing that distance right until the finish line.
Kyle Ned, one for us to really embrace and push to the limit, because he's one of those athletes. He's what you might call a workhorse. He contributes in all areas. SAS can always depend on Kyle Ned because he's going to deliver.
So it's Ned, Kyle Ned from the SAS in first position. The second position, Nathan Hilaire. Third, Josh Thomas. They are both from GBSS. And Akedon James from St. David's Catholic Secondary School in fourth position. He finished with a time of 58.55 seconds. And Josh Thomas, that is, from the GBSS, 58.24 and 57.53, Nathan Hilaire. But the winner in this event, Kyle Ned, with a superb time of 55.49 seconds from SAS.
a good run from Ned. And he'll be on show again in the senior boys 100 meters. Guess he was reserving something for that final that will be coming up shortly.
He certainly looked strong at the end. It looked like he had something else in the tank. And the next event on the track will be the girls 800-meter run for senior girls, and that will be followed by the 800 meters for boys, that is senior boys. And then we get into a suite of 200 meters.
So the fans are there soaking up all the activities that are taking place here, really enjoying themselves. The students are out in their numbers.
So let's see if we can touch base with Sharian or Blossom to see what updates they have concerning the field events that's ongoing or that would have been finished. When they do, they will get in touch with us and we will bring their report to you. But in the meantime, we still have a number of events on both track and on the field on this evening of this second day, session 4 of these Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary Schools Intercol Games 2025. And the fans are happy. The various students are happy. So all around, this is a good day for track and field. After what would have transpired in the morning session of yesterday, what a remarkable turnaround in the weather for today, Wednesday. The high jump has been completed. You can see them walking off. So, Sharian, if you're hearing me, you will give us a report as to the standing of the high jump and how they would have done. The last we heard from you was that Greenwich was making an attempt at their record. And we are talking about boys high jump for in the senior division. Blossom, I'm coming to you now. You have some updates for us concerning the Heptathlon. Blossom, if you hear me, you can go ahead.
Yes, I have an update. It's exciting in the Heptathlon because as the young ladies prepare for the 800 meters, the final event of the girls' Heptathlon, we have a shift in the point standings. The young ladies have done the 100-meter hurdle, high jump, shot put, 200 meters, long jump, and javelin throw. And at the completion of those 6 events, Rashana Coutain of St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, is leading the current point standings, followed by Rachel Etienne of Anglican High School, who was leading at the end of day 1. She's now in 2nd place. And in 3rd place is Jadsa Mark of SAS. She was in 2nd place at the end of day 1 yesterday. So we see some shifting there, and with the closeness of the points, I can tell you that it will come down to the 800 meters for the girls to decide who will take home the gold, silver, and bronze in the Heptathlon. So that's the latest.
So just to repeat, Coutain, and Coutain is from which school?
Coutain is from St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, and she's leading with 2,502 points.
2,502 points.
Yes, and second place.
She's the leader there.
Yes, and 2nd place, Rachel Etienne of Anglican High. She has accumulated 2,485 points so far. And on her heels is Jadsa Mark of SAS with 2,459 points in 3rd place.
Thank you very much, Blossom. And there you have it. Coutain is our leader in the Heptathlon from St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, with 2,502 points. In 2nd position is Rachel Etienne from the Anglican High School, 2,485, and Mark from SAS with 2,459. Not much separates them. The last and final event in this Heptathlon will be the 800 meters, and that will be run off shortly.
Okay, so we're getting back to some live action shortly. Up next should be the 800-meter senior run for girls, which will be followed by the 800-meter run for senior boys. As we spoke about the Heptathlon, just to remind our viewers that when it comes to scoring the combined events, first place gets 13 points. So for the Hep and the Heptathlon, it's a combined event. So we are going to score first place 13 points, second place 9 points, third 5, fourth 3, and then fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth 2 points. So let me just run through that again. Combined events, first position 13 points, second 9, third 5 points, fourth 3, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth get 2 points. And a similar scoring goes for the relays. So the relays are scored in a similar way to the combined events. So relays, when the relays start, first place will get 13 points, second 9, third 5, fourth 3, 2, 2, 2, 2 for fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. I hope you got the information, that you have been doing your tabulations, so at the end of the day, or whenever you move out, you still can tally, or you can call your friend and double check your tallies and make sure that you are following the event. And I know you are enjoying the Intercol commentary, compliments TNR Communications, and just having a good time. Tomorrow will be bigger and better, and many of you who are at home today may have been making your preparations to come down. So you're going to come and you're going to represent in your colors, in your team colors, and you're going to support full 100, as we say, for whatever school you are supporting.
Yes, and so Bernstein, it actually matters, and matters most with these multidiscipline events. They really do carry a lot of points in terms of the standing for their various schools. What we are going to witness shortly is a medal presentation, and we will go to the house announcer once that gets on the way. We will go to the house announcer for a medal presentation.
For event number 89, the girls 400-meter hurdles sub-junior. Your bronze medalist with a time of 1 minute 15.87 seconds from the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Deja Charles. Your silver medalist with a time of 1 minute 10.22 seconds from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Sydney Douglas. And your winner, your gold medalist with a time of 1 minute 10.14 seconds from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, Gavia Walker. Congratulations, medalists, for event number 89, the girls 400-meter hurdles sub-junior. Event number 45, the girls 400-meter hurdles senior. Your bronze medalist with a time of 1 minute 10.40 seconds from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, Kimaya Alexander. Your silver medalist with a time of 1 minute 10.09 seconds from the Anglican High School, Khadijah Nore. And your gold medalist setting a new record with a time of 1 minute 6.26 seconds from McDonald College, Peaches Panchu. Congratulations to our medalists for event 45, the girls 400-meter hurdles senior. We extend sincerest thanks to you, Mr. Leon Francis, for assisting us with this medal presentation. Mr. Francis is the CEO of Blue Bubbles Event Rental, Inc.
For our next medal presentation, we are graced with the presence of Mrs. Kizzy Bartholomew, Branch Manager of Huggins Petroleum Department, to assist with the distribution of the medals. Medal presentation for event number 46, the boys 400-meter hurdles senior. Coming in third and reigning in the bronze medal from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Josh Thomas. He had a time of 58.24 seconds. In second, with a silver medal, give it up from the Grenada Boys Secondary School again, Nathan Hilaire. 57.53 seconds. And our gold medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School with a time of 55.49 seconds, Kyle Ned. These are your medalists for event number 46, the boys 400-meter hurdles senior. Medal presentation for event number 90, the boys 400-meter hurdles sub-junior. Our bronze medalists from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Allion James, a time of 1 minute, 3.96 seconds. Your silver medalist with a time of 1 minute, 3.91 seconds from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Deshaun Oliver. And your gold medalist with a time of 1 minute, 2.20 seconds from the Presentation Brothers College, Anthony Phillip. Let's hear it one more time for the medalists for event number 90, the boys 400-meter hurdles sub-junior. We would like to thank Mrs. Kizzy Bartholomew, manager of Huggins Petroleum Department, for assisting with this segment of the medal presentation. And of course, we want to congratulate all medalists for their success in these events.
You have just witnessed a medal presentation, and the next event on the track would be the 800 meters, and that's the 800 meters for sub-junior girls. Did I say sub-junior girls? It's 800 meters for senior girls. These are big girls. So that's 800 meters for senior girls. They're up next. And then that will be followed by the 800 meters for senior boys. These are the finals. We have some 12 athletes registered here or listed here to participate in this event. The leading time coming into this event was from Alain Gidhari, 2 minutes 39.03 seconds. that she would have done in the preliminaries, and she's from St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
So we're getting ready for the girls 800-meter run senior. A field of 12 on paper, but on the screen, the numbers might have just dwindled a little.
Yes, we have 2 non-starters.
So here we go. It's the 800-meter run for seniors, for senior girls. Already we can see St. David's Catholic Secondary. That's Alian Gidhari of St. David's Catholic in the lead. She's followed by, from the Christian Academy, Grenada Christian Academy, Tiana Joseph. And from the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, we have Elisha McDonald. So that's our top 3. It's Gidhari, Joseph, and McDonald. Gidhari, Joseph, and McDonald. So as we get ready for the bell lap, it's Gidhari, Joseph, McDonald. Peaches Panchu is also in the mix. It's the bell lap. We've got another 400 meters to go. It's Alian Gidhari of St. David's Catholic Secondary who is currently leading the field. Gidhari is there. And here comes Peaches Panchu on the outside of the chasing pack, but it's Gidhari of St. David's Catholic Secondary opening up a lead from the rest of the field. All by her own, going down the back straight. Peaches Panchu is trying to give some chase. The gap is wide. Panchu is there. The gap seems to be widening as she go down the back straight and ready to take the top third. It's Alian Gidhari, St. David's Catholic Secondary, on a stroll of her own. Not being challenged at the moment, but would like to put down a good time here at the GAPSS Intercol Championships 2025. 100 meters to go. It's still Alian Gidhari of St. David's Catholic Secondary, and she's turning on the heat now. She's striding for the finish line. Here she comes. She's going to take this as she steps over the finish line. Alian Gidhari, St. David's Catholic Secondary in first position. Here comes Peaches Panchu of the McDonald College, and did she pass her on the line? We'll wait to see. This was Bishop College with a dash for the finish. It was close for third and fourth. It was Kishona Williams McQueen of Bishop's College. She wanted it more, put in more effort, and just slid past Tactica Alexander of Wesley College to grasp.
Well, as we look at the replay here, Gidhari would have led from start to finish. She ran her race, irrespective of the lack of real challenge. She continued and she ran her race, and in the end, with a good time of 2 minutes, 24.75 seconds. And that's Gidhari from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School in second position. Another athlete who has been doing a lot of running, jumping and throwing, Peaches Panchu from the McDonald College. She came in at second, 2 minutes 35.51 seconds. And a sprint finish at the end, get a podium position for Kashona Williams McQueen from Bishop's College, 2 minutes 37.88 seconds, just nipping Tisha Alexander from Wesley College. From Wesley College, who finished in 2 minutes 38.04 seconds. That's Alexander from Wesley College, finishing in 4th position, 2 minutes 38.04. So it's Kid Harry from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, the winner in this one.
I really want to applaud the effort of the 3rd place winner there. She was nowhere in the picture, but giving it her all, maybe deciding I need to go to Carriacou with a medal. And she made a dash for it, and there she is now, 3rd place winner, a bronze medal for sure that she's going to be taking up to Carriacou and celebrate with her fans, the rest of the students at Bishop's College.
And she didn't seem winded at all at the end of the race, which seems to suggest that she had a little bit more, and maybe she left the kick for a little bit late. It's the senior boys, that's their turn. They are up next for the 800 meters.
The crowd is up for this one, the boys 800 meter run, senior. This is going to be a fast one. A lot of talented athletes in this one.
12 registered, Bernstein. You have 12 registered. And the game's record is 1 minute 53.30 seconds. That was established in 2001 by Kendall Simon. The Kendall Simon.
Well, his daughter is running now, so at least it has to be a record that was there for some time.
And coming in with the best time here is in 2 minutes, 0.21 seconds. Romel Charles from St. Rose Modern Secondary School. St. Rose Modern Secondary School, Romel Charles, the best time from the semis into these finals.
Let's see if Romel Charles can repeat that performance. Adriel Mitchell may have something to say about that, as well as the other athletes in the field. Also from McDonald's College, 1572 we see there. Nickel John.
So let's go to the house announcer for the rest of the lineup.
The race of their life. The challenge record 1 minute 53.30 seconds. Every athlete is a big name in his own right.
Well, what we can tell you, Darion Telesford, he represents GBSS here. Kevin Fleming, St. Mark's Secondary School. Joshua Cadet represents Grenville Secondary. Daniel Douglas Sass, Grenada Boys Secondary School in Jaylon, St. Louis. Romel Charles, who we have spoken about earlier, the best time coming into this final from St. Rhodes Modern Secondary. Then Kimmel Murray from Grenada Christian Academy. And Nickel John from McDonald College. Adriel Mitchell from Presentation College. From representing Happy Hill Secondary School, Deloney Patrice. And from Boca Secondary School, J. Phillip. And John Tia Noel from St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
So this is a formidable field that we have there, and it can be anybody's race. It's 800, it's athletics, and they all would have done their work. They would have trained hard and make all the preparations. Now they're ready to showcase their talent. Who is going to get gold, silver, and bronze? It's all on the line here. The boys 800 meter run senior. Next event on the track.
These are the senior boys. So if they are not doing the 100 meters, that will be the last event for them for today, for most of them. So we can see some really spirited running, leaving all on the line, as they would say.
So you're getting ready. Boys 800 meter run senior. As they are limbering up there, at least wanting to stay warm, stay fresh.
This event has progressed over the years. It's now a long sprint. It's referred to as one of the long sprint events, no longer referred to as a middle distance, for whatever that means now in the normal scheme of things, or it's referred to as one of the longer sprints.
Well, based on the times that we get for the 800 meters, there's 1 minute 43, 1 minute 42. That's a sprint.
But the standard here, the time to chase, if you want to get your name in the record book, there is 1 minute 53.30 seconds. And 24 years is a while.
Well, if there is any time for breaking this record, the time is now.
The time is now. It's always the present. The young men are still limbering up. Slight delay, but the officials get everything right, and we should be on our way shortly.
So you're not missing anything. You can refresh yourselves in the meantime. If you can go to that little stash of snacks, you can go reach for snacks at home, for some snacks at home. You can have a drink.
What we can tell you, Grenada Christian Academy, in Kimmel Murray, he had his second best time coming out of the semis. 2 minutes and 0.66 seconds.
This is going to be an interesting race. Because I'm thinking that the pre-race favorite would have been Adriel Mitchell, but now Romel Charles have established himself, has set down the marker as a man to beat from what he did earlier on this morning. And also from the Grenada Christian Academy, these three athletes would be the ones in contention based on the performance this morning. But as you know, it's a final. And that extra gear sometimes kicks in, and something special may happen for one of these athletes in that park, in that field that we are looking at right now on screen.
And we certainly cannot discount or disregard the athlete there from McDonald College. That's Nickel John. He came into these finals with 2 minutes 01.67 seconds, and John Tia Noel from St. David's Catholic Secondary School with 2 minutes 01.71 seconds.
So it's going to come down to execution. It's going to come down to strategy in this race, and who does it best, who wants it more, and who performs best in the next 2 minutes will be the champion here.
We still have some minor delays, but we are seeing the starter getting into his position now. So momentarily, instructions should be delayed heavier.
Are we ready to go? Boys, 800 meter run, senior. I guess the long delay got them all worked up. We got to get some cool heads on the line. This is the 800 meter run for senior boys.
Well, hard-working officials are ensuring that all is right.
I think our officials have been doing a wonderful job for the past 2 days.
Absolutely, absolutely wonderful job. In fact, right throughout the season, you see the same faces over and over, and sometimes you forget this is all voluntary stuff.
It just shows our love for athletics and our dedication towards the game. And they're off this time. A clean start. The 800 meters for senior boys in progress. On the inside, we see SAS and GBSS. On the outside, we see PBC and the McDonald College. St. David's Catholic Secondary is also in the mix. It's Adriel Mitchell. He's going to run from the front. He's not taking any chances, but he's going to be chased by McDonald College, SAS, GBSS, Grenville Secondary. He's been followed. He's been tracked. Adriel Mitchell has a target on his back today. Let's see how he's going to maneuver, how he's going to track and get these guys off his back if he wants to win this race today. It's Mitchell of PBC holding on. GBSS in Telesford or St. Louis is there. SAS in Douglas is also in the mix. Charles is coming too. So let's see what happens as we get ready for the final 400 meters. It's still Mitchell. Mitchell in the lead pack. He's trying to pull away, but the other guys are tracking him. Some 5 meters he is from the rest of the field. It's Mitchell being hunted. He's now been hunted. It's Sass. It's Sass on the trail. Daniel Douglas is going to take it to Adriel Mitchell. Adriel Mitchell responds. Here comes St. David's. Here comes Grenada Christian Academy moving around there. They are going to track Adriel Mitchell right down to the finish. They are trying to go on the inside, but maybe they should try on the outside. Here comes Grenada Christian Academy and St. David's Catholic, but Mitchell pulls this one out of the bag. Here comes Romel Charles, but it's a little bit too late for Charles. He held it back too much. The judgment was bad, and Adriel Mitchell has his revenge.
Adriel Mitchell, what a run. He led from start to finish. 1 minute 59.61 seconds. I'll tell you something, Bernstein. Romel Charles had something to prove, that his semi-final run was no fluke. And he maybe he did leave it a little bit late, but he was hunting Mitchell right to the end with a burst of speed of 10 meters out. There he was, but your winner is Adriel Mitchell from Presentation Brothers College. Would have taken this one in two, and well, I'll get back to the time for you there.
Our winner, Adriel Mitchell of PBC, but we must recognize the run from Romel Charles. If we have unearthed some talent here today, it is Romel Charles.
Because he came into this as a virtual unknown, and he ran well in the semis. He proved a point that this was no fluke, and he came in second in this one, 1 minute 59.74, just ahead of Noel John Tia from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Joshua Caddy was in 4th position from Grenville Secondary School. So it's PBC, St. Rose Modern Secondary, St. David's Catholic Secondary, and Grenville Secondary, the first 4 positions.
Congratulations to the winners, and special congratulations to Joshua Cadet of the Grenville Secondary School being able to add some points to his school's position. We haven't heard much mention of Grenville Secondary today, but Joshua Cadet is saying something. And Romel Charles of St. Rose Modern Secondary, we also say congratulations to you.
We are going to make a quick segue to Sherian. Sherian has an update for us. Sherian, you go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to give you an update on the boys' high jump. We had Timothy Greenwich winning that one of the GBSS with a height of 2.03 meters. DeAndre Smith of the Boca Secondary School second with 1.95 meters. And Leon Sutton of the Boca Secondary School 1.80 meters. Timothy was shy of that record of 2.05. The winners in the discus, we had Xenia Collins of the Grenville Secondary School with 30.57 meters, Jadia of SAS with 28.43, and Tanisha Eno of the Hillsborough Secondary School third with 27.82 meters. And still to come, we have the discus boys senior, and that is going to begin momentarily, and I will give you an update on that. Over to you, Blossom.
Thank you, Sherian. I have an update on the boys octathlon. They've just completed the 7th of their 8 events in the boys octathlon, the javelin throw. And winning that event was Quanell Pear of GBSS, and he was followed by Jaron Phillip of St. David's Catholic Secondary, and in 3rd place, Delroy Adams. So those were the 3 winners of the boys javelin throw, which was part of the octathlon. And the boys now have a few minutes of rest before they return for the 8th and final event, which will be the 1500 meters. So far, there will be a little bit of juggling in the point standing, as the top 3 after 6 events, they have not placed in the top 3 of the javelin throw. So let's wait to see what the current point standings will be as they prepare for the final event in the boys octathlon.
Thank you very much, ladies. Very, very interesting. It's going right down to the last event. And we know the last event in these Heptathlon, it's a beast of an event because it's 1,500 meters. And thanks for the update and with the high jump for senior boys and the discus throw. So the results are coming in, they are coming in fast, and the point standing are being adjusted. Once we get an updated point standing, we'll pass this on to you. Certainly we have two set of points standings to give to you, not just the overall school's point standing, but the Heptathlon as well as the pentathlon. We'll have to give you those scores because they continue. They all complete today.
So remember those multi-events that the Heptathlon and the Heptathlon, they carry 13 points for first place, 9 for second, third, 5, 3 for the fourth place, and 2 points for fifth to 8. If you are tallying at home, just remember those scores. You might be privy to a point standing at this present time. We can't do the tabulations here, but we are waiting for updates from those concerned. We'll have one coming up shortly.
Bernstein, we have been saying yesterday and today, the middle distance, the long distance, all comes down to a sprint at the end.
And it has continued. The long distances or the middle distances or the long sprints are becoming more exciting every day.
Sharon has an interview. Sharon, if you're ready. Sharon, if you have your person day for the interview, you can let us know and you can go right ahead. Well, in the interim, what we are witnessing here on the big scoreboard is just that, point standing. St. David's Catholic Secondary School, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, that's SAS, and the Anglican High School and McDonald College, St. Joseph Convent, Grenville, in that order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are your top five schools, with Boca in 6th position. But that's St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 105.67 points. The SAS, that's in the female division. SAS with 72 points. Anglican High School, 69.67 points. That's your top three. We'll give you an update now in the male division.
So these are the scores for the male division.
And Bernstein is going to give you a complete wrap on the scores as they are being posted.
Your top 6 scores in the male division as of right now. Heading on to the next screen.
You hear that chase. The positions 1, 2, 3. GBSS, St. Andrews, Anglican SAS, and Presentation Brothers College. The point spread is 122.5 points, and followed by SAS with 111 points and 68.50 points. The Presentation College in 3rd position. In 4th position with 58 points is St. David's Catholic Secondary School. And the top 5, running in the top 5 is Boca Secondary School. That's the male division with 24 points.
So it's 11.5 difference in the male division. Keep that in mind as you tally down the road. We're getting ready for the girls' 200 meter dash, sub-junior.
McDonald College, Emma Frederick. In lane 3, Anglican High, Kia Swan. In lane 4, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Denise Mitchell. In lane 5, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Haley Tyrell. In lane 6, Anglican High, Kaylee Williams. In lane 7, from the Westmoreland Senior School, Aliyah Campbell. And in lane 8, from St. David's Catholic Secondary, Sydney Douglas.
Those the starters in these finals, sub-junior girls 200. The coming in with a better time here is Haley Terrell from SAS with 26.22 seconds. And the next best time at 26.41 seconds is from the Anglican High School, Kylie Williams. So look for the running in lane 3, Kaya Swan. In lane 5, Haley Terrell. And in lane 6, Kylie Williams.
So we're getting ready for the girls 200-meter dash sub-junior. Keep your eyes on the track. This one will be quick. The record time is?
The record time for this is 25.20 seconds, established in 2006 by Ganesha Mack. It's reachable, but maybe not in this edition of the Intercol Games.
So let's see. We have some Form 1 students, Form 2 students.
Yes, this is sub-junior, so this is 14 and under. They have a whole track and field life ahead of them, and this is where the nurturing starts. Look for lane 6. That's Kylie Williams. She runs in a unique dress because she runs with a skirt. Haley Terrell from SAS in lane 5.
And we're off. And we can see Anglican High School pulling up the stagger. The Terrell is coming on the inside, but it looks like Anglican High School. Kylie Williams there. Here comes Terrell. Oh, she's pulling up. So it's Anglican High School. Anglican High School. It's going to be Kylie Williams of Anglican High School, followed by her teammate, Kaya Swan. So a double for Kylie Williams of Anglican High School, winning the 100 meters and the 200 meter events for sub-junior.
At the top of the 100 meter mark, Haley Terrell seems to have felt something. She continued, but obviously in pain and not being able to perform. I hope the young lady is okay. But winning this one, not unexpected, is Kylie Williams from Anglican High School, 26.34 seconds. She came into these finals here with a time of 26.41, so she would have bettered that. And her teammate from the Anglican High School is Kira Swan. She also came in as a seeded athlete here, one of the better times, and she finished with 26.98. Rounding out the top is Haley Terrell from SAS. She's still finishing third position with a lot of anguish and a lot of pain, 27.65 seconds. That's an athlete with a lot of guts.
Yes, I'm somewhat concerned about Haley Terrell there because she felt something. She cooled down a little bit, then just wanting to get a position in the race, she got into acceleration again. So
we're going to get some lane assignments and come right back.
Presentation Brothers College. In lane 3, Philip Mitchell, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. In lane 4, Samson Phillip, St. David's Catholic. In lane 5, Kasha Stevens, Grenada Boys Secondary. In lane 6, Giovanni Daniel, St. David's Catholic Secondary. In lane 7, Kendon Warm, Grenada Boys Secondary School. And in lane 8, Jaden John of the Grenville Secondary School. That rounds up your finalists for the 200 meters sub-junior boys dash.
Well, what do we have here? The record stands at 22.80 seconds. This was established by the great Karani James in 2006. And we have a race within a race with Philip Mitchell and Kashi Stevens.
So, Philip Mitchell got the better of Kashi Stevens yesterday in the 100 meters dash. Let's see what happens today in the 200 meter dash. The rivalry continues.
And they both came in here with the first and second best times in these semifinals. Stevens with 22.86 and Philip 23.19. So look for the running from lane 3 and lane 5. There should be some interesting competition here.
The boys 200 meter dash sub-junior. It will be an interesting event and the time will be very impressive.
But you can't help but think that the sprinting, short sprinting, long sprinting, middle distance sprinting is in good hands in Grenada with this crop of young people that's on display over this last day and a half, almost 2 days.
Yes, athletics is on a high in Grenada right now and we need to maintain it, we need to nurture it and hope for the best. So it's Alexander Philip Mitchell, Philip as in Samson Philip, Kashi Stephen, Daniel, Worm, and John. The boys 200 meter dash, sub-junior. It's gonna be a scotcher. And there they go. Out like a bullet. It's Kashi Stephen and Philip Mitchell. Kashi Stephen taking that turn. Philip Mitchell on his inside. It's Kashi Stephen and Philip Mitchell as they straighten up. It's Kashi Stephen, but here comes Philip Mitchell. It's Stephen and Mitchell. It's gonna be Kashi Stephen. Revenge is sweet for Kashi Stephen of GBSS.
Bernstein, what a rivalry. I suspect we are going to see this played over and over and over in the years to come if these young men stick with the program.
Oh yes, we've seen a rivalry being built here. Kashi Stephen taking the turn. Head me home, take me home from the 100 meters.
We want to remind our audience, this is sub-junior boys. That's 13 and 14-year-old. And look at the rivalry, look at the intensity, look at the desire. These young men here, all 8 of these young men. So it's Kashi Stephen winning this one. In second position, Philip Mitchell. Giovanni Daniel from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 23.76. He had a good run also. And in fourth position, Samson Phillip. Fifth position, Kendon Worm, Jared Alexander from Happy Hill. Happy represented here and represented well, 24.77 seconds. Jared Alexander. PBC was in seventh position. And that's Anthony Phillip and Jaden John from Grenville Secondary School. All 8 young men would have done themselves proud in this 200 meter sub-junior for boys.
An exceptional race for all the young men who participated in this event. From first right down to 8. I think they did exceptionally well. So I'm proud of these guys. Good to see that at the sub-junior level we can have such a competitive race and such impressive times.
Bernstein, I have some news for you. Somebody said once a couple years ago nobody would break any record that Karani James set in this stadium. Kashi Stephen just run 22.77 seconds with a wind reading of 0 meters per second.
Dead wind.
Meaning it's a legitimate time and the old record would have stood at 22.8 2:01.80. So that means
we have another new record.
Have another new record. Not just a new record. Here's a boast for this young man. He broke the great Kirani James's record in sub-junior. Somebody said this name and say the name of these two young men, Cassius Stephen, because I tell you, he achieved this with the push from Philip Mitchell and Giovanni Daniel. What a wonderful way for these young men to stamp their authority on the 200 meters.
As we say, the future is bright for athletics in Grenada. Hail these young men. And here is just a recap of the race.
Absolutely delightful. It's a determination and grit that you could see that these young men, the intention was to deliver for their school, deliver for themselves, deliver for their coaches, and they would have represented well.
Oh yes. It was a record-breaking run, and a record-breaking run deserves a replay. And the fans are celebrating. GBSS, the green of GBSS, showing that they are in charge, large and in charge at this moment. With a few more events to go and a few adjustments in the points, we are going to know where we stand just on the eve of the final day of Intercol 2025.
So it was Philip Mitchell last evening in the 100 meters in position number 1 and Cassius Stephen in number 2. And it is reversed today. And somebody is saying, stalemate, is there a tiebreaker?
I think the 400 meter event will be the tiebreaker.
And we are going to go down trackside to Sherian. Sherian, you have somebody? Sherian, we are coming to you now. Well, we're going to go to Blossom now before we head off to Sherian, who is not just ready. So, Blossom, we are with you. You go right ahead.
Yes, I am here, and I have with me the winner of the boys sub-junior shot put. He is none other than Ian Clouden of Hillsborough Secondary School. Congratulations, Ian.
Thank you very much.
Tell me about the preparation for today's event.
I work very hard. I get up this morning, I pray. I ask God to make me win, and he did. So I'm thankful for that.
And you're going home with a bright, shining gold medal. How do you feel about that?
I feel very good.
Good, and congratulations again. I wish you all the best. What's next for you?
Discuss tomorrow. So I hope I do good.
All right.
And God bring me through. Thank the Lord for making me win today. So discuss tomorrow, we will see.
All right, congratulations. Get some rest tonight and prepare for the boys' discuss tomorrow. That was the winner of the boys' shot put, Ian Clouden of Hillsborough Secondary. In second place, we had Timon Thomas of the GBSS, and third place, Deshaun Smart of St. Andrew Anglican Secondary. Back up to you, Bernard.
Thank you very much, Blossom. Hello, Carriacou, and hello, Hillsborough. It's Ian Clouden with his gold medal. What a gold medal day for Carriacou here.
Congratulations, Carriacou. More medals coming your way.
More medals coming your way. Hillsborough will be singing the praises of this young man, Clouden. Up next on the track, though, is the 100 meters for senior girls. These are the fastest school girls on island.
Yes, they are. And here we have a field of exciting young ladies. Let's go down for the lane assignments.
Representing the classic lighting, McDonald College, she's absent. Randall Roberts, lane number 3. Representing the Nawasa SAS, Zania Belfon. Lane number 4. Representing the GTC Anglican High School, Egypt, Regis Benjamin. Lane number 5. Representing the classic lighting, Boca Secondary, Amaya Chandler. Lane number 6. Representing the Wagiti St. Davis Catholic Secondary, Shade John. Lane number 7, representing the GTC Anglican High, Lauren McIntosh. And lane number 8, Wagiti, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Talia de Sant. That's your start list. Senior girls, 100-meter dash. Final.
And Sherry Fletcher established this record in this event going way, way back in 2003. The time to beat here is 11:50. Nothing is impossible. The record of Karani James fell a little while ago. And coming into these events, the best time was recorded at 12.02 seconds from the athlete from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Shadi John. The second best time from Egypt Benjamin, Anglican High School, 12.53 seconds.
Girls 100-meter dash. And they're off. The 100-meter dash forward. And in the middle of the field, we can see St. David's Catholic Secondary. St. David's Catholic Secondary. And Sasa and Boca. Right shoulder to shoulder. Blanket finish for second and third. But in the middle of the field, St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Here is a replay.
Shadi John, it looks like it's Shadi John. Shadi John. John. Standing strong.
Stamping our authority.
Stamping our authority. Oh, yes. More power. More speed.
In the end, Bernstein, she won by about 15 meters.
Oh, yes, she did. Look at the time. It's 11.7.
11.70. 11.70 seconds. That's a remarkable time. 11.70 seconds. She's under 12.
Oh, yes. Oh,
under
yes.
12 seconds. That is something to shout about. That is something to shout about for Shadi John. 11.70 seconds. She stamped her authority with 40 meters to go. She never looked back.
It was a commanding run from Shadi John of St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Belfon from SAS was second in 12.34, another good run. And Amaya Chandler from Boca Secondary School, 12.38. And in fourth position from the Anglican High School, Egypt Benjamin in 12.41.
Congratulations to the young ladies, especially to Shadi John of St. David's Catholic Secondary, Zania Belfon of SAS, and Amaya Chandler of the Boca Secondary School. Our medalists in the girls 100-meter dash, senior.
The race of the evening.
It's a race of the day.
Race
it
of
is
the
the
day.
race of the day. I foresee a record run. 10.4.
10.4, that's where the record stands.
I think it's attainable. What say you?
It's going to be down to the wire. Down to the wire. You got some big men in this here. Kyle Ned, 11.09. This is the time that they come into these finals with. Randy Jones, 11.11. 10.68. Ian George distinguished himself and really representing St. John's Christian Secondary very well. 10.68. Kanik Nixon representing the Presentation College into the finals with a time of 10.91. 10.62 it was Ethan Sam. He seems to ease up a bit. And 10.84 Blanco. 10.90 since Deron Sincere from St. Andrews. Easing up a bit coming into these finals. So this is going to be a good race. And I cannot choose a winner in this one.
No, you can't.
It's
gonna go right down to the wire. We may have to go to the photo finish for this one, but it's gonna be close and it's gonna be fast. So you viewers at home, get ready for this one. This one is a heart-stopping event.
I am not seeing any,
in qualifying.
not seeing any weak spot. Let's go to the house monitor for the
number
lane
3.
assignments.
Representing the Hubbard St. John's Christian Secondary, Carifta qualified, Ian George.
It's Ian George there.
Lane number 4, 10.91 in qualifying. Representing the Nexa PBC, Kanik Nixon.
He won everything at the PBC Sports.
Lane number 5, fastest in qualifying. Representing the Nagico GBSS, Ethan Sam.
2 times character
Lane number
participant.
6, 10.84 in qualifying. He wants the goal in the 100, representing Nagico GBSS. Emilio Blanco Bishop.
A repeat character
Lane
selected.
number 7, 10.9 in qualifying, representing the Nawasa SAS. Dion Sincere.
Good looking runner. Good looking runner.
Lane
That
number 8, 10.90 in qualifying, representing Wagiti Rental St. Davis Catholic Secondary. Mikael Redhead.
don't
That
discount
is your
Mika
start
Redden.
list.
You can't
These are the boys.
write off anyone in this event. I don't know
There's
who
always
is
a
going to
sleeper.
be. There is always a sleeper. This is the 100 meters. If you blink, anything can happen. And if you don't execute right, you could be a loser.
But the guts and the determination of Kyle Ned, that cannot be discounted. He did a lot of events.
That for sure.
So you have a consideration of his stamina going into these finals today. But then this is the last event for him for the day. So he might just leave everything on the line.
I leave everything on the track. The 100-meter dash, senior boys. And they're off the 100-meter dash. And here in the middle of the field, it's Ethan Sam. But here is Ian George. Ian George have the edge. But here comes Ethan Sam. Ethan Sam. Ian George. And it looks like Emilio Blanco Bishop, GBSS. Look at that race. A line of finishers. At that point, we could see Ian George. He is there. But now, with some 20 meters to go, Ethan Sam emerging. What's the time?
Ian George had what you can only describe as a bullet start. He was off like a bullet, and he led a good portion of this race.
Yes, it was just the top end speed of Ethan Sam that took it away from Ian George. Here they go again. There is something special about this race. Look at our young men go. Beautiful running, beautiful. What more can we ask for? This is sprinting at its best.
I suspect the delay is to determine the second place finisher. I think it's the second place finisher that's holding up the show. It looked like Blanco in the end.
Blanco, yes. The torso of Blanco seemed to have cleared the line, I think. And the GBSS fans are celebrating. They know that these are big points for GBSS. Big, big points.
But this is what you want to see amongst your senior boys. You want to see a race that is competitive. You want to see a race that's exciting. 10.52 for Ethan Sam. This is what he finished with. And it's Blanco in second position. 10.60. And Ian George continued to represent well. 10.62 for St. Joseph for
St. John Christian.
St. John's Christian Secondary School. Ian George and Kanik Nixon. 10.75. The first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 athletes, all under 11 seconds. Randy Jones from Bishop's College, 10.93 seconds. And Kyle Ned, 11.03. Deron Sincere, 11.03. And Michael Redhead, 11.03. So in fact, the replay persons, they had to spend some time sorting out 6, 7, and 8, as well as 2 and 3.
Yes, 6, 7, and 8 was decided by the thousands.
Decided by the thousands.
Yes, so that was extremely close. And look at the time, 10.52. I think, is this Ethan's personal best?
No, Ethan would have come in at
10.4 somewhere.
10.4 something here. Let me see if I can get the season's best.
This is a race that will go down in history as one of the closer ones, but it's also one of the faster races that we've had. We may have had faster races where the record stands, but the competitiveness of this race, the closeness of the finishers, the time that the top three were able to produce, this is what matters. This is what makes this a big race. And then we have the top 5 going sub 11, and 6, 7, and 8 doing 11.03. A race for the ages.
A race for the ages. And Ian George led up to 70 meters. He had a bullet of a start. And he was caught. He was caught first by Ethan Sam. And then right at the end, he was caught by Emilio Blanco. What a fantastic race this was. Sam, Blanco, George, Nixon, Jones, Ned, Sincere, and Redhead accounting for themselves. Wonderful race for the crowd that's assembled here.
At least no one should be feeling disheartened by the performance in this race. All the athletes who showed up today, showed up. They left everything on the track, and we appreciate that. Congratulations to you guys.
And there you have it. We will now go track side. There is a medal presentation. Let's take in a medal presentation.
With a distance of 9.91 meters, from the Anglican High School, Janelle Smith. And your gold medalist, with a distance of 10.34 meters, from the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, Jasira Joseph. Congratulations to a medalist for event number 50, the girls shot put sub-junior. Event number 51, the girls discus throw senior. Your bronze medalist with a distance of 27.82 meters from the Hillsborough Secondary School, Tarisha Ino. Your silver medalist with a distance of 28.43 meters from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Jada Terrell. And your gold medalist with a distance of 30.57 meters from the Grenville Secondary School, Zania Collins. Congratulations, medalists, for event number 51, the girls discus throw senior. Event number 55, the boys high jump senior. Your bronze medalist with a height of 1.80 meters from the Boca Secondary School, Leon Sutton. Your silver medalist with a height of 1.95 meters, also from the Boca Secondary School, DeAndre Smith. And your gold medalist with a height of 2.03 meters from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Timothy Greenwich. Congratulations to all our medalists for event number 55, the boys high jump senior. We extend sincerest thanks to you, Mr. Wayne Redham.
To assist with the next set of medal presentations, we are pleased to have Mr. Conrad Francis, President of the Grenada Athletics Association. He will be assisting with the distribution. Medal presentation for event number 37. The girls 800-meter run senior. In third position and attaining the bronze medal from Bishop's College with a time of 2 minutes, 37.88 seconds, Kashona Williams McQueen. Your silver medalist from MacDonald College, Peaches Pantru. She had a time of 2 minutes, 35.51 seconds. And your gold medalist from the St. David's Catholic Secondary, Alian Gidari, 2 minutes, 24.75 seconds. These are your medalists for event number 37, the girls 800-meter run seniors. And I'd just like you to know that the gold medalists for this event and event number 38 will receive $250 donated by Mr. Chenny Joseph. Medal presentation for event number 38, the boys 800-meter run senior. Your bronze medalist from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Jontia Noel, 2 minutes, 0.42 seconds. Your silver medalist from the St. Rose Modern Secondary School, Romel Charles, 1 minute, 59.74 seconds. And your gold medalist from the Presentation Brothers College with a time of 1 minute, 59.61 seconds, Adriel Mitchell. We hear it one more time for the medalists for event number 38, the boys 800-meter run seniors.
This medal ceremony, and as the day comes to a close, coming to a close, the next event it'll be the 400 meters. 400 meters for junior girls. 400 meters for junior girls. That's the event next on the track. The 400 meters on the track.
A few.
So the next event on the track, they're already in the status block. 400 meters, juniors, girls. The record in this event is 56.40 seconds. That was established long time ago in 1998 by one Kashara George. I don't think it's threatened today.
The girls 100-meter dash senior.
And we go back to the
Your bronze medalist with a time of 12.38 seconds from the Boca Secondary School, Amaya Chandler. Your silver medalist with a time of 12.34 seconds from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Xenia Belfon. And your gold medalist with a time of 11.70 seconds from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Shade John. Keep the applause going for our medalists for event number 39, the girls 100-meter dash senior. Event number 40, the boys 100-meter dash senior. Your bronze medalist from the St. John's Christian Secondary School with a time of 10.62 seconds, Ian George. Your silver medalist with a time of 10.60 seconds from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Emilio Bishop Blanco. And your gold medalist with a time of 10.52 seconds, again from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Ethan Sam. Well done, medalists, for event number 40, the boys 100-meter dash senior.
Event number 41, the girls 200-meter dash sub-junior. Your bronze medalist with a time of 27.65 seconds from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Haley Tyrell. Your silver medalist from the Anglican High School with a time of 26.98 seconds, Kaya Swan. We now switch to event number 42, the boys 200-meter dash sub-junior. Your bronze medalist from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Giovanni Daniel. He had a time of 23.76 seconds. Your silver medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Philip Mitchell, 23.19 seconds. And your gold medalist from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, 22.77 seconds, Kashe Stephen. And Kashe has established a brand new record. We would like to thank Mr. Conrad for assisting us with the distribution of the medals. Congratulations to all medalists in this segment. We look forward to more keen competition as we turn it right back over to the announcers.
Okay, we're getting ready back for some live action. And next on the track will be the 400 meters for junior girls. The 400 meters for junior girls. They're already on the track, and coming into this one here with the best time of 59.17 seconds is Annie Logie from St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. She's in lane 4. competing times. The runner would come from lane 3, lane 4, and lane 5. Kayla Olive from McDonald College. She came in here with 1 minute 0.89 seconds. And in lane 5, Annalisa Brown from Boca Secondary, 1 minute 01.71 seconds.
This one too will be very interesting.
There's no lane 1. Lane 2, from Nawassa Sass, Sashane McCullum. Lane 3, Classic Lighting, McDonald College, Kalia Olive. In lane 4, St. Joseph Convent St. George's, Annie Logie. In lane 5, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Annalisa Brown. In lane 6, GTC Bishop's College, Montisha St. Bernard. In lane 7, GTC Anglican High, Denaya Modeste. And rounding up the field in lane 8, from the St. Joseph Convent St. George's, Ariana James.
There you have it, Bernstein. The 400 meters for junior girls. And there is an interesting race within a race here with the two clubmates, Annalisa Brown and Annie Logie. Same club. We saw them at the Nationals. They're both selected for Carifta. Here they are representing the school. And they own the status orders.
So let's go. It's a girls 400 meter dash junior. So they're going to all stand. And we're going to do it again.
Got to get the butterflies out of the system.
So it's McCollum, Olive, Logie, Brown, St. Bernard, Modeste, and James. Your start list for the girls, 400 meters dash, junior. And the gun sends them off. 400 meter dash for the girls. Junior already. Annalisa Brown is up on our Anglican High School, Denaya Modest. It's Annalisa Brown, but here comes Logie. Anna Logie, St. Joseph Convent, St. George. So it's Annalisa Brown, Annalisa Brown, and Logie there. Ariana James is showing some movement there. Logie on the inside. Annalisa Brown extending a lead from the rest of the field. It's Annalisa Brown taking the top turn, some 10, 15 meters from the rest of the field. Where is the challenge going to come from? It's Annalisa Brown heading into the home straight. Pumping arms, lifting the knees. Here comes Logie on our inside. Will Annalisa hold on? Yes, she will. Yes, she can. Some 10, 15 meters to go. It's going to be Annalisa Brown of Boca Secondary, followed by Annie Logie of the St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Your winner, 400 meter dash, junior girls.
What a talent. In fact, this is a repeat of the 1500 meters. Annalisa Brown in position number 1, and Annie Logie following in position number 2. Look at the replay there. Arms pumping, and she was not leaving anything to chance. She ran right through to the end, and so did Logie. A wonderful race. In third position, it seems as though it was the other representative from St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Let's confirm this here with the official results.
So it's Annalisa Brown winning quite comfortably in the end. The girls 400 meter dash for junior, followed by Annie Logie of the St. Joseph Convent, St. George. And in third position, it looks like her colleague, her compatriot from the St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Ariana James.
Well, there was a fast finishing athlete there in lane 6. That's Monisha St. Bernard from Bishop's College. Real fast finish from Bishop's College. But she would have faded at the end, seemingly here. So winning this one with Annalisa Brown from Boca Secondary School, St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Annie Logie, Ariana James, St. Joseph Convent, St. George. In third position, Shasheen McCollum from SAS in the fourth position. And rounding out the fifth position is Montisha St. Bernard from Bishop's College. The boys are up next. That's the boys.
58.25 seconds the time. How does that stand with the record?
The 58.25 seconds, the record is 56.40 seconds. And this one is untouchable so far. It's been around since 1998. And it's certainly is going to continue for at least one further year unless but it will continue for another year.
Most definitely. So it will have to simmer for another year. So that was the completion of the girls' 400-meter dash. And I say welcome to my fellow commentator, John.
Well, good evening to the viewers of the GAPSS Intercol 2025. We are at day 2 and at the business end of the day. All finals and some big challenges taking place. So we're getting ready for the boys' 400-meter dash. We go down for the lane assignment.
Lane number 2, representing the Nagico GBSS, Rishon Daniel. Lane number 3, representing the Classic Lighting McDonald College, Tyreek Thomas. Lane number 4, representing Wagiti St. David's Catholic Secondary, Keston Bailey. Lane number 5, 200-meter champion, representing Nagico GBSS, Kamal Joseph. Lane number 6, Nexa PBC, Taj Thomas. Lane number 7, Classic Lighting Happy Hill Secondary, Caleb Sandy. Lane number 8, Grenville Secondary, Cameron Richardson. That's your start list. Final, junior boys, 400-meter dash.
So who stands out in the time coming in?
Well, we need to keep our eyes on lane 6, Taj Thomas of the Presentation Brothers College. He comes into this one with a time of 52.20. And closely following him will be Kamal Joseph of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. You need to keep your eyes on him also. We need to also keep our eyes on Tariq Thomas of McDonald's College. These gentlemen all ran 52.20 within that region there. So we need to keep our eyes on them. It could come from any one of them. It's going to be down to execution. Who is able to execute? Who is able to strategize and come up with a win here in this one?
So this looked like the final event for the day. We expect them to leave everything on the track. Lane 3, 5, and 6, the ones to watch. But remember, it's a final, and anyone has a chance.
Quite agree with you. Everyone has a chance. Final instructions being given there. Again, the games record, we know. There's no doubt as to who has the games record.
Is
it
it
of
Kirani
boys
James?
400?
Is it Kirani James?
No doubt. There is no doubt.
One of his records went down today, the 200 meters for junior boys. Let's see if the 400-meter record can be challenged also.
And here they go, 400-meter. Junior boys making the early run is Happy Hill Secondary. That's Caleb Sandy. Sandy moving out front. And he's closely followed by Cameron Richardson there of the Grenville Secondary School. Need to keep our eyes on them. Just about 200 meters. Rounding the bend. Here they go. And keep your eyes on the middle of the track. We did say Kamal Joseph of the GBSS, he came in with a good time. Keep your eyes on GBSS, but here comes McDonald College. McDonald College, GBSS. McDonald College with a surge. McDonald College, GBSS. It's gonna be Kamal Joseph of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. A really, really tough, intense battle there to the end. But in the end, Joseph wanted it more.
It was a gutsy run from Kamal Joseph of GBSS. As you can see, coming into the home straight, he's not yet in the lead. Maybe just about now, getting to the front of the pack. But then he had a challenge on his inside from McDonald College. That's Tyreek Thomas of McDonald College. He felt him on his shoulder, feeling him right there. But that extra burst of energy and that desire to win is what took him across the finish line.
And that's how it came. They came into from the preliminaries. They came in like this. Joseph having the better time. Well, rather, Taj Thomas of the PVC, who came third, he had the better time. But really and truly, Kamal Joseph standing out. He had a really good strategy. By the time he's here, just about 200, he's well paced. The others in front in Happy Hill and GSS, they're looking to fade. They're fading. But he's moving, he's motoring. And right there, this is where he knew that he had it. What he didn't know was McDonald College was finishing very fast on his inside. And there we have it, a push to the finish, recognizing that he needed to speed up. Kamal Joseph, he wanted it more.
A well judged and well executed race, even though at the end, Kamal was becoming a little bit overconfident, feeling that he had it all won already, but then feeling the pressure on his shoulder, was able to dig deep and have a few extra miles to just dash to the finish. A good finish from Kamal Joseph, a great race. 50.82, a good time. Nowhere close to the record, I guess, but 50.82, we'll take that any day in a final. So congratulations to Kamal Joseph of GBSS. The fans are celebrating. Tyreek Thomas of McDonald College, 50.94, and Taj Thomas of the PBC in third position, 51.22 seconds.
Yeah, really good run there from Joseph. And in 400-meter running, you want to make sure that you finish and finish well. And I think he did the business very well. And these boys must be proud of themselves.
Oh, most certainly. Today we had a number of wonderful performances, and I think that today is just a prelude of what is going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow being day 3, the final day. The crowds have come in today. The stands filled. The bleachers, we had spectators spilling over into the bleachers, and this is telling you that come tomorrow, we'll have a bumper day, we'll have a bumper show. We are going to have athletes giving off their best. It's the final day, the day in which a champion will be crowned, and today is a sign of good things that's going to come tomorrow.
Well, you heard it there from Bunstein. It's going to be a bumper day tomorrow. Obviously, you don't want to miss it if you're at home. We will encourage you to come down to the National Stadium to take in and soak in the atmosphere. And if you do not want to be in the crowd and you do not want to be there, as we get ready, we're going to go shortly to the match pass results.
It doesn't seem like they're ready for that result. You need to do better than that. Are you ready for some match pass results?
I think they're ready.
Ronald is still not convinced. You gotta try this thing again, right? One more time. Are you ready for some match pass results?
Alright, fine, no problem. Results of the Classic Lighting Caribbean March Pass competition. Top 4 positions. And we have 2 awards, Sponsors' Choice Awards. Specially designed, specially highlighted by our title sponsor, Classic Lighting Caribbean, Mr. Martin Bideau. Position number 4 in the female division, March Past competition. Make some noise, St. George's Convent, Granville. Position number 3, Classic Lighting Caribbean March Past competition, girls division. Classic Lighting Caribbean, Happy Hill Secondary. Position number 2, Classic Lighting J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary. Sponsor's choice. I'm not going to call first just yet. 2 schools were awarded the sponsor's choice, specially selected by our title sponsor, Mr. Martin Bideau. Let's hear it, sponsor's choice. Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, and the GTC Anglican High School. Which means you're champion. You're champion in the March Past competition, girls, 2025. St. George's Convent, St. George's! Anybody from Church Street? I didn't make anybody run up and down. Okay, no problem. St. George's Convent, St. George's! Champions in the girls' March Past competition, Classic Lighting Caribbean, 2025. Congratulations. And we look forward tomorrow with great anticipation to the boys' competition.
So we've just heard the result of the match pass. Congratulations to the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, for winning the match pass. The girls are celebrating. It seems to be the day that the green colors are doing most of the celebrations.
Yes, certainly the Greens seem to be celebrating St. Joseph Convent, and you had a win there for them in the match pass competition. And I can tell you the latest point standing that I'm seeing. I don't know how current it is, but the boys in green from the Tantine, they are in the lead for the male division. And the girls from the St. David's Catholic Secondary, they are leading so far as we're getting closer to the end of day 2. It's only day number 2, and we're looking on the hunt to see if things are going to change. Getting ready, we're going to be viewing shortly the 3,000 meter sub-junior junior run. So there we are. We're getting on the way. It's 7.5 laps around the track for these boys in the 3,000 meter sub-junior junior run. Pretty long, lengthy event. These boys, they have the stamina, they have the endurance to make this one. So with the early running, it will be Keith Charles. So your leader out front, Keith Charles from the Grenada Christian Academy. And he's closely followed by McDonald's College, Michael Thomas Jr. Close distance behind, Jordan Hazard Griffith. It's also followed there by the athlete from the Boca Secondary School, Lyndon Gonzalez. That's your top 4. They're looking to establish a lead, looking to separate themselves. So it's Charles, it's Thomas, it's Gonzalez, followed by Hazard. Athlete there from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary moving up in 5th position. But it's your leader from the McDonald College, Michael Thomas Jr.
Coached by the legend himself, Intercol record holder, part of the coaching staff of the Christian Academy.
Moving pretty comfortably, the lead pack. And now there are 3 of them leading. A move being made there by Gonzalez of the Boca Secondary. But Charles not relenting, not giving up that lead. It's very early days in this one. Charles looking comfortable. The lead group just opening up a bit of a gap, just about 10 meters over Hazard, who's in 4th. But the top 3 really nicely bunched together.
Christian Academy, McDonald College. Lyndon Gonzalez from the Boca Secondary School. These are the 3 athletes that are currently leading there.
So Charles still with the lead.
Here the boys secondary, they're still in the mix. As we move further down the line, we see
Still there. As he comes around the bend. So there's your top 3. Gonzalez is in 3rd. Thomas Jr. in 2nd, and Keith Charles, your leader. Hazard Griffith is there. So too is Michael Moses.
Correction from Boca Secondary, the McDonald College.
So the lead is not really changing, but the second position is.
So it's Michael Thomas Jr. there from Michael College.
Still Keith Charles. Just about 3 laps remaining.
He is there representing Grenada Boys Secondary School.
Break it down in mathematical term. We have about 1,300 meters to go. So that's your lead pack there, your top 3. And here they go, Charles, Gonzalez, Thomas Jr. They look quite relaxed. Hazard Griffith is there. Or Griffith Hazard, whichever you want to put first. So we're getting closer and closer, just about hitting that 200-meter mark. It's 1,000 meters remaining. Now we see a change in the lead. Gonzalez making a move, looking to extend some daylight between himself and Charles. Pace seems to be picking up there by Gonzalez. It's Gonzalez over Charles. Here comes McDonald College. Thomas Jr. 2 more to go. 800 meters. Here they go. A gap of just about 15-20 meters has opened up, and it's Gonzalez by his lone self. And he's followed by Thomas Jr. from McDonald College and Keith Charles from the Grenada Christian Academy. Gap seems to be widening. It's looking strong there, Gonzalez. And here we go. It's the bell lap. Final lap for these athletes. They have completed some 6.5 laps. And it's Gonzalez with the lead. Can he hold on? Does he have what it takes? Somebody's going to kick. I know there will be a challenge from one of these 2 athletes in Thomas and but Gonzalez. It's all about Gonzalez. Just look at him go. Gonzalez out there and he's looking strong. He's going down the back straight. He's closing the distance to victory. Closing the distance to victory and opening up almost an 80-meter gap between himself and Keith Charles. He seems to be picking up the pace. He has a lot in the tank. He's looking strong. He's looking really composed. And here he goes. It's Lyndon Gonzalez of the Boca Secondary moving into the home straight. Looking strong. Charles trying to come back, but some 60-70 meter gap being opened up here. He still has the energy to push the pace. Look at the legs go. What a run. What a run by Lyndon Gonzalez of the Boca Secondary School. Keith Charles, second position. Strong run there from Charles, but Gonzalez really had this one. He's looking strong even at the end of this one. Donald College in Thomas Jr. Griffith Hazard coming in. But what a run. What a run by Gonzalez. He was right there with the leading pack all the way through. He backed himself. He knew what he could do. And he did it. So the race is still on. It's not finished as yet, but what we can do is to segue to Sherian. She has someone with her down there, or she has an update for us.
Yes, I do. I do have an update for you in the senior boys discus, and we want to say congratulations to Oswald Charles of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. He won that event with a distance of 39.58 meters. We had second position going to Peter Alexander of the McDonald's College with a distance of 37.24 meters. And third went to Tyrese Peters, also of the McDonald's College, with a distance of 35.41 meters. So that's the results from the senior boys discus that was concluded a short while ago. We say congratulations to the GBSS athlete Oswald Charles with a distance of 39.58 meters. Senior boys discus. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much there, Sherry. So congratulations to Oswald Charles on his victory. Yet again bringing some points to the Grenada Boys Secondary School.
So yes, we've witnessed the completion of the boys' 3,000 meters run, 3,000 meter run sub-junior and the junior. It was indeed a showdown. Lyndon Gonzalez of Boca Secondary, 9 minutes, 52.28 seconds. Keith Charles of the Grenada Christian Academy, 10 minutes, 4.2 seconds. And Michael Thomas Jr. of the McDonald College, 10 minutes, 19.9 seconds. A great run from the guys. They did endure to the end. It took a lot of guts, a lot of determination, but they did a good job, and especially the winner, Lyndon Gonzalez. He was challenged by Kit Charles, who, although he's still a junior, has been around for quite some time. But Lyndon Gonzalez seemed to be the new kid on the block and did show up today and delivered.
All right, well said, Bornstein. We're going to go down to Blossom. Blossom has a report for us. Blossom. All right, well, as soon as we get Blossom, we will go to her, but we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting closer to the end of day 2. I mean, it's been an action-packed day. Lots has happened. The crowds are building. It's getting tighter. It's getting packed. And so certainly, I think we can expect tomorrow, it's going to be a bumper day. Tomorrow being the final day, I think all the fans will be here. If Grenada leans to one side, it is because everyone is in the National Stadium come tomorrow. We hope that Grenada remains flat, because the amount of persons that we expect to be here tomorrow, I mean, certainly St. George might just be down in a little hole.
Well, tomorrow the fans will have to leave home very early, because to get in here will be a little problem. I know that the people will be coming out in their thousands tomorrow. All the students of the schools will be coming out. So you have to come in early, because there'll be lines and there'll be checks. And so we know you want to be inside when the action starts. So you got to make early preparations. The bus drivers too
If you're viewing, you'll have to start traveling a lot earlier tomorrow because you need to get the patrons here. The action is going to start on time. And so tomorrow it's going to be live. It's going to be heated. It's plenty action. It will be mouth-watering tomorrow. So be here because it will be a day you would never want to forget.
And I want to also say to the viewers on the stream, if you can't make it for whatever the reason, you don't have to worry. We've been bringing you all the action. We are going to continue to bring you the action. You can jump, you can wave wherever you are for your team, your school, your alma mater, because it all comes down. The curtains will be pulled. It will be decision time come tomorrow, the final day of the GAPSS Intercol 2025. It has been remarkable.
Well, if you can't make it tomorrow, we'll try to make you feel as though you're actually here. So we are asking you that you can dress in your colors, you can have your coolers, you can have your snacks and your popcorn ready because it's going to be hot athletics and on the track and on the field tomorrow. The final day. They say we always save the best for last.
Well, we're going to go to the stadium microphone. We're going to give you a points update as we're getting closer.
Registering on the screen on the points table in the female division, 1 point Grenada SD comprehensive commendation. It's a feat in itself to register and make your point. It's important. Your next 6 schools. Your top 12, 7 through 12. St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's in position 7, 35 points. And then we've got your top 6 in the girls' division. What do you think it looks like? What do you think it looks like? Oh my. Position number 3, 86.67 points. GTC Anglican High School. Position number 2, 2 1/3 points off the pace, 89 points. Now Wassa Sass in the girls' division. And out front, 115.67 points is the girls of the Wagati St. Davis Catholic Secondary. 26.67 points. Problem. They're defending the title. They've been leading from start to this point. After 2 days of competition, they prepared to defend that title.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the top 6 in the males division. The team scores. McDonald College here, they are in 6th place with 27 points. Classic Light in Boca Secondary School on 32. Wagiti Rentals and Davis Catholic Secondary, they are on 68 in 4th. Next up, Presentation Brothers College, they are in 3rd. In 2nd place, with 122 points, now Wassa Sass. And ladies and gentlemen, standing on top of the table. Should I say it? Do I have to say it? Do I have to say it? Should I say it?
I think you should do it.
You think I should say it? Standing on top of the table, ladies and gentlemen, with 159.5 points, Magical Grenada Boys Secondary School.
All right, well, there you had it. If you're following on the stream, you have a preview of what the points look like.
The athletes need your energy,
What's
they need your vibe.
What's your thoughts We're coming down to the final few events of day 2. What does that mean for tomorrow?
Well, this is setting up tomorrow to be a grand finale. Sometimes there are events that are going to score big points. You have 13 points for the combined events like the Heptathlon, right? So the Oct has 13 points for first position. And one relay is 13 points, that's 26 points. So you could win the Oct and win a relay, and it's right back, right back to close contention. So we can't start celebrating as yet, but we can enjoy the moment, and you can put your trust in your team. Come down tomorrow for the finale. Come here, be part of the action. It will be nice if you're in second or third to charge for first. If you come first and you come in first position, you have to hang on to that first position. So it will be an experience tomorrow as we are getting ready for the 800-meter run for the girls in the Heptathlon.
Currently sitting in 11th.
This is the final
St. George's
event,
Convent,
event
St.
number
George's.
7. The 7th.
Maya Clovey.
I should say the 7th
Position
discipline.
10, Classic Lighting
One
Poker
event,
Secondary.
7 disciplines.
Mylia Lambert. Position number 9, 1,962 points. Herbert St. John's Christian Secondary. Maya Noel. Your top 8 into the final discipline of the Heptathlon Girls Open. 1,998 points. Avia Fletcher of St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. Nawasa Sass, 2,191 points. Classic Lighting Wester Hall Secondary. Samara Alexis, position number 7. In position number 6, GDC Anglican High, 2,195 points. Akita Abraham, position number 5, 2,289 points. Wagiti St. Davis Catholic Secondary. Anna Maria Paul, position 4. Paddy's Enterprise Hillsborough Secondary, 2,296 points. Azura Pursue, position number 3, your top 3, 2,459 points. Nawasa Sass, Jadsa Mark, sitting in position number 2, 2,485 points. GTC Anglican High, Rachel Etienne, and leading their pack with one final discipline in Heptathlon Girls Open, 2,502 points. St. Joseph's Convent, Granville, Rishona Kute. One discipline left to conclude the event and decide the medals and the title. Girls Heptathlon Open.
Well, that's your field for the girls 800 to complete the Heptathlon. Certainly.
Mind that the girls are chasing times. And so it's not the
Putin
position.
with the lead. She will want to ensure that she gets there and finish as close to her personal best in this, just to make sure that she seals the deal. Challenge, we're not too certain who is challenging her. I don't have the points readily in front of me, but I think she's the clear-cut favorite to take the title. So the girls are gearing up, they're getting ready. Again, it's good to see the number of girls that have completed and are still remaining in the event. You know, it's 7 events. Could be quite a lot. These
Indeed.
girls have a competition within a competition.
Indeed, it's a good thing to see that so many of them have stayed and continued to complete the 6 events, because there are situations where you might drop off or you might just feel that you can't make it and you might be a non-starter in some of the events, and these girls would have endured right to the end. They must be commended for that.
So they're being given their final instructions, and shortly we will have them complete the 2 laps. Final event of the Heptathlon. It's the 800-meter run. What we enjoy about the heptathlon is that the athletes, they will know what is their best event, and you want to make sure that you make maximum points on your best event.
And try to stay competitive in those that you are not too good at, because no one is just perfect in everything. You'll be better in some. It's multidiscipline, and so you will be better in some, and you have to make sure that you execute in your stronger events.
So here they go. 800-meter run to complete the heptathlon event. Putin moving ahead right away. She's the leader of the event and taking the lead in the last event. It's going to be 2 laps. She will want to make sure that she completes this event at a really good time. Finish like a champion. They come into the bell lap. It's going to be the final round. Putin being challenged there. He's looking rather comfortable, the athlete there. So Raya Walker, St. John's Christian Secondary, just seem to be struggling, but joining Putin at the front. The athlete there from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. And make it.
That's Jadza Mark.
It's Mark of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. She has taken the lead. But Putin looking relaxed, looking poised. She knows that she has a good finish and she's going to finish well. She is fading. The legs seem to be getting tired. But nonetheless, she's looking to hold on.
Mark was in 3rd position at the start of this event.
This event seemed to be her stronger event, Mark. You look at her lengthening her lead. She's coming around, heading into the straightaway. She's looking strong, grimacing somewhat, but she's there. She knows that she has it. And here comes Hillsborough Secondary, looking to make a push for it. Seems to be pursued from Hillsborough Secondary. She's running hard, but she can't catch Jada Mark of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. As they head for home, and these girls will be relieved to have completed their 7 events. And they can go home now and they can put their feet up and say, yes, I've completed hard 2 days of grueling, muscle burning,
energy
running,
sapping.
run, jump, through. Let's look at your winner, Jada Mark. She has just won the 800-meter run in the heptathlon event.
The points will be tabulated, and we'll know if she managed to move up a notch in the position. She was in 3rd position at the start of this event, the 800-meter run.
So your result, we soak in the results. These girls really must be commended for their ability to endure.
And they did compete hard, and we can see in this last event they gave it all they got. I guess that they know that it was the final event of the 7 disciplines that they had to complete, and you can see that some of them will need a little assistance from the physios that we have here, the people from the medical team, and they have been doing a good job, and they're readily responding to the needs of the athletes. Kudos to them. But these girls really, as we say, left it on the track. They did, and we congratulate them for their effort. They'll be well rested tonight. If possible, they can have an ice bath, a massage, and a good night's rest. And they may be able to jump on the bleachers tomorrow.
Well, the winner there, Judge Mark, will be happy. At least she has registered another victory in one of her stronger events.
And so we're coming down to the end of day 2.
Getting ready for the 1500 in the Heptathlon. The boys 1500 open run, their final event.
So in a while, we'll have a very good idea of the positions in terms of the athletes taking part in the Heptathlon and the final event, the 1500 meter run. They'll be introduced to us shortly, and their positions will be made public. So with this information, we can be guided through the race, and we can have an idea as to the positioning of the athletes competing in that event.
Certainly the rhythm sections have been setting up.
Well, they're warming up for tomorrow. Today is just a preparation for tomorrow.
And here we go. It's the 1500 meter open run for the boys Heptathlon. So these guys have completed 7 events already, and this is their final event.
So it's Williams and Archibald of SAS.
SAS with the early lead. So at the conclusion of this one, so there is your leader in the 1500 meter open run. It's Lyndon Archibald leading. This seems to be his strong event, Archibald. He's looking pretty strong.
And comfortable too.
He has completed 7 events and looking to complete this one as strong as he can.
This is tough for these guys. They've been competing 4 events yesterday, 4 events today, and ending with a 1500 meter run. It's tough on the body, but these are strong young men.
Yeah, certainly have to be strong, and not just in terms of physique, but mentally. You need to be strong because this event can really knock the wind out of your sails if you are not prepared.
So they've been preparing for quite a while, and today is the day to leave everything on the track to execute everything that were coached into them by the various coaches. And it's Lennon Williams of SAS. He seems to be in control of this event, not troubled at the moment, not challenged. As he takes the bell lap, it's the final lap. It's the Heptathlon for boys, 1500 meter discipline, 1500 meter, the final event, the final round. And it's Lennon Williams of SAS. He has this one covered. If you look at the distance, it's about 60 to 80 meters. I'll say it's 80 meters, and he is breezing through that 1500 meters. Not challenged, not phased. Although the athlete from St. John's Christian seemed to be building up some speed, but the distance is large. He's getting ready to dash home. He's sprinting, he's lifting the knees, pumping the arms. As the crowd goes wild, the strong men are coming home, grimacing. Power and glory. He celebrates. He looks like a winner. Lennon Williams of SAS. We wait for the rest of the field to come home and all the tabulations to take place. But what a win for Williams of SAS. So 1818 was Archibald. So we were following the house announcer. So it's Lyndon Archibald of SAS.
Yeah, what a run, what a way to finish. And he must be elated. You look at his celebration as he comes to the end of this event. I mean, definitely a reason to celebrate, a reason to be happy because of the finish.
Look at him, strong, finishing like a real muscle man that he is. Power. And what goes with power? Glory, victory. Congratulations, young man.
Really good run there. We're going to go down to Blossom. We're going to get a quick update from the long jump. So, Blossom, let's have that update.
Well, guys, what I can tell you is after a long and grueling competition in the boys long jump junior, it has finally concluded. The competition started with 32 athletes, but in the end, and after 6 rounds of jump, congratulations to Christophe Caliste of SAS winning the gold medal in the long jump junior with a distance of 6.33 meters. Second was Golden Junior Joseph, also of SAS, with 6.14 meters. And in third place, Karakou Massive, Tyler Davis of Hillsborough Secondary claiming third with 6.04 meters. So those are the medalists from the boys long jump junior. Back up to you, Bernard.
All right, thank you very much there, Blossom Alexis Welch. And congratulations in order to Christophe Caliste, proving that when it comes to the jumps, the triple jump, the long jump, he is a master. Winning the gold medal. Also, congratulations must go to Golden Joseph, also of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. He has the silver medal. And Karakou, Davis of Karakou, your bronze medalist. Congratulations to these boys on really a tremendous job in the long jump.
Yes, congratulations to the winners of the long jump for junior boys. First and second to St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. That's 12 points to be subtracted from GBSS. The gap is closing.
All right, so we're going to go down with there is a medal presentation to take place. So we're going to take in that medal presentation because we are gearing up for the final two events of day 2 of the GAPSS Intercol Games 2025.
So we're getting ready for a medal presentation as we see the multi-event competitors, both male and female, joining hands in unity. A sign, a show of unity, which is a symbol of these multi-event competitors.
Another medal presentation. For this segment, we have Mr. Christopher Belfort, past principal of the Boca Secondary School. He is going to be assisting For this medal presentation, we have Miss Coslin Williams, Marketing Manager of Bryden and Minor, to assist with the distribution of the medals. Event number 41, the girls 200-meter dash sub-junior. Our bronze medalist, Haley Tyrell of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, a time of 27.65 seconds. Our silver medalist, Kaya Swan of Anglican High School, a time of 26.98 seconds. And our gold medalist from the Anglican High School, Kylie Williams, a time of 26.34 seconds. These are your medalists for event number 41, the girls 200-meter dash sub-junior. Event number 43, the girls 400-meter dash junior. Your bronze medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Shashane McCullum, 1 minute, 2.72 seconds. Your silver medalist from the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Ariana James, 1 minute, 1.57 seconds. And your gold medalist hails from the Boca Secondary School with a time of 58.25 seconds. Let's hear it for Annalisa Brown. These are your medalists for event number 43, the girls 400-meter dash junior. We would like to thank Ms. Coslin Williams for assisting with this segment of the distribution.
And to continue, we are very happy to have Mr. Christopher Belfont, past principal of Boca Secondary School. Medal presentation for event number 44, the boys 400-meter dash junior. Your bronze medalist from the Presentation Brothers College with a time of 51.22 seconds, Taj Thomas. Your silver medalist with a time of 50.94 seconds from McDonald College, Tyreek Thomas. And your gold medalist in this event from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, with a time of 50.82 seconds, Kamal Joseph. Congratulations to our medalists for event number 44, the boys 400 meter dash junior. Event number 59. The boys 3,000 meter run sub-junior. Your bronze medalists from McDonald College with a time of 10 minutes 19.94 seconds, Michael Junior Thomas. Your silver medalist with a time of 10 minutes 4.27 seconds, from the Grenada Christian Academy, Keith Charles. And your gold medalist from the Boca Secondary School with a time of 9 minutes 52.28 seconds, Lyndon Gonzalez. These are your medalists for event number 59, the boys 3,000 meter run sub-junior. Event number 57, the boys discus throw senior. Your bronze medalist with a distance of 35.11 meters from McDonald College, Tyrese Peters. Your silver medalist, also from McDonald College with a distance of 37.24 meters, Peter Alexander. And your gold medalist with a distance of 39.58 meters from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Oswald Charles. Congratulations to all our medalists for event number 57, the boys discus throw senior. And thank you sincerely, Mr. Christopher, past principal of the Boca Secondary School. Mr. Belfont, thank you. Congratulations to all our medalists. Athletes, continue to give your very best. We are indeed proud of all your efforts.
Well, there we had it, the medal presentation. As we get closer to the end of day 2 of this, the GAPSS Intercol 2025. And we have the all-exciting relays coming up. It's the 4x100 meter junior girls.
Yes, the 4x100 meter junior girls. The next event on track.
What I can tell you is that the Anglican High School, they are coming into this event with the best time, 50.10. In the second fastest time will come from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, 50.47. And the third fastest, the Boca Secondary School, 51.46. St. David's Catholic Secondary, they will be in lane 7 and they have a time of 51.75. We go for the lane assignments.
McDonald College. Lane 3, Boca Secondary. Lane 4, Annikevine. Lane 5, Saks. Lane 6, Grenada Christian Academy.
Lane 7, St. David's Catholic Secondary. And right into lane number 8, Hartwell Secondary School.
Well, we have a full field. It's going to come down to efficiency, ensuring that you are clinical in your execution of that baton passing. And that is going to cause the time to be really quick once you can execute with efficiency. Here we go. And a clean break. Let's see who makes up the saga first. It seems to be St. David's Catholic. But look at SAS in the middle. They're there. First handover. Smooths. And St. David's Catholic. Look at Anglican High School in the middle. Anglican High School. But out front, it's the St. David Catholic Secondary. As we approach the handover, St. David's Catholic, Anglican High School, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. They're all there, nicely bunched together. But with the surge, it's the Anglican High School. Final handover, High School, Anglican High. It's Anglican High. Here comes St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. Boca Secondary running. St. David's Catholic Secondary closing in. But it's going to be the Anglican High School over the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary.
A fast finish there. A beautiful run from Anglican High School. Very composed, good batter passing. SAS with some good exchanges also, as we see in the final, just about getting to the final changeover. It's Anglican High School handing over first. Then came SAS, St. David's Catholic on the outside. Anglican High School holding her own. SAS tracking her down a bit, narrowing the gap, but unable to hold her off. Anglican High School it is that takes the 4x100 meters for junior girls, 50.45 seconds. SAS 50.78, and St. David's Catholic Secondary 51.48.
So as we look at the replay, we're gonna see the movement of the athletes. At this point, St. David Catholic Secondary, they're out front, but Anglican High School has made up quite a bit of stagger. And the handover from St. David's was smooth. High School really did a good job there also. And the ground was made up. They're level pegging right here. Anglican High School surges forward. Batter passing really good there, because the challenge was coming from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. But in the end, the Anglican High School, they had this one. It was signed, it was sealed, it is delivered.
Anglican High School. Congratulations to Anglican High School, winners of the girls 4x100 meter relay for juniors.
Well, we getting ready. It's the final set of events. Based on my start list, this should be the final event.
Yes, it should be. This is the final event on track. There may be some other events that may be happening in the field, but so far, this is the final event on the track.
So we're going to go to the house announcer for the lane assignment. But what we've been seeing while we wait for the lane assignments, Bunstein, what we've been seeing within the last 2 days in terms of the batter passing, you can see that the teams have really been practicing. Let's go.
In lane 1, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Lane 2, Hillsborough Secondary. In lane 3, Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive. In lane 4, Grenada Boys Secondary. Lane 5, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. In lane 6, Presentation Brothers College. Lane 7, McDonald College. And in lane 8, rounding up the field, St. Mark's Secondary School. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your start list for the boys 4x100 meters, junior boys.
Right, so the excitement is there. So far, all the teams have been able to get the baton around. The efficiency we may question. Not really seen a baton fall. It says that they've been practicing, they've been working hard. Here they go, clean break. Let's see who makes up the stagger. It's still even Stevens, St. David's Catholic Secondary making up the stagger on Hillsborough. But out front, it's McDonough College with a slip up. Presentation Brothers College. Here comes SAS. Here comes GBSS. But out front, Presentation Brothers College as they make the handover. It's smooth.
GBSS has dropped the baton.
GBSS, we just spoke about it, but let's keep our eyes focused. St. Andrews, secondary, Presentation Brothers College, handover made. Let's see how they go. SAS is running away with this one. It's going to be the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Christoph Caliste. Clinical.
13 points in the bag for SAS. We had a mishap by GBSS. It means that the gap is going to be narrowed. Let's see what happened.
So here we go. Presentation Brothers College, the St. Andrews Anglican. St. Andrews Anglican with the baton passing, really, Caliste got it. He got it really well. There was a fumble for the Presentation Brothers College. I think that cost them the momentum to really begin chasing the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. It wasn't there. Let's look at the replay from the start. It was even Stevens right there. All the teams doing well. Handover made. PBC a bit of a fumble. The GBSS, they really did well. But St. Andrews Anglican Secondary in the middle. In, out, there they go. That's the defining moment right there for me in this one. That was a smooth second handover. Caliste with the final handover got it. And that was the history. It was all history. Caliste on track. When he makes 2, the athlete in Presentation Brothers College has to make 4 because Caliste can stride.
The strides are long, lengthy strides. They can be dangerous when you have a quick turnover.
He's really did well here. A whole set of mix-up. But in the end, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary are doing the business. So it's the Nawassa SAS winning the final event on track in day 2 of the GAPSS Intercol Games 2025. A whole heap of action happening in this final event. And so this will be a video that many will look at and many won't, because it's a defining moment. We were just speaking about the baton passing and not having that faltering. And the GBSS, one of the favorites within the 4x1 junior boys, have faltered.
When you said that no battle fell, in my mind I said, please don't jinx it. And it happened. It's just a factor that comes in sports. The moment time you talk about an event that wasn't happening, just like that, it happens.
Well, we call it the commentator's curse, but I'm sure it's nothing to do with us. It's just about the boys and being able to execute and execute flawlessly. Let's go to a point standing as we get to the end of day 2 of the GAPSS Intercol Games.
In the females division, the team scores. Grenada Seventh-day Adventists, they're on 1. The St. George's Institute on 2. St. Mark's Secondary, 3 points. Wesley College, 4, together with Westmoreland Senior School. St. John's Christian Secondary on 5. Happy Hills Secondary and JW Fletcher Cartonic, they're both on 6 points. Wester Hall Secondary School, Grenada Christian Academy, they're both on 7. Bishop's College, Granville Secondary School, they're on 21. Bishop's College on 22. Hillsborough Secondary on 29. In 7th position, St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, as we get ready for the top 6 And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the top 6 in the female. St. Joseph Convent Grenville, they're out on 46 in 6th position. Booker Secondary School, they are in 5th position with 47.67 points. McDonald College ahead of them by 10 with 57 points in 4th place. In 3rd place, Anglican High School, 106.67 points. St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, they are in 2nd in the female division, 111 points. And out in front, on top of the table, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 122.67 points.
So it's less than 5 points separating 2nd and 3rd. And just over 11 points separating 1st and 2nd. It's not decided just yet.
We have the male.
You get 7 points just for winning an individual event. 14 for the relays. And that's the girls division. Team scores in the male division. At the end of day number 2, you can see it. You're looking for the top 6. Oh my. Position number 5. Position number 6, Classic Lighting McDonald College, 40 points. Position number 5, Classic Lighting Boca Secondary, 47 points. Position number 4, Waggity St. Davis Catholic Secondary, 74 points. A mere 8.5 points ahead, 9.5. Presentation Brothers College, position number 3. Moving forward, just less than 70 points ahead, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. Out front in the boys division, 22.5 points ahead, the Nagico GBSS. It's only day number 2. You've got an entire day of action left. One more day, one more opportunity, one more chance to lay a claim on the title. GAPSS Intercol Athletics Champions 2025. Nicely poised in both the girls and the boys division.
Well, Bunstein, there you have it, an action-packed day. Really some, I mean, I would put it as total action-packed. Day 2 of the GAPSS Intercol Games.
Well, it's day 2. Day 1 was hot. Day 2 was hotter. And we know we're going to move to another stage in terms of the degree of heat tomorrow. It was an action-packed day. We saw a lot of outstanding performances. We saw Kashi Stevens in the 200 meters from GBSS. We saw Kyle Ned in the 400-meter hurdles for SAS. We saw Kemal Joseph of GBSS. We also saw Ethan Sam winning that 100-meter event. Then Adriel Mitchell coming back, taking that 800. Then we saw Shadi John of St. David's Catholic and Kylie Williams of the Anglican High School. Just a barrage of outstanding performances today. I can tell you that today was indeed a day of just fantastic, spectacular performances, and I can't wait for tomorrow.
Well, I know that the fans, they will be excited. I mean, you look at the point standing, it's nothing to write home about. We cannot say that anyone in the top 3 has this in the bag. We just saw the faltering in the 4x1. That has ensured that SAS gets a little closer to the GBSS. It means that tomorrow's events will be crucial in the boys division. The girls division, the St. David's Catholic, they are out front. They are the leaders. They have been the leaders from day 1. But look at what is happening. Anglican High School, they are on 106. SAS, 111. Can St. David's Catholic hold out? Will they hold out? They know what it is to be champions, so I know that they will be gunning to make sure that they remain at the front. But we can't count out the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, neither the Anglican High School. Any slip-up, any faltering, it could cost these teams.
Well, all the teams are at a stage now where they are going to go back to the drawing board, look at the faults, look at the mistakes, look at whatever happened, the little mishaps that they had today, and they're going to be strategizing for tomorrow. A bunch of teams in the male and the female division they're all feeling that they have an opportunity, a chance to lay their hands on that trophy. And we can see that in the male category, GBSS and SAS are not so far apart. Any slip-up can lead to one of these two schools being crowned champion tomorrow. In the female division, St. David's Catholic, they seem to have a little wriggle room, but that's not a reason to start celebrating as yet. So it's going to come down to the final events tomorrow, and at this time tomorrow, we should be able to officially announce the winners of the Intercol in both the boys and the girls division tomorrow, day 3. Don't miss it.
Well, I certainly we're going to put a wrap on things here. I can't put a wrap without hailing Cachet Stevens breaking a long-standing record here at the Dr. Kirani James Athletic Stadium. He has broken the Kirani James 200-meter record. It says a lot. It's what a way to really mark this, the GAPSS Intercol Games 2025, by having Cachet Stevens replacing Dr. the Right Kirani James in the sub-junior boys 200 meters. It's been epic. You got to stay with us. Tomorrow, it's going to be fireworks.
Be here early. All the patrons, be here early, leave home early, and get here and be prepared to be mesmerized by top-class athletics at the Kirani James Stadium tomorrow. D3, GAPSS Intercol Championships 2025.
Well, from me, C.R. John, Bunstein, and Bernard Wilson,
we say good evening and see you tomorrow.